Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Lee's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 624. Mr. Bai smiled and pointed at Lu Yin. More accurately, I want to bring him along. Why? The fatty knew his own limits, so he didn't get angry and just stared at Mr. Bai. Mr. Bai shrugged helplessly. Do you think you can get anything just by entering the house? Some things can't be obtained by one person. Haven't you noticed that many people come in groups? The chances of one person getting anything are low. The fatty hesitated. If you don't believe me, you can leave as well. At worst, I'll call someone else along, Mr. Bai said, smiling at the fatty. Lu Yin didn't hesitate and walked forward. He wasn't afraid of Mr. Bai, and if this person schemed against him, he would let him know the consequences. When the fatty saw Lu Yin walk away, he hurriedly followed. Mr. Bai smiled and entered the house. Just as the three of them entered the house, Mr. Bai suddenly made his move. He struck out with his palm towards the outside of the house. Immediately after, a small white hand reached out from outside the house and collided with Mr. Bai's palm. There was a loud bang, and a strong gust of wind swept out, pushing the fatty back. The fatty looked over in shock. Wait, don't attack, a crisp voice rang out from outside the house, and a cute girl appeared. Miss, following people isn't a good habit, Mr. Bai said with a smile. Lu Yin wasn't surprised, this girl had been following them since they'd entered the city, and she wasn't weak. She stuck out her tongue and apologized. I'm sorry, I accidentally came to this city and saw you guys, so I followed you. Mr. Bai sized her up. That palm just now came from the progenitor of War Realm. She nodded. Yes, you can call me Miss Qing. The progenitor of War Realm. The fatty was shocked. Mr. Bai was surprised as well. The progenitor of War Realm is divided into the progenitor of War Realm, the Grand Martial Realm, and the progenitor of War Realm. The progenitor of War Realm is the hometown of the progenitor of War Realm, and it has given birth to the most geniuses. I didn't expect you to come from there. Miss Qing smiled. There are strong and weak in every place, and I belong to the ordinary category. After exchanging a palm with Mr. Bai, I can tell that his strength is unfathomable. Mr. Bai smiled. You're too humble. It's fate that brought us together, so why don't we explore together? Miss Qing nodded happily. Let me introduce you, Mississippi. Mr. Bai pointed at the fatty and said, this is Brother Huang San from the Bloodburn Realm's Huang family. He then pointed at Lu Yin. This brother will be exploring with us, but because he's deaf and mute, it's inconvenient for him to speak. However, he's extremely powerful. Miss Qing nodded at the fatty and then looked at Lu Yin with surprise. A deaf-mute? There are actually deaf and mute cultivators? Master Bai smiled. It is not impossible. Some are born, while some are born. I've heard that one of the Dao Source Three Heavens, Wu Tai Bai, has sealed himself off, Miss Qing said. Mr. Bai smiled. Wu Tai Bai's level is too high, so it's not convenient for us to talk about him. This brother must have an innate problem. Miss Qing nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Lu Yin listened to their conversation. He had indeed sealed himself, but he had not sealed off his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. Instead, he had sealed off the strength of his physical body. Back when he had been a Lamiter, his physical body had been too powerful, and it had surpassed the limits of what he could control. Thus, he had used his Fate Sand to seal himself away. However, now that he had become an explorer, he was able to control this Lamiter, which meant that he no longer needed to seal himself away. However, the Fate Sand seal had its benefits, which was that it could continuously increase his physical body's strength. Thus, he had not unsealed himself. He had encountered people who had sealed themselves away before. Back in the forest within the Golden Ocean, he had encountered a war spirit that had sealed its eyes. The moment it had opened its eyes, Lu Yin had felt as if his domain had been crushed. He would never forget that feeling for the rest of his life. Anyone who had sealed themselves away was an absolute powerhouse. From what these two were saying, was this Wu Taibai one of the Dao Source Three Heavens who had sealed himself away? Was this so-called Dao Source Three Heavens some sort of title? Master Bai walked in front while the three followed behind him, heading into the house. Miss Qing curiously sized up Lu Yin while the fatty did the same. The immortal martial realm was a special place. Although it was under the progenitor of martial like the Grand Martial Realm and the War Martial Realm, several freakish powerhouses had appeared in the immortal martial realm. Many experts from the Grand Martial Realm and the War Martial Realm wanted to join the immortal martial realm, but were unable to do so. It was rare to see experts from the immortal martial realm in the outside world, as almost all of them were in that place. Lu Yin had not expected to meet one here. The house was not large, and the four had only taken a few steps when they encountered an invisible killing intent. Retreat. It's a sourcebox's killing intent. There's a sourcebox inside the house, Master Bai warned. The group retreated a few meters, and with a bang, the sourcebox's killing intent was activated, causing many things in the house to turn to dust. Finally, a few transparent spheres and an irregular stone fell out. The stone was the sourcebox, and within the transparent spheres, there were traces of red blood flowing, and the faint roars of beasts could be heard. The fatty was excited. It's a bloodline. Master Bai smiled. There really is a bloodline, but it's also protected by the sourcebox's killing intent. Let me give it a try. He then walked forward and carefully probed the sourcebox's killing intent. Lu Yin stared at Master Bai and saw that he was easily dodging the killing intent. He was getting closer and closer to the transparent spheres and the sourcebox. Suddenly, the void cracked, and Master Bai's figure blurred as he quickly retreated. He helplessly said, "The sourcebox's killing intent is very strong. It seems that the energy outside the house was not left behind by that ancient battle, but rather by this sourcebox. We have to unlock it, or else we won't be able to obtain the bloodline." The fatty anxiously asked, "Master Bai, can you unlock it successfully?" The people of the progenitor of War Realm did not cultivate bloodlines, but Lu Yin was different. He was from the progenitor of Blood Realm, and bloodlines were the best way to increase his strength. Master Bai thought about it for a moment. "I can, but it'll take too long. I won't be able to unlock it before my futon's time is up, so I'll need help. Let me do it. I really want to know what bloodlines they have. If they're unparalleled bloodlines, then they'll be very valuable," Miss Qing said as she stepped forward. Master Bai smiled. "That's very likely. After all, it's an item from the Dao Source sect, and normal items cannot enter the Dao Source sect." The fatty grew anxious, as he did not have the ability to unlock a source box. If the two of them successfully unlocked it, then he would not be qualified to obtain the bloodlines. He could not help but look at Lu Yin. Lu Yin stepped forward, not for the fatty's sake, but because he also wanted to obtain the bloodlines and take them back to study them. Just as Master Bai had said, the bloodlines that could appear here were not simple, and he did not want to waste this trip. Master Bai and Miss Qing were not surprised by Lu Yin's ability to unlock a source box, as something like lock-breaking was far from enough to surprise them. The three of them took action. Master Bai's lock-breaking was the smoothest, and Miss Qing's lock-breaking was gentle and beautiful. Her actions of breaking down the source box's energy were pleasing to the eye. Lu Yin was much more careful, as he did not have a lock-breaking tool, and he could not see the rune lines with his eyes. He could only rely on his domain and serious art. In addition, he did not have enough lock-breaking experience to begin with, so he could not compare to the other two. This was especially because he had not fully released his domain, or else he would have been able to see things more clearly. Every source box was different, so there was no fixed lock-breaking method. The source boxes in the room did not contain much danger, but they could easily destroy bloodlines, which was why the three of them had taken action at the same time. Unfortunately, once the lock-breaking process began, they could not predict how the source boxes would react. With a bang, one of the transparent spheres cracked open, and the bloodline within quickly evaporated. In less than 10 seconds, it disappeared, and a faint beastly roar could be heard. The three of them felt that it was a pity, but there was nothing they could do. At their level, they could not control a sourcebox's danger. However, their desire for bloodlines was not that strong, and they still cared about the sourceboxes. The fatty's heart was bleeding. Others could not understand the significance of bloodlines to the cultivators of the progenitor of blood realm. Bloodlines were life itself. Lock-breaking was very time-consuming, and it took the three of them half a day to dissolve the sourcebox's danger. As for the irregular stone, Master Bai estimated that it would take at least 2 days to unlock the complex energy within. The fatty stared fervently at the remaining 3 transparent spheres, which contained 3 bloodlines. Now that the sourcebox's danger had disappeared, he could take them, but he did not dare to do so. There were 3 spheres, and each of them could take one, which made the fatty feel very conflicted. A day later, the irregular stone had become thinner by a layer. The 3 of them started lock-breaking from 3 different directions, gradually dissolving the complex energy within. Another day passed, and the irregular stone had become very thin. Lu Yin and Miss Qing stopped and watched Master Bai lock-break. Master Bai carefully dissolved the energy, and a ray of light suddenly blossomed, illuminating everyone's faces. Then, there was a piercing cry that shook the void, followed by a scorching flame. Master Bai hurriedly retreated, and so did Miss Qing, Lu Yin, and the fatty. The flames burned the house down, and the 3 transparent spheres cracked. The flames disappeared as quickly as they had appeared. They disappeared after burning the house to ashes, and so did the irregular stone. Lu Yin felt that it was a pity, as there was nothing left except for a wisp of flame. "It's over. The bloodlines are gone," the fatty cried out, looking at the cracked sphere with regret. Master Bai grabbed the fatty by the shoulder and tossed him over. "You're the only one here from the progenitor of blood realm. Absorb a bloodline, or it'll go to waste." The fatty was delighted. "Can I?" "Hurry up and stop wasting time," Miss Qing urged. The fatty landed in front of the 3 transparent spheres and looked at them one by one. There were still 5 seconds left before they would evaporate. He scanned the bloodlines within the 3 spheres and finally chose the rightmost one. His eyes burned with passion as he tore open a wound on his index finger and pressed down on the slowly evaporating bloodline. The bloodline that was about to evaporate seemed to have a mind of its own as it fused into the fatty's body. The fatty's expression changed, and he let out a pig's cry. Lu Yin was stunned. What a wild pig's cry! Master Bai and Miss Qing were clearly stunned as well, and they just stared at the fatty. The fatty's body turned bright red, and the bloodline visibly flowed through his body until it completely disappeared. The moment it disappeared, the fatty let out another pig's cry, but this time, the cry shocked the 3, and even the void trembled. "The sky-gobbling pig bloodline," Master Bai said with a serious expression. Miss Qing looked at the fatty enviously. "You're so lucky to actually get an unparalleled bloodline. The others probably have unparalleled bloodlines as well. What a pity, why did you choose the sky-gobbling pig?" Lu Yin was confused. Master Bai chuckled. "Brother Fatty is truly amazing. He originally had the pom-pom pig bloodline, which complemented the sky-gobbling pig bloodline." Miss Qing was shocked. "What? This fatty used to have the pom-pom pig bloodline?" Master Bai nodded. "Thank you. Doomsday Throne Cannon Brothers tip, I'll update at 3 p.m., thank you. Thank you for your support. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 625. Miss Qing was speechless, as it seemed that Lu Yin had purposely chosen the sky-gobbling pig bloodline. He was quite smart, as a trash bloodline had been upgraded to an unparalleled bloodline. However, there were too few bloodlines, so it was not truly invincible. Seventh bro, this fatty's luck is too good. You guys didn't get anything, but he did, the monkey shrieked. Lu Yin looked at the fatty, as the tables had turned. From Mr. Bai's tone, even if the fatty's bloodline was not truly invincible, it was definitely not weak. Lu Yin estimated that the fatty's bloodline could even compete with Autumn Frost Qing. His miserable life had come to an end. Not long after, the redness on the fatty's body faded, and he opened his eyes. He looked at his hands and opened his mouth, only to let out a squeak. The fatty hurriedly covered his mouth and tried to make a sound. He then relaxed, as he had been afraid that he would only be able to make a squeak in the future. That would be the end of him, and he would rather die. Thank you for your help. The fatty bowed gratefully towards Lu Yin and the others. Mr. Bai helped him up and smiled. Our meeting was fate, and Brother Fatty has such a fate that no one can stop it. Congratulations, Brother Fatty, for obtaining the unparalleled bloodline, the sky-gobbling pig. In the future, you will be able to compete for the position of realmling. Miss Qing curiously sized up the fatty, as this was a human-shaped pig. Speaking of which, since ancient times, no one had ever fused with a pig's bloodline. What was this fatty thinking? When he heard Mr. Bai's words, the fatty smiled bitterly. I don't dare to think about the position of realmling. The three bloodlines that the blood ancestor left behind in the statue are all unparalleled bloodlines. This sky-gobbling pig bloodline cannot compare to them. Mr. Bai smiled, but he did not elaborate. This place has been destroyed, so let's continue exploring the city. Who knows, we might find something good. The group did not object, and they followed Mr. Bai around the city. The architectural style of the ancient era was completely different from that of the modern era. Seventh bro, have you noticed that some of the buildings in this city are very similar to the ones in the centipede's body? The monkey asked. Lu Yin had noticed as well, as the styles were similar. Not long after Lu Yin's group left, a few more people arrived at the burned house. We were a step too late, an elegant man said. Let's continue searching. Every once in a while, we'll make new discoveries. If you ask me, why don't we wreak havoc? We should be able to get something, a feminine man said. The fifth sex ancestors. This is a treasure that the fifth mainlands gifted to the sixth, it's treasures that can't be obtained. That was in the past. Now, the war between the continents has begun once again, and countless experts have been sent to the front lines. It looks like the higher-ups are planning to completely annihilate the remnants of the fifth mainland. With the strength of those trash from the fifth mainland, they'll only be slaughtered. Don't you want to go to the front lines and fight for merits? You don't want to plunder the resources of the fifth mainland. The others were silent, their eyes filled with suppressed excitement. Right before. We was ours. 1. That's right. Times have changed. The war between the continents can create countless heroes. To the sixth mainland, we are the heroes. We can't follow the rules like we did in the past. The hunting competition can't just be a game between the Realmlings and the Dowsource Three Skies. We have to join in as well and hunt down the so-called elite geniuses of the fifth mainland. That's right. The handsome man's eyes flickered. The feminine man sneered, and his eyes widened. An invisible fluctuation spread out, turning into a silver light that crushed the surrounding buildings like mercury. The handsome man raised an eyebrow, but he didn't stop the man. The others followed suit and began to destroy the surrounding buildings in hopes of obtaining the treasures. In the distance, Lu Yin and the others turned around, and Mr. Bai's face sank. Someone's not following the rules. Destroying the buildings so recklessly might reveal some hidden spaces, but it might also destroy the entire city, Miss Qing said coldly. It looks like we'll have to be enforcers. Mr. Bai then leaped up and charged out. Miss Qing glanced at Lu Yin and then charged out as well. The fatty continuously made hand signals to Lu Yin, but Lu Yin rolled his eyes. What kind of nonsense was this? Who could understand these lousy hand signals? Lu Yin grabbed the fatty and chased after them. There was a commotion, and soon, a battle began. By the time Lu Yin arrived, there were already 2 people lying on the ground. It was obvious that Mr. Bai and Miss Qing had taken action. The 2 of them were dealing with 4 people with ease. Lu Yin watched silently. Of the 4 people, there was a handsome man who was very powerful. There was a vague imprint on his back that made him almost as strong as Wendy Yushan. There was also a feminine man whose domain was very solid, and this person's domain had turned silver. Back in the Astral Combat Academy, one of the mentors had said that comprehending a domain would depend on one's innate battle techniques and techniques. The domain would change color, but it didn't have to be colorless. Anyone who comprehended a domain would force it to be colorless in order to surprise their opponents in battle. Very few people would freely use the color of their domain. The silver domain suddenly disappeared, and then, a silver light descended from the sky. Lu Yin raised his brows. This was a force field. That feminine man had actually comprehended a force field. The other person who was fighting with Miss Qing hurriedly retreated. The feminine man sneered as his force field pressed down on Miss Qing. Miss Qing's expression did not change, and she did not even use her imprint. At this moment, a solid domain cut across the sky and cut off the silver force field. Lu Yin had made his move, as he could not just watch. The feminine man's pupils shrank as he stared at Lu Yin. Miss Qing smiled and attacked the other person. Lu Yin waved his hand, and his domain swept out and directly destroyed the silver force field. The feminine man was shocked. This person's domain was actually so strong. Lu Yin did not know why his domain was so strong, but it had already turned solid and could destroy force fields. Furthermore, it was getting stronger and stronger, but this was a good thing. He pressed down with one hand, and his domain crashed down like the might of the heavens, pressing the feminine man to the ground. The man roared, and a vague phantom appeared behind him. Silver light blossomed from the surface of his body as he tried to resist Lu Yin's domain. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold, and the power of his domain increased. Even though the feminine man had the support of his imprint, he still could not break through Lu Yin's domain. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. This person specialized in domains, but unfortunately, he was far from being able to compare to Lu Yin. The fatty looked at Lu Yin with a look of worship. Bro, your domain is actually so strong. You can't be a realmling, right? Lu Yin calmly looked at Mr. Bai, as Mr. Bai's only opponent was the elegant man. The other person had already fallen to the ground, and Miss Qing had also finished her battle. Neither Mr. Bai nor Miss Qing had used their imprints, and there was still someone with an abnormal domain in the distance. This shocked the elegant man, as the difference between them was too great. He quickly retreated and cupped his fists towards Mr. Bai. We were reckless when we destroyed the city. We will take these people and leave now. I hope that everyone will not be too ruthless. Mr. Bai waved his hand. The elegant man carried the others and immediately retreated. There will always be people with evil intentions who want to reach the heavens in a single step, Miss Qing said disdainfully. Mr. Bai smiled. That last person was still all right. This was just a brief interlude, and the four quickly continued to wander through the city. They did not say much about their own strength. 2 days later, the fatty's expression changed. My futon's light has dimmed. My time is up. Mr. Bai nodded. I hope that the next time I see you, Brother Fatty, you'll be able to display the power of your sky-gobbling pig bloodline. The fatty laughed. That's for sure. He then looked at Luin. Bro, I'll be leaving now. Thank you for taking care of me along the way. If not for you, I would have been finished. Thank you. He then bowed solemnly to Luin. Luin stepped aside. Everyone, I'll be waiting for you at First Divine Gate in a month. The fatty waved his hand and then disappeared. Luin's eyes flashed as he left. He remembered that the fatty had mentioned that his futon's light had dimmed. That futon was the prayer mat, and it had indeed glowed when Luin sat on it. Could it be that when the light disappeared, it was time for him to return? Unfortunately, he did not know when his futon's light would disappear, and what did this disappearance have to do with it? Or was it fixed? I have 5 days left, Mr. Bai said. Miss Ching replied, 4 days. The two of them looked at Luin, who blinked but did not say anything. Mr. Bai twirled his fan in a circle. There's a place that's rather dangerous, and with Brother Fatty's strength, it won't be easy to bring you there. Now that Brother Fatty has left, why don't the three of us explore it? That's exactly what I'm looking for, Miss Ching said expectantly. Mr. Bai gestured at Luin, and it was exactly the same as the fatty's. Luin was speechless, and he followed behind Mr. Bai. Mr. Bai, I don't believe that this person is truly deaf and mute. Even if he is, why does he keep following the fatty? Since he's here, he must have his own motives, Miss Ching said. Her voice was not soft, and it seemed like she had said it on purpose for Luin to hear. Mr. Bai smiled. Everyone has their own secrets. You didn't tell us your name, and it's not good for you to know too much. Miss Ching rolled her eyes. The place that Mr. Bai brought them to was still within the city. Compared to the dilapidated house from before, this place was clearly a noble residence. There were pavilions and 2 unknown beasts in front of the entrance. This should be the residence of the Daosor sect's upper echelon disciples or even elders. The ancient war didn't cause much damage, Mr. Bai said. Miss Ching was surprised. But there's nothing here. It's in the inner courtyard. Mr. Bai led the way, and the three of them passed through the courtyard and entered the inner courtyard. Luin still could not sense anything here. This lake isn't simple. Although I don't know what it does, there's one thing about it that it can block a domain's senses, Mr. Bai said. Luin was astonished, and he dipped his hand into the lake. It was icy cold to the touch, but what surprised him even more was that this was not a real stream of water, but rather a liquid energy that was similar to the astral river. Although a domain is extremely difficult to comprehend, it's not like no one has managed to do so. Thus, many people have tried all sorts of methods to prevent a domain expert from probing them, and this is one of them. It's possible to do so by mixing in a complex liquid energy with other materials. Unfortunately, this method has been lost, and the place that we're looking for is at the bottom of this lake. Thank you. Doomsday Throne Cannon, thank you for your support, brothers. Thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 626. How do you know? Miss Ching was puzzled. Mr. Bai pointed at his own head with his fan. I have my ways, so don't ask. Miss Ching's eyes flickered. If you don't trust me, you can leave. Mr. Bai smiled. Miss Ching looked at Luin, but it was a waste of time since he was still pretending to be silent. Miss Ching was helpless. Let's go. Mr. Bai smiled and jumped into the lake. Lu Yin and Miss Qing followed behind him. The bottom of the lake was very deep, but with their speed, they quickly reached the bottom. Mr. Bai tapped lightly with his fan, and the bottom of the lake cracked open, creating a huge suction force that sucked in the lake water. A whirlpool was formed, and the three of them followed the lake water into the bottom of the lake. There was a layer of space at the bottom of the lake, and as soon as the three of them landed, the space around them began to crack. Lu Yin's expression changed. Not good, the space had collapsed. Mr. Bai and Miss Qing also realized this, and they hurriedly rushed out. Lu Yin was even faster than them, and the three of them exited the lake as soon as they entered. There was a thump as they rushed out of the lake, and the lake water in the inner courtyard completely disappeared. The space collapsed, and a large area around them was turned into fragments. In the distance, Mr. Bai was helpless. It's been too long, and that space has become extremely fragile with the passage of time. There's nothing we can do about it, as the things inside are definitely gone. Miss Qing lamented, to be able to own such a residence in this city and even build an underground space, that person must have been an elder-level powerhouse. What a pity. Lu Yin suddenly looked up to the east, where a figure was rapidly approaching. The figure glanced over, but it did not come over. Instead, it turned and headed in the other direction. The hunting competition is just around the corner, and there will be more and more experts in the future. Let's take advantage of the fact that the Reamlings haven't arrived yet to look for opportunities. Let's go, there are still other places. Mr. Bai led the way. Lu Yin was astonished, just how many places did this guy know? 4 days later, Miss Qing's futon ran out of time, and she disappeared from the duo site just like the fatty. During these 4 days, they had searched several places, but they had not gained anything. Instead, they had encountered several dangers. In Mr. Bai's words, these opportunities had been left behind for countless years, and it was already quite good to be able to discover them. It was very difficult to obtain them, just like the scripture pavilion. Although many people had explored it, only a few had succeeded. Those who come to the Fifth Mainland's Daosaur sect in search of opportunities mostly rely on luck. After all, after the ancient war, everything that could be snatched, and there are very few opportunities. Lu Yin continued to remain silent. A day later, Mr. Bai also left. Before he left, he looked at Lu Yin with a surprised expression. You actually stayed longer than I did. I'm impressed. Don't forget about the time we agreed to meet at First Divine Gate. With that, he vanished. Lu Yin stood in the middle of the city and looked around. There was no sign of the fatty, and he had obtained very little information from Mr. Bai and Miss Qing. After this period of interaction, he roughly understood the current situation. Previously, he also wanted to capture someone to clarify the situation, but he was afraid that there would be an accident. Now, it was time to capture someone to ask about the specifics. Coincidentally, the person came. In the distance, a man was rapidly approaching Lu Yin. It was the elegant man who had fought with them before. Mr. Bai had let him go and allowed him to take the rest of the group away. This man had pretended to leave, but in reality, he had been hiding far away to keep an eye on Lu Yin. He knew that Lu Yin was a domain expert, so he was afraid of being discovered. Thus, he had kept his distance and determined their location based on the traces they had left behind. He didn't even dare to look at them, and he only showed himself after Miss Qing and Mr. Bai had left. Lu Yin turned around and saw the elegant man appear. The elegant man smiled at Lu Yin. Brother, you must have gained quite a bit over the past few days. Why don't you show it to me? Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, but he didn't speak. The elegant man sneered, don't play dumb with me. I know that your domain is very powerful, but didn't anyone tell you that this kind of small path is useless no matter how powerful it is? If a domain can do something, then star energy can do it as well. A pair of wings appeared on his back as a blurry phantom appeared behind him. His body disappeared in an instant, and when he reappeared, he was right in front of Lu Yin. Lu Yin's eyelids twitched. What incredible speed! This person had not only concealed his temperament during his battle with Mr. Bai, but he had also concealed his strength. This person was very sinister. There was a rumble as Lu Yin's domain pressed down on the man's head. The elegant man's body sank, and he growled as his skin hardened. This was his innate gift. I told you that you're not my opponent. The man then charged towards Lu Yin. Even with the suppression of Lu Yin's domain, he was unable to suppress the man. The man was extremely fast, and he immediately appeared in front of Lu Yin. He reached out with both hands to grab Lu Yin's neck, clearly intending to subdue him. Lu Yin similarly raised his hands and met the man's. He then grabbed the man tightly, but the man sneered and exerted more strength. The hardened skin extended to the back of his hands, and the ground suddenly sank as the two of them fell at the same time. The man had originally thought that he could easily subdue Lu Yin. After all, Lu Yin's domain was so powerful that his physical body would not be able to withstand it. However, as he exerted more strength, his expression changed, and he looked at Lu Yin in shock. What's wrong with you? Lu Yin's gaze was cold. Is it fun? He then exerted more strength with both hands, and there were two cracking sounds as the man's arms were completely broken. The blurry phantom behind him quickly dissipated, and the man howled in pain. His pupils shrank as he kicked out, but he was flung into the air by Lu Yin and smashed into the ground. He spat out another mouthful of blood, and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. There was a thump as Lu Yin's fist landed squarely on the man's abdomen, causing him to sink into the ground. His body curled up, and the intense pain caused his body to tremble uncontrollably. Lu Yin looked down at the man in the crater from above. The man's strength was not bad, and he had probably just broken through to become a cruiser. He was comparable to Night King Du, and he might even be stronger. However, he was still far from being a match for Lu Yin, especially since this man had actually tried to compete with Lu Yin in terms of physical strength. He had picked the wrong opponent, as physical strength was the last thing Lu Yin feared. However, Lu Yin had just transferred 2 grains of Fate Zan, which had unsealed most of his physical strength. It was already very frightening for this person to be able to reach this stage. At least in the Outerverse, it would be very difficult for a powerhouse of the same level to defeat him. The cultivators that Lu Yin had met during this period of time were generally very strong. Even the fatty's full strength was comparable to the top 100 rankings, which was a list of the top 100 experts of the entire universe's younger generation. How could there be so many experts here? They were all from the younger generation. Lu Yin jumped down from the crater and arrived in front of the elegant man. He leaned over and looked at him. You're not dead, right? The elegant man looked up with great difficulty and stared at Lu Yin in disbelief. What kind of freak was this? His domain was so powerful, and his physical body was so strong as well. More importantly, this person had not even used an imprint, which could increase one's strength by a considerable amount. This person had not even used an imprint, yet he had still been able to easily crush the elegant man, who was using his full strength. The difference between them was too great, and only a realmling could accomplish this. Could this person be a realmling? You're a realmling? The elegant man asked in a hoarse voice. I'll ask, and you'll answer. Otherwise, you'll die, Lu Yin said indifferently, and the cold glint in his eyes terrified the elegant man. Speak. The elegant man gritted his teeth. How many days have you been here? 10 days. How many days until you leave? 5 days. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Tell me more about this place. You don't know. The man was shocked. Lu Yin kicked out and sent the man flying a dozen meters before crashing into the crater. Answer me. The man's face contorted in pain, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. It seems like you accidentally obtained a futon. Fine, I'll talk. You should know about the Daosaur sect. This place is the ruins of the Fifth Mainland's Daosaur sect. Ever since the ancient battle, the Fifth Mainland was crippled and merged with the other four mainlands. Their Daosaur sect has been completely abandoned. After that battle, senior powerhouses seized more than half of the Fifth Mainland's Daosaur sect's futons, which were used by their disciples to fight for opportunities. After that ancient battle, many futons were distributed to various great families, and there were also those who performed meritorious deeds. A considerable number of futons were left in the Sixth Mainland's Daosaur sect as rewards. You can enter the Fifth Mainland's Daosaur sect with a futon, and the duration is determined by the futon's light. Once the light completely dissipates, you have to leave. The average person will need around 15 days, and the stronger ones will need 20 days or even more. The specifics are related to each person's spiritual force, that's all that I know. Lu Yin pondered this. The Fifth Mainland. The Sixth Mainland. In terms of continents, it shouldn't be that big, but the people here were ridiculously strong, and their average strength far surpassed that of the universe. Could this place really be the Neoverse? Is this the Fifth Mainland's Daosaur sect? Lu Yin asked. The man nodded. Is this Daosaur sect the Fifth Mainland's top sect? Lu Yin asked again. The man's expression changed, and he stared at Lu Yin in shock. You're not from the Sixth Mainland. You're from the Fifth Mainland. Lu Yin grabbed the man's neck. What do you mean? The man's face was filled with fear. You don't know about the Daosaur sect. Everyone in the Sixth Mainland knows about the Daosaur sect, and even the average person knows about it. That's because our Sixth Mainland only has one sect, and everyone is a disciple of the Daosaur sect. You're definitely from the Fifth Mainland, and only the people of the Fifth Mainland don't know about the Daosaur sect. Lu Yin stared into the man's eyes, and he could see fear and despair within them. What's the Fifth Mainland? You really are from the Fifth Mainland, you surviving evildoers. The man shrieked. Lu Yin punched the man to the ground, grabbed his hair, and coldly said, Don't you know that there are many ways to die? Some are comfortable and will pass quickly, while others are worse than death. The man glared at Lu Yin. What do you want? Have you heard of the 10 great tortures? Lu Yin's voice was icy, and it caused the man to tremble. Soon after, the man howled in pain and despair, and Lu Yin released his grip. The man's arms had been crushed, and the intense pain almost caused him to faint. He fell to the ground and trembled uncontrollably. Speak. What's the Fifth Mainland, and what's the Sixth Mainland? Lu Yin asked. The man looked at Lu Yin in fear. I'll tell you. Give me a quick death. Sure, Lu Yin replied. The man closed his eyes and slowly explained, according to ancient legends, the universe is boundless, and there are 6 continents floating in space. They are connected to each other, but they are also separated by great distances. Each continent is boundlessly vast and includes countless planets and regions. They are the First Mainland, Second Mainland, Third Mainland, Fourth Mainland, Fifth Mainland, and Sixth Mainland. Each continent has a Daosaur sect that serves as the origin and destination of cultivators. As time passed, the first 4 continents collapsed for unknown reasons, and the Daosaur sects completely disappeared. Only the Fifth and Sixth Mainlands remain. Countless years ago, the Fifth Mainland invaded the Sixth Mainland and suffered a crushing defeat. The Fifth Mainland's Daosaur sect collapsed, and its main body collapsed along with the other 4 mainlands and merged into the one star. Today, there is only one complete continent left in the universe, which is the sixth mainland. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 627. Lu Yin's eyelids twitched. Are you saying that this continent covers the entire universe and contains countless planets? The man nodded with difficulty. Why do those planets exist on the continent? The continent is vast, but it's not a complete entity. Many places are only connected by strands of land. The rest of the land is a vacuum like the universe, and planets can float. How can a spaceship travel? According to what you said, the sixth mainland is connected everywhere. Without a spacecraft, the sixth mainland doesn't develop technology. The reason why your fifth mainland was defeated in the past was because there were countless sects, clans, and powers that didn't have a unified cultivation system. Our sixth mainland only has one sect, which is the Daosaur sect. Everything starts from the Daosaur sect, and the Daosaur sect is the final destination. What does imprint mean? As expected, your fifth mainland has long since lost the imprint cultivation system. Now that war is upon us again, your fifth mainland is finished, the man mocked. The man spat out a mouthful of blood and struggled to speak. The so-called imprint refers to the projection of a powerhouse's strength. Every powerhouse can place a statue of themselves in an area for other cultivators to observe. Once one becomes an explorer, they can use their own imprint to increase their strength. Lu Yin's eyes widened. What are the progenitor of blood domain and progenitor of martial domain? Literally, the blood ancestors' territory, the martial ancestors' territory. Lu Yin's eyes went wide. What blood ancestor? Martial ancestor. Haven't you already guessed it? Why bother asking? It's naturally the progenitor realm. Your fifth mainland has lost a portion of its cultivation system, so don't tell me you don't even know about the progenitor realm, the man mocked. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as the monkey's voice reverberated in his mind. It really is a progenitor. The sixth mainland, the fifth mainland. I've seen these names before. Seventh bro, if what this person says is true, then the sixth mainland is not just a little bit stronger than the universe. Any progenitor here has the power to change the heavens. He suddenly recalled what he had seen on the island at the end of the Astral Combat Academy's Ocean of Death. The fifth and sixth mainlands. Could they be referring to the fifth and sixth mainlands? And then there was Mr. Mu. He said that he didn't belong to the fifth continent, nor did he belong to the sixth continent. Did the fifth continent and the sixth continent also refer to the fifth and sixth continents? If that was the case, it meant that the top experts in the universe were aware of the situation. Only low-level cultivators like them were kept in the dark. Seventh bro, ask him what he meant by another war, the monkey said anxiously. Lu Yin stared at the man. Did you just say that war is coming again? The man spat out a mouthful of blood. That's right. 1 year ago, the Daosaur sect sounded the war alarm and invaded the fifth mainland to completely exterminate the remnants of the fifth mainland. 1 year ago, the universe had undergone a huge change, and the innerverse and outerverse had been separated. A thought flashed through Lu Yin's mind. Could it be that the separation of the innerverse and outerverse, as well as the changes in the heavens, were all related to the sixth mainland's invasion? Hold on. The human domain, the astral beast domain, and the technocracy were all in the same region of space, which meant that they were all part of the fifth mainland's territory. The astral beast domain had suddenly retreated from Iron Blood Weave because they had been invaded. This had to be the invasion of the sixth mainland. Not only had they invaded the human race, but they had also invaded the astral beast domain since they were both part of the fifth mainland. Lu Yin suddenly understood why Elder Lohar had such an expression when the astral beasts had retreated. Rather than heaving a sigh of relief, Elder Lohar had become even more worried. That was because the sixth mainland had invaded. Lu Yin immediately understood many things. Along the way, the fatty and the others had mentioned something about the hunting competition and war. This should be what they were talking about. If that was the case, then the inner-verse had been invaded by the sixth mainland. The man glanced at Lu Yin and saw that he was still immersed in shock. His eyes flashed, and he pulled out a steel needle from his clothes and shot it at Lu Yin. This was a power vessel that he had purchased in the past, and it could ignore star energy defenses and pierce into a hunter's body. Within 3 seconds, the target's blood would be sucked dry and they would die a miserable death. The needle pierced through the star energy and flickered with a cold light as it shot towards Lu Yin. The man was ecstatic, as this person would not be able to dodge it no matter how fast he was. His defenses were also useless, so he was doomed. Lu Yin flicked his finger and activated the Yu's secret art. The needle vanished, and when it reappeared, it had already shot into a nearby pit. The man's mouth fell open as he stared in shock. That's a secret technique. Lu Yin casually waved his hand, and the man was heavily injured. His rib cage shattered, and he crashed into the ground. Still not giving up. The man raised his head with great difficulty. Why? Your fifth mainland keeps producing freaks and geniuses. Consider me unlucky to have met one. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Are there other people from the fifth mainland here? The man coughed bitterly. Yes, and there's more than one. They're all strong and abnormal people. Their cultivation system, their cultivation system was broken, but they were able to reconnect it. They didn't have any progenitors guiding them, but they were able to kill a realmling. They must have received the Daosaur sect's protection. After all, this is the fifth mainland's Daosaur sect. Who? Lu Yin asked anxiously, as he seemed to have guessed something. I don't know. All of us consciously avoided the areas where those people were. There was only one person who once killed the Grand Marshal Realm's realmling, which shook the sixth mainland. That person's name was Xingkai, the man said as he coughed up blood. Xingkai. Lu Yin had never heard of this name, and he wanted to ask more questions, but the man was already dead. Lu Yin stood up, and the shock in his eyes did not disappear for a long time. The amount of information he had just received was too great, and it was enough to topple his worldview. This was not something that a cultivator like him should know. Of course, it was also time for him to find out. If the inner-verse was invaded by the sixth mainland, then the people from the inner-verse would also know about this. Lu Yin took the agreement and glanced through it. There's no problem. Let's go with this. The so-called alliance agreement was just an excuse. The main purpose of the Great Eastern Alliance's establishment was to integrate resources, not just resources, but also powerhouses. Lu Yin wanted to turn the Eastern Weaves into a solid fortress. Originally, he had only planned to ally with the Eastern Weaves, but after his trip to the Daosaur sect, he had changed his mind. It would be useless to ally with the Eastern Weaves, as once the sixth mainland invaded, they would be as weak as paper. If he could integrate the entire Outerverse and use the entire Outerverse strength to resist the sixth mainland, then it might be of some use. Most importantly, he would be able to obtain many resources to increase his external strength. If he wanted to rely on his own ability to cultivate to a level where the sixth mainland would fear him, it would be impossible in the short term, so he could only rely on external strength. With his Dai's 3 pips, Lu Yin had limitless possibilities. Of course, the prerequisite was that he could integrate all of his resources. Your Highness, the vast Earth sect, the Six-Fingered Tribe, the Tri-Banner Federation, and other powers have already sent people to ally with us, Enya said. Lu Yin grunted. Are you referring to those who have secrets? Yes. What about the Shenwu continent? We've already sent people to contact them. Send someone to the Vashtorth sect and inform them of our alliance's intentions. Let's use Huaqingshan, Lu Yin said. Enya looked up. Isn't that a little too hasty? Then what are you waiting for? Lu Yin asked. Thank you. The mountain breeze. Thanks to the brothers' rewards, I will update at 3 p.m. Thank you all for your support. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 628. Enya thought about it for a moment. Indeed, there was no need to wait. They could use the Great Yu Empire's pressure and cooperate with that elder Qing Yan to test the waters. However, she still asked, Your Highness, should we start from the nearby weaves? You mean North Castle Weave? Lu Yin asked. Lars Weave and Vashtorth Weave are separated from us by other weaves, so it's a bit far. Lu Yin thought about it. Alright, let's start with Lars Weave. Enya nodded and left. Forcing a weave to join the alliance was not an easy task. It was a huge undertaking, and Lu Yin did not expect to succeed that easily. He would take it slow, and he still had to spread his ideas. Furthermore, he had to do it in the name of the Hall of Honor. Now, Lu Yin was able to use the Hall of Honor's name to feel at ease, and he could even act without any scruples. This was because he could enter the Daosor sect, and once Elder Lohar found out about this, his attitude towards Lu Yin would definitely change once again. Should he inform Elder Lohar about this? Lu Yin pondered. It was better to confirm Xing Kai's identity first. Lu Yin walked out of King Zishan's palace and headed for the 5th princess residence. Xing Kai. Where did you hear that name from? Wendy Yushan looked at him suspiciously. Lu Yin casually replied, I found out by accident. Who is this person? Wendy Yushan replied, 10 battle kings. It really is one of the 10 arbiters, Lu Yin muttered to himself as he confirmed Xing Kai's identity. His previous guesses had been proven to be true, as the 10 arbiters' strength far exceeded that of others. This was because they had entered the Daosor sect and had come into contact with the 6th mainland. They were the hope of this universe, and the Daosor sect was the starting point and end point of cultivation. After confirming this, Lu Yin's expression suddenly turned strange. If one wanted to enter the ruins of the 5th mainland's Daosor sect, they would need a futon. In that case, if one did not have a futon, then that meant that they would not be able to enter the ruins. In that case, who did the futon that Lu Yin had obtained from the Dai belong to? This was a question worth researching. It would be fine if it came from the 6th mainland, where many people had futons, but what if it came from this universe? That person had mentioned that there were very few people from the 5th mainland who could enter the Daosor sect's ruins, and Lu Yin guessed that all of the 10 arbiters would be able to enter. If that was the case, then wouldn't taking away one of the futons mean that one of the 10 arbiters would be missing? This was really interesting. Why are you asking about Xing Kai? Wendy Yushan asked. Lu Yin rubbed his nose. I really did learn about it by accident. Right, tell me more about this king of the 10 aces. Wendy Yushan replied, I'm not sure. Very few people know about the 10 arbiters, and they don't even want to reveal their names. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Could it be because of the Daosor sect's ruins and the 6th mainland? The fact that the 6th mainland had been able to invade this universe proved that they had a way to come and go. It seemed that the 10 arbiters were worried that the 6th mainland would invade this universe and destroy them. They wanted to prevent the people of this universe from entering the Daosor sect's ruins, which was why they were hiding their names as much as possible. This was not only true in this universe, but also in the ruins of the Daosor sect. That man only knew Xing Kai's name, and he did not know anything else. However, this did not make any sense. Since the sixth mainland knew that someone from this universe had entered the Dowsaur Sect's ruins, then they could have just directly found this universe's top powerhouse from the younger generation, and there was no need for them to know his name. Or was there another reason for hiding his name? As for War King Xing Kai, everyone in the universe knows that his physical body is terrifyingly strong. His hands are bigger than his head, and his head is square. His earlobes are also very large. I've met him once, and he's a very strange person. However, I've never interacted with him before. I've heard from White Knight that even other 10 arbiters are unwilling to engage in close combat with Xing Kai. That's very similar to me, Lu Yin thought. Have you heard of the Dowsaur Sect? Dowsaur Sect? I've never heard of it. Wendy Yushan's eyes were filled with confusion. Lu Yin replied, "It's fine if you haven't heard of it." This universe had hidden the history of the Dowsaur Sect, the fifth mainland, and the sixth mainland very well, and even Wendy Yushan did not know about it. After leaving the fifth princess residence, Lu Yin looked up at the three-ringed continent above his head. He had thought that this universe was very large, but it was actually very small. From what he had seen and heard, it was merely a single continent, just like the three-ringed continent above his head. Ordinary people would never be able to leave this place in their entire lives, and the sixth mainland was the three-ringed continent above this universe. Lu Yin's heart sank when he had unintentionally learned of this secret history. He had thought that he would be able to rival the 10 arbiters in this universe in the future, and that he would be able to widen the gap between those in the same realm as him. However, his trip to the Dowsaur Sect's ruins had made him realize that there were always people stronger than him. The sixth mainland's realmlings and the so-called Dowsaur's three skies were definitely very terrifying. Xing Kai's killing of a realmling had caused a huge commotion in the sixth mainland, which proved that the difference in strength between the two was not that great. Otherwise, they would not have compared Xing Kai to a realmling. There were countless realmlings in the sixth mainland, and above them were the Dowsaur's three skies, who might even surpass the 10 arbiters. Right now, Lu Yin wanted to meet these so-called realmlings and see just how big of a gap there was between them. Lu Yin was definitely not qualified to be in power. That was what he believed, and many people in the Great Yu Empire felt the same way. When Undying Yushan was in power, he was diligent and restrained himself, and he attended court every day. As for Lu Yin, saying that he did not fish for 3 days or fish for 2 days would be a compliment. In the imperial court, Lu Yin sat below the throne and scrolled through his gadget in a bored manner. Garop was dissatisfied, but he did not dare to say anything. This was a normal occurrence for the royal regent when he attended court. Although he was undisciplined, he could solve problems that others could not, and the entire Great Yu Empire was under his protection. This tribe was very strange, as each person only had 6 fingers, and they did not have 3 on each hand. Their left hand was intact, while their right hand only had their pinky finger, which looked as if it had been chopped off. However, this was true even for newborns. There were many strange tribes in the universe, and the strangeness of the 6-fingered tribe did not arouse much curiosity. At this moment, the 6-fingered tribe was having an intense argument. I don't agree. Although it's called an alliance, there will always be differences between the strong and the weak. The Great Yu Empire took the lead in forming this alliance in order to unite the various weaves to protect themselves, and at the same time, they can legitimately command Lars weave. Who can't see their ambitions? I don't agree either. It's clearly stated in the alliance that resources should be consolidated. What resources? Star crystals? Technological weapons? Or cultivators? These are all considered resources, so where should they be consolidated? They will definitely be dispatched by the Great Yu Empire, and this is a legitimate way to weaken our strength. That's right, I don't agree either. I don't agree. There were less than 10 people who were qualified to participate in the Six-Fingered Tribe's meeting, and the person seated at the front was the current leader of the Six-Fingered Tribe, Bok Shamus. He was quite young, and he looked to be in his 30s or 40s. He had not even been in the position of leader for 100 years, as the previous leader had been killed, and he had hurriedly taken over the position. Currently, the person with the greatest authority in the Six-Fingered Tribe was not Bok Shamus, but rather Luke Shamus, who was seated to his left. Everyone debated for a while, and they all agreed, but the final decision was still up to Bok Shamus and Luke Shamus. Bok Shamus looked at Luke Shamus and calmly said, "Everyone, don't forget that the leader of this alliance is the Great Yu Empire, but the Hall of Honor is behind this. Thank you. The Mountain Breeze, thank you for your support, thank you for your support, thank you." This man was the Nalan family's trade representative in the Lars Weave. "Cut off all trade with the Six-Fingered Tribe," what Ching Shan ordered. The middle-aged man had already received Madame Nalan's orders to cooperate fully with the Great Yu Empire. Hua Qingshan's order was very sudden, and it would also cause the Nalan family to suffer economic losses, but the man still carried out the order without any hesitation. Not long after, many people requested to meet with Bok Shamus. The Six-Fingered Tribe's economy was in trouble. The Nalan family had invested in many weaves, and the Six-Fingered Tribe was no exception. If they cut off all trade, then the Six-Fingered Tribe would suffer a great loss, especially since many of the transactions were backed by the elders. Of course, just the economy alone was not enough to make the Six-Fingered Tribe submit. In just a few days, many of the Six-Fingered Tribe's secrets were revealed, such as which elder had sent people to kill which elder's son, which elder had conspired with which elder, and so on. Mafioso Planet did not just know Luke Shamus's secrets, many of the Six-Fingered Tribe's members had their own secrets as well. These secrets caused internal strife within the Six-Fingered Tribe, which gave Bok Shamus a headache. Luke Shamus immediately requested to meet with Hua Qingshan, but Hua Qingshan refused to see him. He did not place all of his hopes on Luke Shamus, as Luke Shamus could wait, but Hua Qingshan could not. Luke Shamus had no choice but to execute the worst-case scenario, and within a few days, he had killed 3 elders who had strongly opposed the alliance. This news shocked the entire Six-Fingered Tribe. Hua Qingshan was shocked when he found out, as Luke Shamus was truly ruthless. "Elder Luke, don't tell me that you weren't the one who did this." Bok Shamus glared at Luke Shamus, his voice cold. There was even a hunter standing behind him. There were only 3 hunters left in the Six-Fingered Tribe. One was protecting Bok Shamus, one was leading the troops outside, and the last one was Luke Shamus. Luke Shamus sighed when he saw the hunter behind Bok Shamus. "Tribe leader, I was forced to do this. You know what has happened in the tribe over the past few days. Was it the Great Yu Empire?" Bok Shamus gritted his teeth. Luke Shamus nodded. "We can't do anything about it. If that's the case, then the Great Yu Empire really can't produce an order from the Hall of Honor. This alliance is the Royal Regent's plan. What is he trying to do?" Bok Shamus growled. "And why are you helping them?" Luke Shamus sighed. "I'm not helping them. I'm saving our Six-Fingered Tribe." He looked at Bok Shamus with a complicated expression. "The Royal Regent of the Great Yu Empire is vicious and merciless, and he killed many enlighters. Do you think that he'll let us off? This person wants to form an alliance with many weaves. We can ally with those weaves and wage war against the Great Yu Empire. Let's not talk about whether those weaves will believe us. So what if we form an alliance? Can we deal with Luin? That's equivalent to dealing with an enlighter. The power vessel that Luin used to kill the enlighters was destroyed in Ironblood Weave." Luke Shamus smiled bitterly and shook his head. Based on his actions, he never does anything that he isn't confident in. Since he dares to force us like this, then he must be confident in dealing with us. Chief, the six-fingered tribe has gone through a lot of hardships, and you should know that we can't waste our ancestors' efforts. We must continue to pass down our legacy. Bok Seamus's expression turned ugly. Also, forming an alliance isn't a bad thing. Luke Seamus changed the topic to the alliance itself. According to the treaty, although it's beneficial to the Great Yu Empire, the six-fingered tribe will still enjoy the alliance's protection if we encounter any external enemies. Don't forget that we still have powerful enemies in the west. Bok Seamus frowned. Let me think about it. Chief, that Hu Qingshan's strength surpasses all of us, Luke Seamus said one last time. This statement made the hunter behind Bok Seamus unhappy, but he did not refute it. He was weaker than Luke Seamus, and if even Luke Seamus had said this, then it must be true. Bok Seamus' body trembled, and he nodded. All right, I can agree to the alliance, but I must meet with Royal Regent Luin and also guarantee the six-fingered tribe's benefits. Luke Seamus relaxed. All right, I'll reply to Hu Qingshan right away. In the Great Yu Empire, Luin looked at Hu Qingshan's image on a screen and nodded. All right, I can speak with Bok Seamus. Your Highness, I'll help you contact Bok Seamus, Hu Qingshan said. Luin nodded. Not long after, Hu Qingshan's image appeared on the screen again, and he respectfully said to Luin, Your Highness, there's been a change in the situation. Luke Seamus wishes to speak with you. Has Bok Seamus gone back on his word? Lu Yin's expression turned cold. Hu Qingshan replied, No, but Luke Seamus wants to use their tribe's greatest secret in exchange for a seat in the Lu Ministry of Staff. He also wants to keep it forever and pass it down through the generations. Lu Yin laughed. A seat in the Lu Ministry of Staff that can be passed down through the generations. What a bold claim. Hu Qingshan solemnly said, These are Luke Seamus's exact words, and he guarantees that your Highness will agree to this secret. Lu Yin was stunned. All right, I'll personally make a trip to the six-fingered tribe and see what this secret is. Understood, Hu Qingshan answered. After ending the call with Hu Qingshan, Lu Yin immediately checked the six-fingered tribe's history. With his 6 honor points, he could access more information than the average person. According to the records, the six-fingered tribe had only been in the outerverse for tens of thousands of years, and there was nothing special about them. Like most organizations in the universe, their powerhouses would die of old age and be replaced by new people, passing down their legacies from generation to generation. If there were no accidents, then time was meaningless to them, and they would continue to pass down their legacies. This was information that the average person could access, but Lu Yin could see more. The Hall of Honor had once investigated the six-fingered tribe, and they had been plagued by disasters. Every once in a while, they would experience a catastrophe that would cause the tribe's population to rapidly decrease, and it would take a long time for them to recover. This happened once every 10,000 years or so. These disasters did not come from external forces, as if they were predestined by the heavens. In other words, these disasters were like time poisons that would activate when the time was right. That was all that Lu Yin could see. He believed that since the Hall of Honor had mentioned this, it was impossible for them to not have done more in-depth research. However, that research was not something that he could access. How many secrets could an Outerverse family have? Lu Yin was puzzled. With these doubts in mind, he embarked on his journey to Lars Weave. The Nalan family had donated a large radiant-grade Aurora spacecraft to the Great Yu Empire that could carry more than 10,000 people. It could be considered Lu Yin's personal vehicle, and he would be taking it to Lars Weave. Since the two weaves were adjacent to each other, it wouldn't take long for him to reach the six-fingered tribe's territory with the speed of the radiant-grade Aurora. While reciting the Stonewall scriptures, Lu Yin suddenly heard an urgent alarm and released his domain. He was shocked to see 5 hunters lined up in a row in outer space. Assassins. Bok Shamus had not expected Luin to come in person, as he did not know about the conditions that Luke Shamus had discussed with Luin. He had assumed that Luin valued the Six-Fingered Tribe, which made him feel both proud and apprehensive. I did not expect your highness to personally come to my Six-Fingered Tribe as a guest. I did not make any preparations in advance, so I apologize for neglecting your highness, Bok Shamus said politely. With that, the two of them sat down. Luin smiled. We're about to become allies, so there's no need to be so courteous. I heard that you would like to speak with me. Bok Shamus solemnly replied, Your Highness is a straightforward person, so I won't beat around the bush. I would like to know the true meaning behind your Highness's alliance. Luin rapped a finger on the table. Just as the alliance treaty states, we will help each other and share resources. Bok Shamus shook his head. My Six-Fingered Tribe has basically agreed to this alliance. With such sincerity, is your Highness still unwilling to speak the truth? Luin looked at Bok Shamus seriously. Did you experience the war in Ironblood Weave? Bok Shamus shook his head. Luin recalled, that was a black hole of death. Regardless of whether they were explorers, cruisers, hunters, or even enlighters, the death rate there was more than 50%. That was a battlefield between different races. Now that the innerverse and outerverse have been separated, the outerverse cannot receive any support from the innerverse, and the predicament they face is much greater than before. There are unknown civilizations from the astral wilderness, the astral beast domain's invasion, and the technocracy's invasion, and so on. All of these are matters of life and death. If we don't form an alliance, how can we resist? Resources are scattered, and how can we increase our strength? These are not my ideas alone, but rather the Hall of Honors. Bok Shamus fell into deep thought. The outerverse strength was too scattered, and the strength of individual weaves was too weak. He was aware of this, and there were indeed benefits to forming an alliance. However, this was not what he wanted to know. Your Highness, an alliance is fine, but who will be the leader and who will be the subordinate? Luin looked at Bok Shamus with amusement. What do you think? Bok Shamus' eyes flickered, and he did not dare to meet Luin's gaze. Luin stood up. All right, I've said everything that needs to be said. Patriarch Bok, please reconsider. However, an alliance is imperative. Luin then left. Bok Shamus watched Luin's back as he left. This was the first time that he had interacted with the Great Yu Empire's royal regent, and as outsiders had said, Luin was a little overbearing. Patriarch, should we? The hunter who was protecting Bok Shamus made a gesture. Bok Shamus glared at him. Are you crazy? If he dares to come to Lars Weave, then he's not afraid of danger. If he fails, then we're finished. Yes. News of Lu Yin's assassination attempt had not spread, so Bok Shamus and the others did not know about it. Otherwise, if they had known that Lu Yin had survived the assassination attempt by 5 hunters, they definitely would not have dared to have such thoughts. Actually, Lu Yin wanted Bok Shamus to make a move against him. That way, he would be able to change the patriarch of the Six-Fingered Tribe, and the person he replaced would be easier to control. This was why Luin had not even brought the blind monk along when meeting with Bok Shamus. It was a pity that this patriarch was too cowardly. The main focus of Lu Yin's visit was not Bok Shamus, but rather Luke Shamus, as he was the true ruler of the Six-Fingered Tribe. The two of them had agreed to meet at the Six-Fingered Tribe's sacrificial grounds. This sort of place had great influence over a tribe, and Luke Shamus had chosen to meet here to show his allegiance. Or could it be that this symbol represented another kind of existence, and the Neo-Human Alliance was just one of them? 7th bro, look. There are words on the stone slab, the monkey cried out. Lu Yin wiped the stone slab, and there were protrusions on it. They were indeed words, but he did not recognize them. These words are different from the ones in the Daosaur sect and the Wen family's literary prison. Those two words seem to be from the same era, but these words seem even more ancient. It's as if they were symbols that had started to evolve into words. In other words, these are the most ancient words, the monkey muttered to himself. Your Highness, I'm willing to offer this stone slab to your Highness. Luke Seamus bowed respectfully and nervously waited for Lu Yin's reply. Lu Yin stood up and calmly said, "Did you know that I was attacked by 5 hunters on my way here?" Luke Seamus's expression changed. Your Highness, this has nothing to do with me. I definitely did not reveal your Highness's whereabouts. Lu Yin turned around and looked at Luke Seamus. This stone slab doesn't mean much to me. If I keep it, it might even become evidence that I colluded with the Neo-Human Alliance. Luke Seamus lowered his head and did not speak, but his expression grew increasingly ugly. After a moment of silence, Lu Yin said, although it doesn't mean much to me, it's still something that your six-fingered tribe has passed down for countless years. By offering it to me, you're showing your loyalty, and I'll accept your sincerity. From today onwards, as long as you don't make any mistakes, I'll always reserve a seat for you in the Lu Ministry of Staff, and it can be passed down. Luke Seamus was delighted. Thank you, Your Highness. I will definitely serve Your Highness with my life. Lu Yin grunted in acknowledgement, put away the stone slab, and left the sacrificial grounds. Since this was not an official visit, Lu Yin only greeted Bok Seamus through his gadget before leaving Lars Weave. On his spacecraft, Lu Yin took out the stone slab and the scarlet eye that he had picked up on Earth. He compared the two, and aside from the size, the scarlet eye was almost identical. The only difference was that the stone slab had ancient words on it, while the scarlet eye that he had picked up had a sinister smiling skull behind it. Seventh bro, don't think too much about it. Many things will fade away with time, and there's no need to waste your time thinking about things from ancient times. Lu Yin asked, Monkey, you should know about the 5th and 6th mainlands, right? The monkey was stumped. I don't know, but I once saw the words 5th and 6th mainlands in a powerhouse's autobiography. However, those words were too common, so I didn't pay much attention to them. Is that so? Lu Yin casually replied. He had not forgotten what the monkey had said during his battle with the shadow beast in Iron Blood Weave. The monkey had mentioned that the sky was fake, and that the damned monkey definitely knew something but had not said anything about it. Lu Yin was glad that he had blocked the monkey every time he rolled his die and had not allowed the monkey to discover his greatest secret. The damned monkey definitely had its reasons for hiding things from Lu Yin, and if Lu Yin had truly become one with life and death, then there would have been no need for him to hide anything. It seemed that Lu Yin would have to think of a way to learn more about beast taming. As for the stone slab, Lu Yin put it away, as there was no need to waste time thinking about it. Too much time had passed, and even the buildings within the centipede's body could not be traced back to time, let alone this stone slab. Lu Yin had only agreed to Luke Seamus's condition, which was to make things easier for the Alliance. Beep 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 beep. Lu Yin's gadget beeped, and a screen appeared. The bespectacled Mistchild appeared in front of Lu Yin. Your Highness, I've found it. So fast. Lu Yin was surprised. The Mistchild replied, Hunters are very popular in the Outerverse, and there aren't many of them in a weave. It's easy to find those who haven't been around for the past few days. We just need to follow the clues. After a pause, the Mistchild continued, Of the 5 hunters who tried to assassinate you, 1 is from Flaxen Weave, 1 is from Adonis Weave, and 1 is from Dark Mist Weave. The other 2 are independent cultivators with no foundation. Flaxen Weave, Adonis Weave, and Dark Mist Weave. Lu Yin's eyes flickered. Yes, Flaxen Weave's Tri-Banner Federation, Adonis weaves Dark Star Gorge, and as for Dark Mist Weave, this person is from the 9 allied nations. They were all formed by some people from your great Yu Empire, and their leader is the one you told me about. The Mist Child smiled. Lu Yin's brows rose. Orchid Planet's chairman, Larkin. That's right, the Mist Child replied. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. He knew that the Yushan bloodline had always wanted to overthrow him, but he had not expected them to be so aggressive. 5 hunters, and this Larkin was quite capable. Actually, Larkin only found 3 hunters. The Tri-Banner Federation and Dark Star Gorge came to him on their own, so it can be considered a joint operation. Lu Yin nodded. I understand. Thank you for your hard work. The Mist Child revealed a sweet smile. It's not hard at all. If your highness needs anything, feel free to instruct me. Larkin couldn't have done all of this by himself. Do you know who joined forces with him? Lu Yin asked. I did. They're all from your great Yu Empire's Yushan bloodline. These people paid a considerable price. Send me the list. All right. Lu Yin disconnected the call and contacted Phantom Sting, the former mafioso planet's hunter Mist Child. Lu Yin had spared his life and allowed him to temporarily take over as the captain of the 2nd Imperial Squadron. He was also responsible for training spies. I told you to keep an eye on Larkin, but he already sent someone to assassinate me. Your surveillance is useless. Phantom Sting lowered his head and said, Your Highness, Larkin has been acting normally recently. Either he didn't do it, or this matter had already been planned before I tried to assassinate him. It couldn't have been planned during this period of time. Investigate this for me. Use whatever methods you have to do it as soon as possible, Lu Yin ordered. Understood. The second possibility was more likely, as the Mist Child would not lie to him over such a small matter. Half a day later, Phantom Sting contacted Lu Yin. I'm sorry, Your Highness. It was a mistake at work. What happened? Lu Yin asked. The Larkin we assassinated back then was a fake, Phantom Sting said. Lu Yin was shocked. He found a substitute. Yes. He's always been secretly plotting and swapping places with his substitute. This time, we directly captured him. We were lucky that it was the real Larkin, and he confessed everything. Lu Yin had not expected Larkin to have some tricks up his sleeve. Even Phantom Sting had been fooled, which meant that this person had been using a substitute for some time and had been constantly swapping places. He was quite smart, but it was a pity that he had been unlucky. Otherwise, even if Phantom Sting had acted, the real Larkin might have been able to escape. Capturing Larkin was equivalent to alerting the people who had allied with him in the Yushan bloodline. Lu Yin ordered the 6th and 9th squadrons to take action and capture the people on the list that the Mist Child had sent over. These people had all been involved in the assassination attempt. There were 8 people on the list, and they were all powerful people in various parts of the Great Yu Empire. 3 of them were even from the military and controlled the military. Fortunately, Lu Yin had already set up the Lu Ministry of War and the Lu Ministry of Justice to separately monitor the military. He also had heavyweights like Sigmund Mathers and Hill Anna to oversee things. Otherwise, capturing these people would have definitely caused a mutiny. When Lu Yin returned to Xenu Star, he found that everyone on the list had been captured and imprisoned. Lu Yin planned to eliminate these people completely, but just as he returned to King Zishan's palace, he ran into Wendy Yushan. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 632. The moment he saw Wendy Yushan, Lu Yin's mind suddenly cleared up. He was not the ruler of the Great Yu Empire, he was just an impostor created by Big Sis and the others using the blood of the Zishan clan. This woman in front of him was the true heir of the Great Yu Empire. How do you plan on dealing with those people? Wendy Yushan asked calmly, as if she was asking a normal question. Lu Yin thought about it for a moment. You decide. Wendy Yushan looked at the palace with a complicated expression. I've always thought that the Great Yu Empire is too small, and I've never thought of inheriting the throne. Even after father and brother died, this thought has never changed. I'm not suited for power, so the one in charge has always been you. You're from the Zishan bloodline, and father promised that King Zishan's bloodline would also have the right to inherit the throne. Many people have told me that you're too tyrannical and despotic, and that the empire will collapse under your hands sooner or later. I don't care about any of that, and whether the Great Yu Empire exists or not, it's fate to me. However, there are times when a person's identity is destined to bring trouble. Regardless of whether those people are sincere or not, they're still fighting for the Yushan bloodline. I hope that you can let them off this once. Lu Yin nodded. Sure, as long as you say so. Wendy Yushan looked at Lu Yin. The royal regent is just the royal regent, and he doesn't have the right to do so. I hope that you can inherit the throne and truly control the Great Yu Empire. Lu Yin could tell that Wendy Yushan was sincere. This woman treated him as family, her only family. She also did not care about the Great Yu Empire and did not desire power. However, could he really inherit the throne? For some reason, Lu Yin felt that he would be restricted the moment he inherited the throne, and he would no longer have the freedom that he currently had. This was not what he wanted. What he wanted was great power, the ability to gather resources and protect himself. He did not want to be immersed in the vortex of power and deal with endless government affairs. He did not want to be like Undying Yushan, which was not what he wanted. I don't have such plans for now, Lu Yin said. Wendy Yushan looked away and slowly left. Although he could not inherit the throne of the Great Yu Empire, he could still become the person with the most authority in the Great Eastern Alliance that was about to be established. This identity was even more attractive than that of the Great Yu Empire's emperor. Over the next few days, the people on the list were all exiled one by one. It was already a great fortune that they were still alive, and Lu Yin could not allow these people to continue holding power. As for Larkin, he had died of illness in prison, and Lu Yin would not let him go. This person was extremely scheming, and even Phantom Sting had been tricked. Although not many people had been arrested, they were all people with real power. The Great Yu Empire had experienced an earthquake in the bureaucracy, and while some people had been exiled, others had naturally risen. Huan Sha was busy. She was selecting suitable people to take up the position, and so was the cabinet. Back in King Zishan's palace, Lu Yin took out his futon. Although he did not know how this thing worked, it should be related to spiritual force. There was no clear information about it, but Lu Yin knew that he would have to wait for another half a month before he could enter the Daosaur sect again. That day, the captain of the 12th Squadron, Banjo, sought an audience with good news. The androids have been successfully created. Lu Yin was surprised. Yes, Your Highness. The preliminary results are out, and we've even created a core control, Banjo said excitedly. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 633. 5 days later, the first batch of materials from the Nalan family arrived. The Six-Fingered tribe also delivered materials with a crystal degree of over 30,000. The prices were so low that Lu Yin felt embarrassed. Banjo was very excited and continuously received materials. He promised that as long as all the materials were in place, they would be able to produce the first batch of androids within half a year. Lu Yin was elated, as that meant that he would have an army of explorers who were not afraid of death in half a year. Furthermore, as the materials increased, their strength would increase as well. The explorer realm was a dividing line for cultivators, and they were considered space-exploring powerhouses. Although there were more than 100 explorers in the Great U Empire, not all of them worked for the Empire. Many planets' strongest powerhouses were explorers, but they did not belong to the Empire. There were only a few dozen explorers in the Empire. It was not just the Great U Empire, but other powers as well. The guardian of one planet in the erudite Flowzone's border warfront was just an explorer. To Lu Yin, explorers were not strong, but that was only in his opinion. In the vast universe, explorers were considered powerhouses. To this day, no power in the outerverse had been able to form an army of explorers. Lu Yin wanted to form the first army of explorers, and there would be close to 1,000 of them. With this motivation, Lu Yin became even more motivated. He had K's guard the door and prevent anyone from entering King Zishan's palace. Within the secret room, he began to roll his die, and when it slowly stopped, Lu Yin was delighted. His luck was too good, as he had gotten 2 pips, which was exactly what he needed. When he saw the decomposition vortex appear, Lu Yin extended the time and began his boring life of decomposition. He had done this more than once. Back then, he had decomposed polarium and then upgraded it to polarium essence, so he was already used to it. Fortunately, his decomposition speed was not slow. 2 days later, Lu Yin tiredly handed the materials to Banjo, who was delighted. "Thank you, Your Highness. I guarantee that I will deliver at least 50 explorers in half a year." Lu Yin nodded, but then he suddenly felt that something was wrong. "What did you say?" 50. Wasn't it 1,000? Banjo was stunned. "When did I say that?" Lu Yin slapped his forehead, as he had forgotten that the materials he had decomposed were enough to produce 1,000 androids. However, that was all. The other materials were not enough to produce 1,000 androids. "Your Highness, although we have all the materials, the quantity is severely insufficient. Adding to the wastage during the process, 50 androids are the limit." "At most 2 or 3 will be enough," Banjo said. "How many more materials do we need to create more than 1,000 explorers?" "The Nalan family has already brought over all the materials they can muster. Lord Gavin said that the Empire doesn't have the money for the time being, so there are still many materials that they can't buy," said Banjo. At the end of the day, he still did not have enough money. Lu Yin glanced at his cosmic ring and saw that he still had more than 80,000 star essence, but this was his money. The Empire still owed him 50,000 star essence, and he could not afford to lose any more. Otherwise, what would he do if he reached the point of exhaustion? Would he still have to borrow money from the Nalan family? He was embarrassed. After thinking about it, he thought of an idea: the Mavis Bank. He should be able to borrow money from them, but he didn't know how much interest they would charge. This idea was quite tempting, but then Lu Yin recalled how Lulu had insisted on visiting the palace. Lu Yin's eyes trembled, and he slowly raised his index finger. He pointed it at the void and tapped out. In that instant, his eyes went slack, and his consciousness vanished. Boundless rage spread throughout his body. This was the dream finger, and it was also the strongest attack that he could use. This attack had killed Yin Guai and severely injured Phantom Thorn. The moment the dream finger appeared, the void rippled, and Mr. Mu's eyes went wide, as if he had seen something inconceivable. Lu Yin's finger had pierced through the void, ignoring the distance between them. He had clearly hit an empty space, but it had caused space to tremble and ripple. It was a beautiful sight, but only those who were facing it would know the power of this finger. Mr. Mu frowned. What was this? So that's how it was. No wonder, no wonder. An intense pain engulfed Lu Yin's nerves, and he clutched his index finger as he looked expectantly at Mr. Mu. This was his last resort, and if it still did not work, then he would have to reveal the Stonewall Scriptures and those numbers. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Lee's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 634. Mr. Mu looked at Lu Yin, and his eyes were no longer indifferent. Instead, they were filled with gentleness and anticipation. That's enough. Throughout the entire universe, it's not easy for an explorer to have such a fortuitous encounter like yours. Today, I'll officially accept you as my disciple. Lu Yin was delighted, and he hurriedly knelt down to pay respects to his master. Disciple Lu Yin greets master. Mr. Mu nodded. I was just taking a look, but I never thought that you would actually have such a fortuitous encounter to become my disciple. Becoming my disciple is as difficult as ascending to the heavens, but since you become my disciple, I won't treat you unfairly. Mr. Mu then extended his hand, revealing a chip. Take this. Lu Yin accepted it and looked at Mr. Mu in confusion. This should be what you've been hoping to obtain the most right now. It's the serious art, Mr. Mu explained. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, and he was ecstatic. Serious art. Master, this is the serious art. Mr. Mu nodded. Although it's incomplete, it contains the method to cultivate up to 99 stars. The serious art is the core technique of the serious sect, and even I can't obtain the entire manual. If you want the complete serious art, you'll have to head to the Neoverse and join the serious sect. That's a matter for the future, but for now, this incomplete manual is enough for you to cultivate. Although Lu Yin was disappointed that it wasn't the complete serious art, being able to cultivate up to 99 stars was already pretty good. That was equivalent to a 99-fold increase in his absorption speed. Originally, with the amount of star energy he needed to absorb, it would take him 100 years to complete one cycle, and that was under the premise that he could cultivate at 9 times the speed of the serious art. Now that he had 99 stars, it would only take him 10 years at most. His speed was already comparable to an ordinary explorer's. Lu Yin was already satisfied. Thank you, Master, Lu Yin said gratefully. Mr. Mu said, take this as well. He then took out a prayer mat. Lu Yin blinked. A prayer mat. Mr. Mu has one too. This is called a futon, and when you sit on it, it will bring you into the Daosaur sect's ruins. Since you understand those secrets, then you should know what the Daosaur sect represents. Not only will you have the opportunity to obtain the Daosaur sect's inheritance, but your status will also be different in this universe. You will understand this in the future. However, you must remember that there are not only people from the 5th mainland in the Daosaur sect's ruins, but also people from the 6th mainland. Lu Yin took the futon and muttered, thank you, Master. Mr. Mu saw that Lu Yin did not seem very happy, and he assumed that Lu Yin did not understand the importance of a futon. It could be said that there had been people who had tried to trade for this futon in the past, but had not been able to do so. This futon not only represented the opportunity to obtain the Daosaur sect's inheritance, but it also represented one's status. However, Mr. Mu did not intend to elaborate on this matter, as Lu Yin would find out in the future. Of course, Lu Yin understood the importance of a futon. The 10 Arbiters' supreme status was most likely related to this futon. Possessing a futon was equivalent to obtaining the protection of this universe, and they were the true geniuses of this universe. Mr. Mu had given Lu Yin a futon, which could be considered quite generous. However, Lu Yin already had one. Should he mention it or not? That was the question. I have to leave now. I came here in a hurry, and I never thought that you would actually have the opportunity to become an official disciple. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Lee's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 635. His cultivation of the serious art was different from before. Previously, He had only been able to observe the movements of the stars with his naked eyes, but now that he was an explorer, his physical body could stand tall in space. He also had his domain and his eyes that could see rune lines. Thanks to the Yu's secret art, his understanding of the universe had changed. In just 10 days, he had gained 20 more stars. Currently, there were a total of 29 stars revolving around his body. The serious art was finally useful again, and Lu Yin was delighted. His first step in cultivation had been with the serious art. Not only did this technique increase his cultivation speed, but it also had many other uses. By using the serious art with his domain and lock-breaking tools, he could use the secret sidestep technique. When he used the serious art, he could clearly see anything that entered the serious art's range, and he could even imitate his opponent's battle techniques. Previously, 9 stars had not been very useful to powerhouses, but now, as long as he reached 99 stars, this ability might shine again. There was no rush, as it wouldn't take long for him to circulate all 99 stars. At that time, his strength would increase again. 10 days passed, and it was time to meet with Mr. Bai, the fatty, and the others. Lu Yin sat in King Zishan's palace and contacted Wendy Yushan before sitting down cross-legged on his futon. The scenery in front of him changed, and when he could clearly see his surroundings, he found himself in the ruined plaza that he had been in before. It was the same scene as before, but aside from the shattered ground and countless bones, there were a few more people around. They did not speak to each other as they walked towards First Divine Gate. Lu Yin looked around, but why wasn't Wendy Yushan around? He released his domain, and its range increased. At that moment, his domain sensed resistance. In the distance, a woman opened her eyes and coldly glanced at Lu Yin. Her domain suppressed Lu Yin's domain. Lu Yin frowned and unceremoniously used his domain to suppress her. There was a whoosh, and a storm rose up in the plaza. Several people looked over in shock as the powerful collision of domains caused even larger cracks to appear in the ground. The woman's eyes narrowed, and her domain suddenly vanished. She leaped up and charged at Lu Yin, her palm striking out with enough force to topple mountains and overturn seas. Lu Yin had not expected this woman to have such a violent temper. Her domain was no match for his, so she immediately attacked him. He did not hold back, and 29 stars revolved around his body. The woman's movements slowed down in his eyes, and he easily dodged her palm. He then grabbed her arm and flung her away. The woman's body flipped in midair, and she stared at him in shock. A strange imprint blossomed and imprinted itself onto her forehead. She kicked the air with one foot and charged towards him once more. Once again, she slammed down with a single palm. This time, Lu Yin's body exploded, and its power was nearly twice as strong as before. It was clearly the same battle technique, but its power had increased by so much. What was that imprint? The methods of the Sixth Mainland's cultivators were too strange. However, this woman was no match for him. There was a thump, and Lu Yin forcefully blocked the woman's palm with one arm. His powerful body repelled the force of her attack, but she gritted her teeth and roared. A blurry figure appeared behind her, and her imprint appeared as she slammed down with another palm. This time, the power of her palm was even stronger. This was repeated 3 times in a row, and each time was stronger than the last. When he saw Wendy Yushan in front of him, he shouted, "Scram!" Wendy Yushan frowned and unsheathed her sword. Suddenly, another figure appeared from within the pillar of light, accompanied by the sound of metal clashing. At the same time, Wendy Yushan's sword trembled uncontrollably before being unsheathed on its own. Under her astonished gaze, the tip of the sword streaked across the void, leaving behind a huge crack that looked like a black river. The person who had fled towards the third ash gate slowly knelt to the ground, completely dead. Wendy Yushan's sword circled around in the air before finally returning to its sheath and letting out a sword hum. Wendy Yushan looked forward in shock, as this was the first time that her sword had been controlled by someone else. A well-built man walked out from the pillar of light. He had short hair and wore cotton clothes that looked very casual. His arms were especially thick, and his veins bulged out like dragons. It was obvious that he was very strong. The man was not particularly handsome, but he had a unique temperament. His eyes, in particular, had a dignified aura that seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. Wendy Yushan and the man stared at each other. The man glanced at the corpse on the ground and then looked back at Wendy Yushan. A trace of amazement flashed through his eyes. "Sorry for using your sword." Wendy Yushan replied coldly, "What's your name?" The man raised his brows. "War Marshal Realm, Weaponsmith Family's weaponsmith wielder." "I'm asking for your name," Wendy Yushan said coldly. The man's lips curled up. "It looks like you're from an ordinary background. You've never even heard of a weaponsmith family." "My weaponsmith family doesn't have a name, only a title. I'm this generation's weaponsmith wielder." Wendy Yushan's eyes were cold. "Since you're from a weaponsmith family, you should be aware of the importance of a weapon to its master. Using my sword to kill someone is tantamount to contempt." The man clasped his hands behind his back. "If someone else spoke to me like that, I wouldn't care, but since you've said it, I can't ignore it. I've taken a liking to you. Come with me, and I can make it up to you." Wendy Yushan's eyes flashed coldly. "No need. I'll look for you in the future." The man laughed maniacally. "If you want to look for me, then you should at least be aware of the difference in power between us. Come with me, and I'll show you." "Right, I forgot to tell you that I'm the War Marshal Realm's Realmling." Wendy Yushan's pupils shrank. Realmling. Although this was just a guess, this title should be the codename of a certain realm's strongest youth. This person was a Realmling. "I want to go to the scripture pavilion and formally invite you to come with me. I'll show you the difference in power. Do you dare?" The man raised his head. Wendy Yushan's voice was cold. "Lead the way." The Daosaur sect was huge, and it included mountains, rivers, and oceans. At the foot of a certain mountain, more than 10 cultivators from the 6th mainland had gathered. It's rumored that back in the 5th mainland's Daosaur sect, only progenitors could split open mountains and seas. At its peak, there were 9 mountains and 8 seas, and this is one of them. This mountain contains the inheritance of one of the 5th mainland's progenitors. "Let's explore it together, and we'll definitely reap some benefits," someone suggested. "It's just a rumor. Even my 6th mainland didn't have more than 4 progenitors at its peak. How could the 5th mainland possibly have 9? This mountain is probably just an empty mountain. Let's go explore somewhere else," someone suggested. "That's right. Progenitors being able to split open mountains and seas is just a rumor that the 5th mainland used to comfort themselves. This mountain is so huge, and who knows how long it'll take to reach the top. It's too much of a waste of time, and we probably won't even be able to reach the mountainside by the time the time is up. Yeah, let's go to Heaven's Pit. If we're lucky, we might be able to comprehend a secret technique. Let's go to the 9 cauldrons. Every cauldron has a battle technique, and some people have comprehended it before. We might also reap some benefits there. I think it's better to stay in the scripture pavilion. Who knows, we might be able to comprehend something there." A few thousand meters away from the group of cultivators, a man slowly walked over. Every step he took left a black footprint on the ground, which was the result of his high temperature. Not long after, the man saw the cultivators who were preparing to leave, and his lips curled up. The war has begun. Flames lit up the area, and before long, the man continued to leisurely walk away. The cultivators who had been standing there had all been burnt to ashes. One of them was still breathing, and he struggled to stare at the man's back. Who are you? The man stopped, but he did not turn around. He simply said, 10 arbiters, the undying bird. After that, flames surged up and engulfed the cultivators. In the Daosor sect, a tall mountain was faintly discernible. The mountain was surrounded by the sea, and a woman was sitting on a reef by the shore, drinking from a gourd of wine. The woman's clothes were revealing, but she was not pretending to be seductive. As she drank, she appeared very bold and unrestrained. Behind her, 2 men approached and sized her up in amazement. Such a forthright woman is truly rare. May I have the opportunity to share a drink with you? The woman put down the gourd and wiped her mouth with her sleeve. She burped and looked back with a blurry gaze. When the 2 men saw the woman's appearance, they were stunned. The woman's beauty did not match her temperament at all. She clearly had the carefreeness of a man, but she also had the delicateness of a drunk woman. The 2 completely different temperaments mixed together to create an irresistible attraction. The 2 men gulped. Miss, are you all right? The woman stood up shakily and almost fell. The 2 men hurried forward to support her, but as soon as they moved, their bodies suddenly shriveled up. In less than a second, the 2 men's auras disappeared, and they turned into 2 dried corpses that maintained their previous posture. The woman swayed as she walked past the 2 men. A gentle breeze blew past, and the 2 men's bodies dissipated into dust that drifted towards the sea. The Daosor sect sea is so beautiful. Wait for me. This might be my burial ground, and we'll meet again soon, the woman said in a hazy voice. It was unclear whether she was speaking in her drunken stupor, but after she spoke, she fell to the ground with a thump. She lay down on the reef and fell asleep, snoring loudly. There was a place in the Daosor sect known as the Bao burial ground, but it had not been established by the Daosor sect. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 639. The man's gaze terrified the 3, and one of them suddenly thought of something and turned to flee. Run! It's a remnant from the 5th mainland. The other 2 were shocked, and they quickly fled. Although the 5th mainland was very weak and could be easily invaded by the 6th mainland, and they had suffered a crushing defeat in the ancient war, anyone from the 5th mainland who could appear in the Daosor sect's ruins was a freak. Xing Kai had killed a realmling, and the rest of the 5th mainland's people had never been defeated. In their opinion, any remnant of the 5th mainland that appeared in the Daosor sect was a terrifying existence that could rival a realmling. They had clearly guessed wrong, as Lu Yin was not one of them. However, it was wise for them to flee at this time, as the person who had appeared in front of them was on the same level as Xing Kai, one of the 10 arbiters, Night King Jinwu. Wanting to flee was one thing, but actually being able to do so was another. The 3 had clearly overestimated themselves, as a single move separated their heads from their bodies. Night King Jinwu stepped on the blood and looked towards the entrance of the land of the buried Bao. The Starfall Sea has suffered consecutive crushing defeats, and the Starsabil sect is thinking too lightly of us to kill the 6th mainland's younger generation and the Daosor sect to divert the pressure from the battlefield. The 6th mainland's younger generation is definitely not weak, especially the Daosor's 3 skies. Still, it's good for us to get some exercise. If the Daosor's 3 skies don't appear, then everyone else is just an ant. There was a main hall in the Daosor sect that was easy to find. It stood at the peak of the Daosor sect, and one could reach it directly through a beam of light. However, not many people came here normally, as there was no inheritance or power vessel in the main hall. There was nothing but a magnificent hall that had already been reduced to ruins. The cultivators who occasionally appeared here were all recuperating, as there was no danger in the main hall. At this moment, there were no less than 10 cultivators in the main hall, and they were all discussing something with excited expressions. They vaguely mentioned the battlefield, the Mara River, the Starfall Sea, and so on. No one noticed that a futon had suddenly appeared behind the main hall, and a man was sitting on it with his eyes closed as he slowly stood up. Obviously, entering and exiting the Dowsor sect with futons was not limited to the plaza outside the mountain gate. The man with his eyes closed slowly walked into the main hall, and the dozen or so people looked over. Although the man's eyes were closed, they did not pay him any attention, as there were many strange battle techniques. One of them approached the man and waved his hand. "Brother, what technique are you cultivating? You really can't see." "Second brother, his eyes are closed, so he definitely can't see. Maybe he's cultivating an unrivaled technique. Don't disturb him, someone joked. Someone on the other side jeered, "I heard that once you reach the peak of a certain realm, you have to suppress your body and pay a price." Maybe someone has reached the peak of a certain realm and has no choice but to close their eyes to suppress it, Many people laughed. The man with closed eyes turned to look at the heckler. "How did you know I was suppressing my domain?" His words made the people around him laugh even harder. "Brother, who still cultivates domains these days? It's enough to comprehend them. Cultivation is a waste of time. If you have time, you might as well train your body. Who knows, you might be able to withstand the blessings of an imprinter. That's the correct path of cultivation." Domains. That's something only those bumpkins from the Fifth Mainland can cultivate, I've heard that those people from the Fifth Mainland praise domains as the best path of cultivation. Those people don't even know what an imprint is, what a bloodline is, or what a martial imprint is. The man with his eyes closed sighed. "All right, it seems like my path of cultivation was wrong." The people around him laughed even louder. "However, I still want to give it a try. Perhaps the pinnacle of domains is also a path to take." As soon as he finished speaking, the air suddenly turned dusky. Soon after, everyone felt their breathing become sluggish as an indescribable power suppressed them. Under the naked eye, even the air seemed to have solidified. In the blink of an eye, everyone exploded with a bang. Their flesh and blood scattered all over the main hall. The man's lips curled up. "It seems like the path of a domain is not wrong. You're the ones who are wrong. Your vision is too narrow." He then stepped on the flesh and blood on the ground and walked out of the main hall. "Ancestors, I'll use the blood of these people as a sacrifice to you." 10 days had already passed in Heaven's Pit. Luin helplessly opened his eyes, but he still couldn't comprehend anything. This was something left behind by a progenitor, so it would be too easy to comprehend it in 10 days. However, most people could only stay here for 10 days, while Luin could stay here for 20 days. This amount of time was still too short for him to comprehend this poem. It would be great if he could stay here for a year or so. He turned around and saw that both Shang Rong and Butcher had left. They had only studied the poem for 7 days before confirming that they couldn't comprehend anything, so they left decisively. Time is too short. Comprehending it requires luck and time. "Let's just leave," Miss Ching said helplessly. Mr. Bai nodded. "That's true." The fatty had wanted to leave for a long time, as he always felt like someone was eyeing them covetously and trying to steal the stone wall. The stone wall where Shang Rong had been was now occupied by 5 people. They had also tried to comprehend it for a few days, but to no avail. Someone impatiently said, "We might as well go to the scripture pavilion." At least we'll have some hope if we look at those ancient characters. Shut up. It's so chaotic outside right now. Many people were killed a few days ago, and I heard that it was the Fifth Mainland's doing. The Fifth Mainland has gone crazy. What if we run into them outside? Liu Yin's heart skipped a beat, and he listened attentively. These people from the Fifth Mainland are really crazy. I heard that dozens of people have already died, and the main hall is covered in blood and flesh. There's another place with more than a dozen charred corpses, and there's another place with decapitated bodies. It's too tragic. I don't understand. Our Sixth Mainland can clearly suppress the Fifth Mainland, but why can't we suppress the Fifth Mainland's cultivators who are hiding in the Daosaur sect? What do you know? Those cultivators' identities have already been spread from the Mara River's front lines. Apparently, they're the strongest youths from the Fifth Mainland, and they're known as the 10 Arbiters. Xing Kai, who killed a realmling, was one of the 10 Arbiters. They can actually kill a realmling. How abnormal. Haven't they been hiding all this time? How did they suddenly appear? I heard that they're trying to divert the pressure from the battlefield, but who knows? Let's just wait patiently for the right time to leave. We can't come to the Daosaur sect's ruins anymore. This place will definitely become the battlefield between the Fifth Mainland's 10 Arbiters and the Sixth Mainland's realmlings. Liu Yin's eyes flickered. As expected, the 10 Arbiters could appear here. Was the pressure from the Interverse that great? They wanted the 10 Arbiters to massacre the Sixth Mainland's younger generation to divert attention. The Sixth Mainland's younger generation was not weak, and from Shang Rong's strength, Liu Yin could tell that he was not any weaker than the 10 Arbiters. There was also the even more terrifying Daosaur's 3 skies. How could the Interverse be confident that they could use this place to divert the pressure from the battlefield? However, it was also good that the 10 Arbiters had appeared. The Innerverse and Outerverse were separated, and if Liu Yin ran into one of the 10 Arbiters, he would be able to send them a message and ask them how they were doing. Of course, that was only if the 10 Arbiters paid attention to him. After leaving Heaven's Pit, the group looked at Mr. Bai, as he seemed to be very familiar with the Daosaur sect. Mr. Bai opened his fan and waved it confidently. Brother Fatty should be leaving in 4 days. The Fatty was helpless. Yeah, 4 days. You guys don't have to worry about me. Mr. Bai muttered to himself, if we're talking about the Daosaur sect, then there are many places that one can visit. Forget about Heaven's Pit, the scripture pavilion, and even the cultivation grounds of some of the disciples might contain some good stuff. If we're talking about the greatest inheritance, then it should be the 9 mountains and 8 seas. 9 mountains and 8 seas. The Fatty was confused. Rumor has it that during the Fifth Mainland's Daosaur sect's peak, there were 9 mountains and 8 seas, and only progenitors could split them apart. In other words, the Daosaur sect had 9 progenitors back then, Miss Qing explained. The Fatty was speechless. 9. How is that possible? If there really were 9 progenitors, how could the Fifth Mainland have been defeated? Mr. Bai smiled. That's why it's just a rumor, and it doesn't count. Furthermore, there are no records of the 9 mountains and 8 seas, but it's true that only progenitors can split them apart. This is similar to our Sixth Mainland's Daosaur sect, so the greatest inheritance must be within the 9 mountains and 8 seas. Unfortunately, in such a short amount of time, it's difficult to even find the 9 mountains and 8 seas, let alone obtain recognition. Forget about the 9 mountains and seas. Are there any other places? Miss Qing asked. Mr. Bai asked, Miss Qing knows as much as I do. What suggestions do you have? Before Miss Qing could reply, the sky rippled, and a giant cauldron appeared. It was a phantom image, and it only appeared for an instant. However, that square cauldron almost covered the entire sky. Liu Yin and the others saw it. What's that? That scared Fatty Bro to death. The fatty exclaimed. Mr. Bai closed his fan. These are the Dowsource 9 cauldrons, and they are the greatest inheritance grounds of the 5th mainland's Dowsource sect. There have been some changes to the 9 cauldrons, so let's go. We might be able to obtain the inheritance. He then rushed off in a certain direction, and Lu Yin and Miss Qing hurriedly followed. Wasn't the greatest inheritance said to be in the 9 mountains and seas? The fatty hurriedly ran. It's not the same. The mountains and seas may have the legacy of a progenitor, but no one has ever obtained it. The 9 cauldrons are different. According to the legends, each cauldron contains a battle technique. The 9 cauldrons represent 9 different battle techniques. There's such a thing. It wasn't just Mr. Bai. Lu Yin and the others also saw the phantom image of the sky cauldron, and they all rushed towards the location of the 9 cauldrons. Most legends were just rumors, but it was undeniable that there was some basis to them. They might have been exaggerated or fabricated, but no one would completely deny the existence of legends, especially when it came to opportunities and inheritances. At First Divine Gate, a group of 4 or 5 people finally managed to defeat a few First Divine Gate guardians. Quick, there's a change to the 9 cauldrons. The inheritance is right in front of us. Let's go. Among the group, an honest-looking youth was carrying a hoe and panting slightly. There's no need to rush. Even if there's an inheritance, it won't be that easy to obtain. Nong Zaitian, you sure aren't in a hurry. You have so many treasures, but we don't. A girl rolled her eyes at the man carrying the hoe. Another man added, your Nong ancestor obtained an entire auction house's worth of treasures. Nong Zaitian smiled. Actually, most of those things have been used up. Look, there's only this hoe left. How about it? I'll give it to you. The group was speechless. Who would want a broken hoe? At this moment, a figure quickly approached from behind. They looked over and saw that it was a man. His appearance was ordinary, but his hair color was very strange. It was blood red, and there were traces of red spots in his eyes. He had an evil smile on his face, which made people feel a chill down their spines. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 640. Everyone was on high alert, and they stepped aside, intending to let the man go first. Nong Zaitian glanced at the man and then silently straddled his hoe. Run, he screamed. The hoe disappeared with a whoosh, and a crack appeared in space. The others were stunned. What was going on? Did he run? Furthermore, the speed of the hoe was too fast. It looks like someone recognized me. Is that weapon from the farmer family? The farmer family has always been lucky, the man with blood-red hair said. The others felt that something was off, and they gathered together. Brother, you go first. The man with blood-red hair looked over, and the evil smile on his face became even stranger. Let me introduce myself. I'm Blood Looney, and I've been sealed in ice for many years. The others were confused, as they had never heard of him before. Blood Looney stretched lazily. There's a reason why the farmer family was able to stand tall in the progenitor of Blood Realm for so many years. A junior was able to recognize me, but none of you can. The outcome is predestined. He then pointed at their feet. Remember to watch where you're going. Don't step on anything. He then laughed and walked off into the distance. The others looked down and saw a red lotus appear beneath their feet. What's that? I don't know, but be careful. That bastard Nong Zaitian is smarter than anyone, and he ran away without saying a word. That person is very strange, one of them said. I'll try, the woman said, and a phantom imprint appeared behind her. She used her star energy to sweep past the blood-red lotus. The next moment, the lotus bloomed and swallowed the group. A few seconds later, there was nothing left of them except for a pile of clothes. Their blood, flesh, and bones had all been devoured by the lotus. Blood Looney's eyes flashed, and his lips curled up. I told you to watch where you're going. Unfortunately, the farmer family escaped. In front of First Divine Gate, Nong Saitian's face was pale as he rode his hoe and fled in panic. How could this be? Why was that freak released? Which idiot let him out? Idiot, 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 those guys are dead for sure. There's nothing I can do, I can only escape by myself. I can't take you guys with me, but don't worry, I'll definitely spread the news of your deaths. Go in peace. In the blood homage realm of the sixth mainland, soothing music was playing in a luxurious restaurant. This was a very romantic place, and it was supposed to be an elegant place where men and women could attract each other. However, at this moment, many men and women in the restaurant were looking at a corner in surprise. There, a young man was wolfing down food in large mouthfuls. There were more than 1,000 plates on the table, but the young man still couldn't stop eating. Quick, the food, continue, continue. The young man slammed the table while eating, completely destroying the elegant atmosphere of the restaurant, but no one dared to stop him. The kitchen was buzzing with activity, and all the chefs were sweating profusely. There was only one person, but the entire restaurant's kitchen couldn't keep up. Suddenly, the young man paused, looked up, and blinked. What? You want me to go to the fifth mainland's Dowsaur sect and hunt down the 10 arbiters? The surrounding people looked at the young man strangely, not knowing who he was talking to. Someone muttered unhappily, this restaurant has fallen. They're serving just anyone. Is this guy an idiot? Sure, someone immediately covered his mouth and whispered, do you want to die? He's Nan Yanfei. Nan Yanfei. The person was confused for a moment, but then his expression changed. The blood homage realm's realmling, Nan Yanfei. With a thump, the thousands of plates on the table fell to the ground with a loud crash. The restaurant's waiters hurried to clean up the mess. Nan Yanfei raised his head in dissatisfaction. Why should I go? Although the fifth mainland is weak, the 10 arbiters aren't weak. They're definitely ruthless characters. It's safer to send the Dowsaur's 3 skies. After a while, Nan Yanfei's expression changed, and he finally sighed helplessly. Fine, fine, I'll go. But first, don't blame me if I can't win. You should know that although the fifth mainland's cultivation system is very complex, resulting in its overall strength being weaker, it can still give birth to some strange geniuses. The 10 arbiters are the peak of the fifth mainland's younger generation, so I really don't have the confidence to win. Nan Yanfei then roared, where's the food, where's the food? 10 times more. The surrounding people gaped in shock. Nan Yanfei had already eaten so much, so why did he still want more? In the sixth mainland's blood-burn realm, the streets were packed with people. With so many people crowding around, it was very troublesome to cross the street. However, it was under such circumstances that a pale-faced youth stepped onto the street and then passed through the crowd as if he didn't have a physical body. Not a single person was able to touch him, as if he were a ghost. Suddenly, the man stopped, and his body abruptly appeared. The surrounding people were so frightened that they hurriedly moved away and looked over in fear. Anyone who saw a person suddenly appear in front of them would react in the same way. The man stood on the street, and everyone around him looked at him with fear. Fifth mainland, the ruins of the Dowsaur sect. The hunting competition has been moved there. 10 arbiters. Alright, I'll take the heads of the 10 arbiters to the battlefield at Mara River. The man raised his head, revealing a pair of sinister eyes. His name was DFA, and he was a realmling from the Bloodburn realm. The 10 arbiters and realmlings had all gathered at the ruins of the Dowsor sect, which would become the battlefield for the younger generation of the 5th mainland and the 6th mainland. The hunting competition had been proposed by the 6th mainland, and the goal was to obtain the heads of the 5th mainland's younger generation experts. However, who would be the hunter and who would be the prey in the end was still unknown. In the ruins of the Dowsor sect, Mr. Bai's group of 4 spent more than half a day traveling through a beam of light to arrive at the space where the 9 Dowsor's cauldrons were. The fatty's mouth fell open when he saw the 9 enormous cauldrons that were as large as continents. How can there be such huge cauldrons? They're even bigger than a mountain. Mr. Bai looked up and said, "These are the 9 Dowsor's cauldrons, and they are the most attractive inheritance grounds of the 5th mainland's Dowsor sect. Even during the ancient war, our ancestors were unwilling to destroy them and instead left them behind. These are the opportunities that our ancestors have given us. It's a pity that no one has been able to obtain any opportunities from the 9 Dowsor's cauldrons, which has led to the decline of this largest inheritance ground. Some people have even said that the inheritance of a progenitor from the mountain and sea realm is easier than the inheritance of the 9 cauldrons," Miss Ching said. Mr. Bai replied, "Not necessarily. It's possible that someone has already obtained the inheritance battle techniques from the cauldrons, but they just haven't revealed it yet. Just like the Dowsor's 3 skies, no one within the same realm can force them to use their full strength, and even the older powerhouses don't dare to act against them. Thus, no one knows what kind of power they have." One figure after another appeared in this space and headed towards the 9 cauldrons. The 9 cauldrons looked similar, but there were also some differences. The group immediately recognized that the phantom that had covered the sky had come from one of the cauldrons, and quite a few people had already entered that cauldron. Lu Yin and the others did not hesitate, and they all leapt into the cauldron. The cauldron was very large, and the space within it was like a hollowed-out mountain range. Lu Yin stood at the edge of the cauldron and crouched down to touch it. The cauldron was covered in rust, which meant that it had experienced the passage of time. However, it was still incomparably sturdy and indestructible. There were some diagrams carved onto the surface of the cauldron, but they were obscured by the rust and could not be seen clearly. When he saw Mr. Bai and the others jump into the cauldron, Lu Yin leapt in as well. He really wanted to obtain a powerful battle technique, as aside from the Dream Finger, he did not have any other powerful battle techniques that could turn the tides of battle. Furthermore, the Dream Finger placed too much of a burden on his body, and he would need to recuperate for several days after using it. It was not suitable for long-term combat. It would be great if he could comprehend a battle technique from the cauldron, as it was, after all, a battle technique from the ancient Dowsor sect. However, the possibility of that happening was not high, as Lu Yin did not feel that he was special. He had not comprehended anything from the scripture pavilion or heaven's pit, so he might not be able to comprehend anything here either. There was a thump as Lu Yin landed on the ground and stepped on a pile of bones. Many people had come here, and many had died here. The fatty carefully walked over to Lu Yin and gestured at him. Lu Yin ignored him and walked to the edge of the cauldron. He looked at the diagrams carved into the walls of the cauldron. The battle technique might be related to these diagrams. "Bro, this place is too eerie. I'll just follow you," the fatty said in a panic. Lu Yin raised a hand to touch the interior of the cauldron. It was cold to the touch, and it had a metallic texture to it. However, it was different from any metal he had ever seen before, and the moment he touched it, he could feel the vicissitudes of time. Lu Yin did not know where Mr. Bai and Miss Ching had gone. This place was huge, and they had gone in different directions. The fatty followed Lu Yin blindly, muttering something under his breath. Lu Yin grew annoyed. "Why are you still so cowardly after evolving to an unparalleled bloodline? Go look for your own destiny." Perhaps there's a battle technique here that can allow you to surpass Autumn Frost Qing and help you take back Yan Shaojing. The fatty's eyes lit up. A battle technique that surpasses Autumn Frost Qing. Bro, can I really comprehend it? Suddenly, the fatty's expression changed, and he stared at Lu Yin. Bro, you can speak. Lu Yin calmly replied, I never said that I couldn't. The fatty was stunned, and his expression turned bitter. Bro, you've really tricked me. Lu Yin frowned. Go look for your own destiny. Fatty bro, I've already told you everything. Bro, how can you do this? The fatty wailed. Lu Yin was helpless. I'm not interested in your miserable life. At that moment, he saw some words engraved at the bottom of the cauldron. Seventh bro, these words are the same as those in the scripture pavilion. They're from the era of the Daosaur sect, the monkey said. Lu Yin used his star energy to form a blade and tried to remove the rust, but it was useless. No matter how hard he tried, he could not damage the rust in the slightest. This was terrifying, as it was normal for a metal that could withstand the corrosion of time to be able to withstand attacks. Perhaps the cauldron had a crystal rating of over 100,000, but if even the rust was so tough, then it was a different story. It was no wonder why this cauldron was still covered in rust after so many years. If the rust could be removed easily, then it would have been cleaned by someone long ago. Bro, look. The sky's red, the fatty cried out from behind. Lu Yin impatiently looked up, and his eyes narrowed. This space had originally been as dusky as Heaven's Pit, and there were only the 9 cauldrons here. However, at this moment, the mouth of the cauldron had turned completely red, and it was getting redder and redder. Soon, blood-colored lotuses began to spread out. Not good. Someone had sealed the mouth of the cauldron. Not too far away, a person soared into the air, and his imprint appeared. He bellowed as he charged towards the mouth of the cauldron and viciously slammed into the blood-colored lotuses. Then, his entire body turned into a pool of blood, which shocked everyone inside the cauldron. What was even stranger was that the blood did not fall to the ground. Instead, it was sucked back into the blood lotuses in midair, making them even more beautiful. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 641. What's that? Someone asked in fear. Lu Yin's face was solemn, as the blood lotus gave him an intense sense of danger that was not inferior to the sense of danger that Shang Rong had given him. The fatty's face went pale. What the hell is that? The cauldron was very spacious, and everyone had been exploring on their own. However, at this moment, everyone looked up and stared at the blood lotus. The blood lotus bloomed, beautiful yet deadly. Not long after, a figure appeared within the blood lotus. It was Blood Looney, who had appeared in the first divine gate. Blood Looney hung upside down from the blood lotus, and he had an evil smile on his face as he looked at the people within the cauldron. His eyes were already red, but they were now even redder. Who are you? Why did you seal the cauldron and kill people as you please? Someone asked. Blood Looney's smile grew even wider. Let's play a game. Everyone stared at Blood Looney strangely. A game? Was he crazy? Why would he want to play a game at a time like this? I have a die here. Roll it, and the number of pips that appear will determine how many people will be able to leave this cauldron alive, Blood Looney said in a cold and strange voice. Are you from the Fifth Mainland? Someone asked loudly. Blood Looney laughed maniacally. Guess as you please. Maybe I am, maybe I am not. Now, let the game begin. A die appeared in his hand, and he casually tossed it out. It landed on the ground under everyone's watchful eyes, and in the end, one of the dice landed face up with a 3. 3 pips. If you're lucky, 3 of you will be able to leave this place alive, Blood Looney said sinisterly. As he spoke, the blood lotus grew redder and redder. Lu Yin's eyelids twitched, as the sense of danger was growing stronger. This person was very strong. The fatty's face paled. Can't you wait for 2 more days? My time is almost up. Looney, are you trying to deal with all of us by yourself? Someone shouted angrily. Blood Looney did not reply. The blood lotus roots extended down the cauldron's mouth, and it looked like he was planning to cover the entire cauldron with blood lotuses. Those who could appear in the Daosaur sect's ruins were not ordinary cultivators, and they all had a certain sense of danger. The scene of that person being turned into a pool of blood and absorbed by the blood lotus had made the crowd not dare to act rashly. However, at this moment, it was obvious that that person wanted to attack everyone. The crowd no longer hesitated, and the dozen or so people leaped up to attack Blood Looney. These people all possessed the strength of the top 100 rankings. Some of them even possessed the strength of the top 30 on the top 100 rankings. Faced with the siege of so many experts, Blood Looney's eyes turned red. His pupils changed, turning into those of a wild beast. Then, he let out an indescribably cold roar. The blood lotus boiled, and a blood-red dragon rushed out. That's a corpse dragon, a blood lotus flower, and 2 bloodlines. I know who he is. He's the Blood Looney who was sealed in ice 1,000 years ago after he failed to become one of the Daosaur's 3 skies. Someone exclaimed from within the cauldron. Blood Looney laughed maniacally. I'll use your blood to create a lotus and strengthen myself. I'll wait here for the Daosaur's 3 skies. Only by replacing the Daosaur's 3 skies will I be able to quell my anger after being frozen for 1,000 years. Bang! Bang! The blood-red corpse dragon collided with the dozen or so cultivators. Although these cultivators were not weak, they were all at a disadvantage against the corpse dragon. In just a single exchange, at least 5 of them were torn apart and devoured by the corpse dragon, turning into a pool of blood to create a lotus flower. Everyone, let's attack together. The more blood the blood lotus absorbs, the stronger it becomes. We can't let him succeed, someone shouted, and the others immediately attacked. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. These people did not know the difference in strength between them and Blood Looney. Regardless of whether it was Blood Looney or Shang Rong, they were both hunters, and they were not ordinary hunters either. Corpse dragon after corpse dragon rushed out of the blood lotus flower and filled the cauldron before attacking everyone. A corpse dragon rushed towards Lu Yin. It was more than 10 meters long, and it was accompanied by a bloody aura. The fatty screamed, "Bro, save me." Lu Yin clenched his fist and then slapped out with his palm. 30 stacks, 100-fold shockwave palm. There was a boom as the corpse dragon was scattered by Lu Yin's palm, but it instantly recovered and lashed out with its tail. Lu Yin immediately dodged the attack, causing the space around him to distort to the point of almost being torn apart. The shockwave sent the fatty flying. Any random corpse dragon was already so powerful, but there were at least hundreds of them within the cauldron. This was an insurmountable gap. Mr. Bai flipped his fan, and palm shadows flew out, transforming into imprints that merged into his forehead. He then slapped the corpse dragon and scattered it as well. However, the corpse dragon recovered and continued to bite at Lu Yin. Miss Qing continuously dodged. Within the cauldron, people would occasionally be devoured by the corpse dragon to strengthen the blood lotus flower. Lu Yin's expression turned ugly. This person had once competed for the position of Daosaur's 3 skies, so he was at least at the level of a realmling. A realmling was an existence that could compete with the 10 arbiters, which meant that Lu Yin was currently facing a power at the level of the 10 arbiters. This was the first time that Lu Yin had faced such a power without the aid of any external items, and he was at his wit's end. Another corpse dragon charged over and viciously slammed into Lu Yin. Lu Yin raised a hand, and his fates and transformed into an earth barrier in front of him, forcibly blocking the corpse dragon's charge. He then pressed both hands against the corpse dragon's body, enveloped it with 7-line battle force, and violently pushed it away. Not too far away, the outline of a sky-eater pig appeared on the fatty's body, and he bit at the corpse dragon. The corpse dragon similarly bit at the fatty. The dragon and the pig bit at each other, and it was a shocking sight. Mr. Bai leaped over to Lu Yin's side. "Deaf-mute bro, it's time to go all out. Whether or not we can leave this place alive will depend on our luck." Lu Yin felt helpless, as his battle force, domain, and physical strength were all unable to contend against these corpse dragons. Even if they were scattered, they could still recover, and they were too difficult to deal with. Furthermore, more and more people around them were being devoured, and the more they devoured, the stronger the blood lotus became. As time passed, Blood Looney would only become stronger. Once he absorbed the blood of many people in the Daosaurus sect's ruins, he might actually be able to kill experts at the level of the Daosaurus 3 skies. They were merely stepping stones on his path to glory. Right now, there was only one way, and that was to use the Dream Finger to attack Blood Looney. He had to guarantee that he would be able to hit his target, and he might even be able to injure him. Of course, Lu Yin did not expect that he would be able to kill Blood Looney with a single finger, as that would be unrealistic. After all, Blood Looney was at the level of the 10 arbiters. Although the people within the cauldron were being suppressed, it was not as if there were no experts among them. A man and a woman broke through the encirclement of the corpse dragons and arrived in front of Blood Looney. Blood Looney looked up, and purple veins appeared on his face. This was 8-lined battle force. The imprints behind the man and woman's backs overflowed with might. Blood Looney licked his lips. "Cosmic Imprinter, you too are not bad." He then raised a hand and used his physical body to receive the two experts' attacks. At the same time, the phantom image of an old man appeared behind Blood Looney. This old man's appearance was clear, and his might was unparalleled. The fatty was horrified. "That's old man Sangchong, the Cosmic Imprinter." While Lu Yin had been chatting with these people, he had learned a bit about the 6th mainland's imprinters. Imprinters were powerhouses who had reached a certain level of power, and they could use their own power to strengthen a cultivator's body through certain connections to increase the cultivator's power level. It could also be said that they were borrowing power, and the cultivator's power level was based on the strength that the cultivator could withstand. Imprinter, Universe Imprinter, Cosmic Imprinter, Cosmic Imprinter, and Cosmic Imprinter. These were the ranks of imprinters. Lu Yin had made some comparisons, and he concluded that imprinters should be envoys whose power levels exceeded 500,000. Only powerhouses with power levels above 500,000 could increase a cultivator's power level by projecting their power through certain connections. As for cosmic imprinters, if Lu Yin's guess was correct, they were likely to be extremely terrifying powerhouses with power levels close to 1,000,000. The stronger one's imprint was, the greater the increase in one's strength would be. Between two people who were at the same realm, there was a huge difference between a person who was an imprinter and a person who was a celestial imprinter. It was just like the difference between a normal explorer and an explorer on the top 100 rankings. Of course, imprinters could not be imprinted at will, and it depended on their own endurance. Lu Yin did not know about this. However, the fatty could only withstand the Yen family's imprinter, and he could not withstand the universe imprinter of a higher level. And now, a terrifying figure with a cosmic imprinter had appeared in front of him, and that cosmic imprinter's appearance was still very clear. The fatty's fear was not without reason. The two powerhouses who had been close to Blood Looney were almost as strong as Autumn Frost Qing, but they had still been defeated by Blood Looney. They had been reduced to blood that had fused into the blood lotus, and the corpse dragon's power had also increased slightly. Mr. Bai's face sank. Everyone, fight with your lives on the line. Miss Qing's expression turned ugly. Lu Yin took a deep breath. The Yu's secret art, Dream Finger, Battle Force, and Domain. He did not know if they would be able to survive until the end. One of the four would definitely die. Just as they were about to give it their all, the dozens of corpse dragons in the sky all exploded. A white figure flashed through the void and appeared in front of Blood Looney. Then, under Blood Looney's incredulous gaze, the white spear pierced through his neck. At that moment, the cauldron fell silent. All of the corpse dragons had been reduced to blood that poured onto the ground. Everyone stared blankly at the sky. Blood Looney had been killed. A white spear, exquisite white armor, and a mask. This person had suddenly appeared in front of everyone and killed Blood Looney with a single strike. No one would be able to forget this scene for the rest of their lives. Drip. 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 Blood dripped down the white spear from Blood Looney's neck. The spear was pulled back, and Blood Looney slowly fell to the ground. Everyone looked up at the person who looked like a knight. At that moment, the person turned his spear around and pointed it at the Blood Lotus. "Come out," he said. Everyone followed his gaze and saw another figure appear within the Blood Lotus. Everyone's expressions changed. Blood Looney. Everyone subconsciously looked at the ground. Blood Looney's neck had been pierced through, and he was slowly melting into a pool of blood. Everyone's eyes flickered as they stared at Blood Looney, who had walked out of the Blood Lotus. This guy was not dead. Blood Looney excitedly stared at the person in white armor. "I never thought that there would be someone like you here. Who are you?" The person in white armor raised his spear. "The person who will kill you." He then thrust his spear forward, revealing its sharpness. It instantly pierced through the void and arrived in front of Blood Looney. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 642. Blood Looney raised his hand and grabbed the tip of the spear, causing it to stop a millimeter away from his eyes. This is the strength of a realmling, but there's no bloodline aura. You must be a realmling from the progenitor of martial or secret progenitor territory. After that, dozens of corpse dragons appeared behind Blood Looney and charged towards the white-armored man. The white-armored man's spear spun and sliced Blood Looney's hand into bone. The spear effortlessly exploded the corpse dragons and smashed towards Blood Looney. Blood Looney laughed maniacally as flesh grew out of his hand and rapidly recovered. At the same time, his 8-lined battle force also appeared. Bang! The violent collision created a shockwave that swept through the cauldron. Everyone was affected by the shockwave, and they all felt a terrifying power. Lu Yin was shocked, as this was the power of the 10 Arbiters, and it was not something that he could interfere with right now. How lucky! A realmling actually appeared, the fatty rejoiced. Mr. Bai was puzzled. Which territory's realmling is this? The 3 progenitors and 9 territories should be able to recognize him, but this person is very unfamiliar. Miss Qing's eyes trembled. What if he's not a realmling? Mr. Bai looked at her, and their eyes met. If that's the case, then we'll still have to fight with our lives on the line. What are you guys talking about? The fatty was confused. Lu Yin calmly replied, what they're saying is that if this person isn't a realmling, then he must be one of the 5th mainland's 10 arbiters. It wasn't just Mr. Bai and the others who were confused, as everyone else was as well. Of the 3 progenitors and 9 territories, there were only a total of 9 realmlings, so it was very easy to recognize them. However, no one had recognized this person, so it was very likely that he was one of the 10 arbiters. These people were only guessing, but Lu Yin was basically certain of this person's identity. Bang 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 bang. Violent explosions rang out as blood lotuses boiled up above, and corpse dragons appeared one after another. Blood Looney used his corpse dragons to attack, but the armored man's spear danced, preventing the corpse dragons from even taking half a step forward. Blood Looney laughed maniacally, and behind him, the celestial imprinter, Tsangchong Old Man, appeared once again. He raised his hand, and a blood lotus appeared in the void and pressed down on the armored man. A blood lotus. The armored man was viciously smashed into the ground by the blood lotus, and his armor visibly disintegrated. Who are you? Imprint, let me take a look. Blood Looney roared, his eyes. The armored man raised his head. His face was clearly covered by a mask, but in that instant, everyone felt a supreme majesty. A mighty bell rang out and the blood lotus evaporated. On the ground and in the sky, the phantom of a palace appeared. At this moment, everyone felt the pressure from the heavens. Blood Looney's eyes narrowed. You're not from the 6th mainland. You're a remnant of the 5th mainland. Everyone looked at the armored man. The armored man gripped his spear tightly and leapt up. With a thump, he smashed Blood Looney into the blood-colored lotus at the mouth of the cauldron. White Knight, one of the 10 arbiters of the 5th mainland. Please enlighten me. Everyone was stunned. The 5th mainland's 10 arbiters? Lu Yin sighed. As expected, he had guessed correctly. There was only one person among the 10 arbiters who was dressed like a knight, and that person was none other than White Knight's Spirit Palace's Lingling clan genius. The 10 arbiters had appeared one after another in the ruins of the Daosaur sect, and this place had already become a battlefield for the younger generation of the 5th and 6th mainlands to compete with each other. Lu Yin had not expected to run into White Knight here. If his guess was correct, then White Knight had wanted to slaughter everyone here, but she had accidentally been trapped by Blood Looney. Was he lucky or unlucky? Blood Looney and White Knight were destined to fight. White Knight was the one who had brought Wendy Yushan into Myriad Swords Peak. Lu Yin looked up with a complicated expression, and it was only at this moment that he truly understood the strength of the 10 arbiters. Even Blood Looney was helpless against them. The others also had complicated feelings. They were from the 6th mainland, and they were natural enemies with the 5th mainland. However, at this moment, they did not wish for White Knight to lose. If she did, then Blood Looney's strength would increase, and they would not be able to escape the fate of death. Blood Looney's eyes were filled with excitement. One of the 5th mainland's 10 arbiters? It's been 1,000 years since I last saw you, and the 5th mainland actually has a powerhouse like you. Good, good, good. Once I absorb you, I'll definitely be able to kill the Daosaur's 3 skies. Blood energy enveloped his body as he viciously charged at White Knight like a suit of blood-colored armor. Around them, the palaces and blood lotuses collided, but there was no earth-shattering collision. Instead, the palaces and blood lotuses continued to expand and invade each other's territory, consuming each other's energy. At this moment, White Knight and Blood Looney collided, and everyone else felt their brains tremble as several people collapsed to the ground. Lu Yin's expression changed. Not good. The collision of their innate gifts had produced an intense spiritual force suppression, and most people would not be able to withstand it. With a thump, the fatty collapsed to the ground and fainted. Mr. Bai and Miss Qing's expressions changed, and they sat down at the same time while gritting their teeth. From time to time, people would collapse to the ground. Regardless of whether it was Blood Looney or White Knight, neither of them cared about the deaths of these people. They had appeared with the intention of annihilating everyone here. Lu Yin's mind exploded, but he could still withstand it. The effects of his many years of reciting the Stonewall scriptures were very obvious, and even the spiritual force of these two could not suppress him. He was the only one who could remain standing. Bang! 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 Blood Looney and White Knight clashed faster and faster, leaving behind afterimages in the sky that quickly disappeared. Lu Yin could not even see them clearly. At this moment, the blood lotuses and the palaces simultaneously extended towards them. One of the cultivators was caught up in the shockwaves and was instantly vaporized into a puddle of blood. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. He could not be touched. He grabbed the fatty and tried to drag him away, but forcefully withstanding the two pressures was already his limit. It was very difficult for him to move, and as the two phenomena drew closer and closer, cultivators began to die one after another. Just leave. Don't worry about us, Mr. Bai said with difficulty. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, and he helplessly began to recite the Stonewall scriptures. As long as he was in a desperate situation, the Stonewall scriptures would always have a miraculous effect. This time was no exception. After reciting the Stonewall scriptures, the pressure lessened, and Lu Yin hurriedly grabbed the fatty, Mr. Bai, and Miss Qing and moved towards the edge of the cauldron. However, before they could take more than a few steps, the cauldron actually shook, and a phantom image of the cauldron appeared in Lu Yin's mind, emitting an unparalleled pressure. Was this a battle technique? Lu Yin was ecstatic, as he had not expected that reciting the Stonewall scriptures would actually resonate with the cauldron and allow him to comprehend a battle technique. However, a shockwave suddenly swept over and struck him in the back, sending him, Mr. Bai, and the other two flying back dozens of meters. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and when he looked back, he saw that White Knight and Blood Looney were both grabbing onto their spears. Streaks of energy shot out in all directions as they clashed with star energy. Countless streaks of energy swept out in all directions, and some struck the cauldron, some struck the cultivators, and some struck the blood lotuses that sealed the cauldron's mouth. The palaces and the blood lotuses stopped spreading and began to corrode each other. Another shockwave swept over, and Lu Yin used his fate sand to block it. Beside him, Mr. Bai and Miss Qing slowly recovered and thanked Lu Yin. Lu Yin anxiously said, "Stop talking nonsense and be careful. It won't feel good if you get hit by this kind of shockwave." "What a pair of freaks," Miss Qing muttered. Mr. Bai smiled bitterly. "It looks like our plans to explore the Daosaur sect will have to be put on hold. This place has already become a battlefield for the top powerhouses of the 5th mainland and 6th mainland's younger generation. It's not a place where the two of us can interfere." Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. If it had been before, he would not have cared, but he had just comprehended a battle technique from the cauldron. Although he had not been able to successfully comprehend it due to the lack of time, he had already grasped the method. All he needed to do was recite the Stonewall scriptures, and he would not give up on this place. Legend had it that the 9 cauldrons had 9 battle techniques, and if the 9 battle techniques were combined into one, they would be invincible. Lu Yin was currently lacking a powerful battle technique, and since the Stonewall scriptures could cause this cauldron to react, did that mean that all 9 cauldrons could do it? Did that mean that he could comprehend one of the 9 cauldrons' battle techniques and comprehend the rumored invincible battle technique? To any cultivator, this was a great temptation, as many cultivators had lost their lives for this opportunity. Lu Yin was also a cultivator, and he did not want to give up on this battle technique, even if this place had become a top-notch battlefield. With an invincible battle technique right in front of him, danger and opportunity coexisted. Lu Yin gritted his teeth and looked up. It was impossible for him to comprehend it now, as the shock waves from the battle between these two could interrupt him at any moment. He could only wait until the next time he entered this top-notch battlefield. Up above, White Knight and Blood Looney gripped onto each other's spears. Star energy collided, causing thunderous explosions that caused cracks to appear all around them. The 5th mainland was actually able to give birth to a powerhouse like you. It's a pity that war is upon us, and you have no room to grow. Blood Looney shouted excitedly. Behind him, Sangchong old man's imprint was very clear, and it looked just like a real person. White Knight replied in a low voice, "You're just slaves to a fixed cultivation system. You have no future." Blood Looney laughed maniacally. "So what? I'll still slaughter you all. Our sky has been changed by you, creating a false power. Even so, the sixth mainland's peers still can't defeat us. Xing Kai killed one of your realmlings, so you can't defeat me. This is the difference between us, so I'm very sure that the truth of the ancient war is not as recorded in history. You've covered up history." White Knight shouted. Blood Looney laughed sinisterly. "What does that have to do with me? I just want to kill you and use your blood to forge the path to the Tao Source Three Skies. I've already said that you can't defeat me." White Knight shouted. Their star energy collided even more fiercely, and the space around the two warped. Countless shockwaves spread out, and the remaining cultivators gradually woke up and looked up in fear. 2 days passed, and the battle between the two did not stop. However, it was obvious that both of them were exhausted, especially White Knight, whose spear was already starting to crack. Blood Looney grinned as blood lotuses appeared, and countless corpse dragons crashed into White Knight. "You're finished." Below, Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. Were the 10 arbiters about to be defeated? There was a loud boom as White Knight was struck by countless corpse dragons. At the same time, Blood Looney's battle force suddenly turned red. This was 9-line battle force, and he had been hiding his strength all this time. At this critical moment, he unleashed a palm strike that pierced through White Knight's abdomen, and a bloody light illuminated Blood Looney's sinister face. The crowd below felt a chill, as Blood Looney had won in the end. Lu Yin's eyelids twitched. The 10 arbiters had really been defeated. In the universe, the 10 arbiters were synonymous with invincibility. No one had ever heard of any of the 10 arbiters being defeated, and the average person did not even know their names. They were godlike existences amongst their peers, and they possessed supreme authority and influence that permeated the entire universe. Even such characters had been defeated. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 643. Lu Yin stared at Blood Looney, who was standing high up in the sky. This was the strength of a powerhouse from the 6th mainland who could compete for the position of one of the Tao Source Three Skies. Hold on. Lu Yin suddenly recalled that the Lingling Palace belonged to the Lingling clan, and the Lingling clan had a technique known as soul-splitting. Up above, White Knight's body had been pierced through. Blood Looney pulled his hand back and licked the blood off it. The red in his eyes grew even more resplendent as he stared at White Knight's eyes. He could see the pain in those eyes, and he grew even more excited. Suddenly, Blood Looney's gaze froze. He could see his own figure in White Knight's eyes, but he also saw another figure appear behind him. He hurriedly turned around, only to see a spear about to pierce his throat. At the critical moment, Blood Looney grabbed the spear, but his 9-line battle force prevented White Knight from advancing any further. You're not dead." Blood Looney was certain that he had just killed White Knight, as his eyes could not be faked. But why was there another person in front of him? White Knight's spear vibrated and knocked Blood Looney's hand away. The body of the spear struck Blood Looney's body and sent him flying. Below them, the palace that had stopped expanding began to glow again, evaporating all of the blood lotuses within it. A mighty bell rang out, sounding like the sound of a heavenly palace. Blood Looney clutched his chest as blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. He stared at White Knight with a crazed expression. "How is this possible? How can you defeat me?" White Knight pointed his spear at Blood Looney. "I've already said that you have no future. Even the so-called Tao Source Three Skies are just slaves to a fixed cultivation system. You can't defeat us with just your strength." He then stabbed out with his spear again. Blood Looney roared, and the blood lotuses that had sealed the cauldron melted and turned into blood that was absorbed by him. His entire body turned scarlet as he charged towards White Knight. White Knight's gaze froze, and the palace glowed brightly as his spear continued forward. There was a bang as a giant spatial crack extended towards the sky. An intense gale crushed down, causing several cultivators to cough up blood. Even Lu Yin's heart sank as his chest tightened, and he almost coughed up blood. The sky distorted as the two figures retreated. They had both used their full strength, and both the blood lotuses and the palace instantly vanished. Both figures crashed into the cauldron and spat out blood at the same time. It was impossible to tell who had won, as both of them had been injured. The blood lotuses at the cauldron had disappeared. However, the mouth of the cauldron was still blocked by the two people, and no one dared to rush out. At this moment, White Knight leapt up and left. A clamor could be heard from outside the cauldron. Someone had probably arrived. White Knight was from the Fifth Mainland, and if he was exposed, he would be surrounded and attacked by everyone. He had no choice but to retreat with his heavy injuries. Blood Looney stared into the distance with unwillingness as he clenched his fists. If he could absorb this person's blood, he would definitely be able to defeat the current generation's Dowsource 3 skies. "Let's go," someone within the cauldron shouted. They were afraid of being trapped by Blood Looney again. Although Blood Looney was injured, the difference in power was too great. Even if he was injured, they didn't dare to fight him. Now, there were less than 20 survivors in the cauldron. All of them rushed out of the cauldron and fled in all directions. Blood Looney became anxious, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He had indeed wanted to seal the cauldron's mouth, but it was too late. He could only choose a direction to chase after, and that direction just so happened to be where Lu Yin and the others were. "Why is this lunatic chasing us?" The fatty panicked as he woke up. The moment he woke up, he saw Blood Looney chasing after him. "Did you guys provoke him? Let's split up. If he dares to chase after us, it means that his injuries aren't too serious, and he's confident in dealing with us," Mr. Bai suggested. Miss Qing and Lu Yin agreed. "Split up. Who should I follow?" The fatty was terrified. He was the weakest, and he was also the slowest. Lu Yin frowned, as this damn fatty was really troublesome. Just as he was about to speak, the fatty disappeared. Lu Yin was speechless, as this guy's luck was truly extraordinary. Mr. Bai, Miss Qing, and Lu Yin all split up, and the three of them headed in 3 different directions. Blood Looney bellowed. If not for his heavy injuries, he would not have let these 3 escape given his speed. He glanced around and then decided on a direction to chase after them. "Seventh bro, that lunatic is chasing after you," the monkey cried out. Lu Yin looked back and happened to meet Blood Looney's red eyes. His expression changed. "Why is he chasing after me? Can he tell that I'm from the Fifth Mainland? Seventh bro, you're really a firefly in the dark. You're being chased wherever you go," the monkey said bitterly. Lu Yin felt helpless as well, and he suddenly thought of a possibility. 2 days ago, he had been the only one who had remained standing during the clash between the 2 phenomena, and he had even taken Mr. Bai and the others away. Perhaps that was why Blood Looney had determined that he was very strong, or at least stronger than the others. Only the blood of powerhouses was valuable, and this lunatic had guessed correctly. Lu Yin smiled wryly, as it was better to keep a low profile. Behind him, Blood Looney attacked. A corpse dragon charged out from his body and charged towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin increased his speed, but the space in front of him suddenly split open. He hurriedly dodged, and the corpse dragon disappeared into the void. Another corpse dragon then charged out and charged towards him. The space within the 9 cauldrons was relatively stable, but Lu Yin would rather not. Even if Blood Looney was injured, he was still very fast. "You can't catch me. Go chase after someone else," Lu Yin shouted. Blood Looney grinned. "You're the one." Lu Yin wanted to turn around and risk his life. With the Yu's secret art and the dream finger, he might be able to deal with Blood Looney in his current state, but after some thought, he decided against it. Not long after, he saw a pillar of light in the middle of the 9 cauldrons. Lu Yin was delighted, and he quickly charged towards it. Blood Looney snorted and raised a hand, causing a giant blood lotus to appear in the sky and descend. The pillar of light was right in front of him, and Lu Yin casually waved his hand to activate the Yu's secret art. The blood lotus was diverted in another direction. Blood Looney's eyes narrowed. "Is this a battle technique?" "No, with your strength, a battle technique won't be able to block it. This is a secret technique." "You know a secret technique?" Lu Yin gritted his teeth and stepped into the pillar of light. "Don't run. Hand over the secret technique." Blood Looney went all out and spat out a mouthful of blood that turned into a surge of blood energy. He tore through the void and appeared in front of Lu Yin, stepping into the pillar of light with him. Lu Yin's scalp went numb as the scene before him changed. He had left the space within the 9 cauldrons and arrived at a canyon with Blood Looney at the same time. Blood Looney grabbed Lu Yin's shoulder, and Lu Yin grabbed Blood Looney's wrist. Both of them exerted their strength at the same time. Blood Looney's wrist was broken, and he was shocked. He had actually lost in a contest of strength. He didn't even think about it as he released his 9-line battle force and struck out with a palm. Lu Yin released his 7-lined battle force at the same time and used his Fate Sand to block the attack. There was a thump, and the Fate Sand trembled as Lu Yin was sent flying out of the pillar of light. His chest tightened, and he fled into the distance without even looking back. Blood Looney coughed out another mouthful of blood. He had already been heavily injured from his battle with White Knight, and he had even used his battle technique and 9-line battle force to chase after Lu Yin, which had worsened his injuries. However, for the secret technique, everything was worth it. As long as he could obtain it, his strength would undergo an earth-shattering transformation. Why did he want to become one of the Dao Source 3 skies? Aside from the experts from the secret progenitor realm, the experts from the progenitor of blood and progenitor of martial realms could only become one of the Dao Source 3 skies if they wanted to obtain the secret technique. This was his true goal. Only by obtaining the secret technique would he be invincible. Blood Looney slammed a palm against his chest, and his face paled as he spat out a large mouthful of blood. The blood transformed into vitality that covered his body, and he tore through the void once more to chase after Lu Yin. This time, he appeared behind Lu Yin with Sangqiong Old Man's imprint appearing behind him. An enormous pressure caused Lu Yin's back to turn cold. "Stop right there and hand over the secret technique." Blood Looney then reached out to grab Lu Yin. Lu Yin stopped and turned around. He raised a finger, but his eyes suddenly went slack, and he lost consciousness. Boundless rage erupted as he tapped out with the dream finger. The void froze, and only the finger could be heard as it traversed through space and tapped on Blood Looney's palm. The finger pierced through his palm and headed for his head, but it did not succeed. Blood Looney was too strong, and Lu Yin's finger could not even touch him. Helpless, Lu Yin retracted his finger. However, the power of that finger had still sent Blood Looney flying back 100 meters. The void returned to normal, and Lu Yin escaped once more. Blood was dripping from his finger. Blood Looney was shocked, and he clutched his shoulder as fresh blood flowed from his palm. How was this possible? An explorer had actually injured him, and he had been unable to dodge that finger attack. What kind of battle technique was that? This person had a secret technique, a battle technique, and even battle force. He was an absolute freak. Hold on, this person didn't use an imprint. Blood Looney suddenly looked up. There was only one possibility for someone to not use an imprint in a life or death situation. This person couldn't possibly be another survivor of the Fifth Mainland. Blood Looney roared and chased after Luin. He had to capture this person, as this person's secret technique and battle technique were the best gifts for him after being sealed in ice for 1,000 years. Despite being injured several times, Blood Looney did not give up. Luin was helpless, as this madman had definitely guessed that he was not from the Sixth Mainland. Once he encountered a cultivator from the Sixth Mainland, he would be in trouble. Just as Luin was thinking about this, he saw someone starting a fire in front of him. From the looks of it, the person was trying to cook some food. Luin wanted to avoid him, but he decided against it. Blood Looney wanted to obtain the secret technique the most right now, and he could not allow Lu Yin's identity to be exposed. He was also afraid that Lu Yin would be captured. In this madman's eyes, regardless of whether it was someone from the Fifth Mainland or the Sixth Mainland, they were all enemies. Lu Yin eagerly rushed towards the fire, hoping that a ruthless character would appear. Someone like Autumn Frost Qing would suffice. Blood Looney also saw that someone was starting a fire in the distance, and he gritted his teeth and spat out another mouthful of blood. His face was even paler than before. Even if he managed to obtain the secret technique, he would need a long time to recover. But for the secret technique, it was worth it. Everyone who stood in his way had to die. Nong Saitian had always thought of himself as an ambitious youth. Ever since he had been young, he had dreamed of spreading his glorious image throughout the entire Sixth Mainland. Not only the progenitor of Blood Territory, but even the progenitor of Martial Territory and Secret Progenitor Territory had to have a glorious image of him. Unfortunately, this dream had been shattered the moment he had matured. His name was destined to never shine. Yes, everything else was fine. His image, temperament, and style of speech were all very good. The only problem was his name, which had become the greatest stain in his life. He had thought of rebelling and changing his name, but he had failed. Aside from being beaten up countless times, nothing good had come out of it. Originally, he had not wanted to give up and had wanted to wait until he became an absolute powerhouse before changing his name. But when he had reached adulthood, his family's ancestor had gifted him with a power vessel. From then on, Nong Saitian knew that he would never be able to shake off his name, as that power vessel was a hoe. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 644. When he thought about the hoe, Nong Saitian wanted to vomit blood. Who would refine a hoe into a power vessel? Who? Who was it? Nong Saitian wished that he could drag that bastard out of his grave and whip his corpse. A hoe had caused Nong Saitian to lose all hope. From then on, he would never return from his path of being a country bumpkin. Being confident and elegant had nothing to do with him anymore. He had already lost all hope, and even as he walked down the street, he felt like someone was laughing at him. After holding it in for a long time, Nong Saitian finally thought it through and decided to let go. If it was a hoe, then so be it. He had a hoe, and he was proud of it. Of course, even though he had let go, he still felt some regret. However, this regret had completely disappeared when he entered the first divine gate in the ruins of the Fifth Mainland's Daosor sect. The Sixth Mainland had invaded the Fifth Mainland, and as a descendant of a cosmic imprinter family, he had to go to the front lines. Before that, his family had sent him to the ruins of the Fifth Mainland's Daosor sect to search for opportunities. Nong Saitian's luck had always been good, and he had been complacent, vowing to obtain countless treasures just like his ancestor. But who would have thought that he would run into a madman as soon as he entered the first divine gate? Thanks to his ancestors' teachings, and thanks to Nong Zaitian's teachings, Nong Zaitian's family had always recorded any potential life-threatening experts as a precaution. This was the key to Nong Zaitian's survival, and that madman had been recorded in the records. Blood Looney had been a monster who had failed to seize the position of one of the Dowsour's three skies 1,000 years ago and had killed many people before being sealed in ice. The moment Blood Looney had seen Blood Looney, he had fled at lightning speed. As he thought about this, Nong Zaitian was once again grateful to the Ho. This Ho's speed was really good, and it had disappeared in the blink of an eye. It was also because of this that Nong Zaitian no longer had any regrets, as the Ho was a good thing. As for his friends, they were just fair-weather friends. Those bastards had mocked him countless times, and they would definitely regret not having a decent Ho. After wandering around the ruins of the Dowsor sect for a few days, Nong Zaitian was tired, and he was about to cook something to eat. However, just as he started a fire, he saw someone rushing towards him from the distance. It seemed that the person had no intention of stopping, and Nong Zaitian stood up to teach that person a lesson. Although he was not very strong, he was still a descendant of a cosmic imprinter family, which meant that he was still in the blood. That person was getting closer and closer, and Nong Zaitian was ready. He was about to make his move. There seemed to be someone chasing after that person. Was he trying to escape? No wonder he was so flustered that he didn't know where to go. It didn't matter. Anyone who dared to come after him was courting death. Wait a minute, why does that person in red look so familiar? Nong Zaitian rubbed his eyes, and then his expression changed drastically. Blood Looney. F***CKU. Nong Zaitian cursed fiercely as he stepped onto the Ho and fled. Lu Yin quickly rushed towards Nong Zaitian. He saw Nong Zaitian stand up, and he could sense the man's hostility. Lu Yin knew that Nong Zaitian was about to attack, but just as he was about to speak, he saw Nong Zaitian step forward and grab him. A Ho! What the hell? With a swoosh, Nong Zaitian's Ho flew through the air and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Lu Yin's eyes lit up, and he subconsciously activated the Yu's secret art. The Ho appeared beneath Nong Zaitian's body, and due to inertia, it swept past Nong Zaitian and quickly overtook him. Nong Zaitian fell to the ground with a bang, his mouth full of mud. He looked down and thought, damn, where's the Ho? A gust of wind blew past, and Nong Zaitian saw that the Ho was under that person's butt. Nong Zaitian was confused. What was going on? At that moment, he felt a chill run down his spine, and a terrifying aura washed over him. The ground was illuminated red, and Nong Zaitian was so frightened that his hair stood on end. Blood Looney had arrived, and Nong Zaitian pulled out another Ho from his robes. He stepped onto it and quickly charged forward. Blood Looney was stunned. What was going on? He could not understand what was going on, and all he knew was that Lu Yin was getting further and further away from him. This was not good. Blood Looney slapped his chest again, causing him to spit out blood. His speed increased once more, and he tore through the void as he flickered incessantly. Nong Zaitian looked back, and his face went pale. Don't chase me, this has nothing to do with me. Up ahead, Lu Yin tightly grasped the Ho. How was he supposed to control this thing? He could not control it, and its inertia slowed him down further and further. At that moment, Nong Zaitian caught up and glared at Lu Yin. Give me back the Ho. Lu Yin's eyes lit up, and he casually waved his hand again, tossing the Ho under him to Nong Zaitian. Nong Zaitian, who had been accelerating, placed the Ho under his butt and accelerated once more. Nong Zaitian was speechless. What had changed? Blood Looney closed in once more, and Nong Zaitian immediately controlled the Ho that Lu Yin had tossed over to increase his speed. Just like that, with Lu Yin's secret art active, the two of them continuously swapped hose and gradually pulled away from Blood Looney. Blood Looney really did spit out blood. Nong Saitian also wanted to spit out blood, as he was depressed by Lu Yin's actions. What was going on? This was a secret technique, right? Where had this pervert come from? How could he use a secret technique to trade for a hoe? Who are you? Give me back the hoe. Nong Saitian was furious. Lu Yin answered, here, and then swapped hoes. Nong Saitian was furious. You've gone too far. Lu Yin was helpless. Brother, I'll apologize to you after we get rid of that madman. I'll kill you. Nong Saitian was furious. Then forget it. The hoe is mine. Wait, no, it's useless to you. You don't know how to control it. It doesn't matter. I'll keep it. Without me controlling it, you won't be able to escape. That's why we have to work together. Blood Looney is looking for you. You know him. An acquaintance. That's even better. Hurry up and persuade him to stop. Nong Saitian, suddenly, the sky changed, and black and white alternated. In that instant, Lu Yin and Nong Saitian's hearts trembled. Above their heads, a black and white light flashed past, followed by a violent tremor. Lu Yin's eyes went blank for a moment, but then he reacted and looked back. He saw that Blood Looney's clothes were stained with blood, and half of his body was missing. In front of him was a figure whose back was facing them. The moment he saw this figure, Lu Yin's pupils shrank, and he hurriedly changed his face. Although he could not see the figure's face, he knew who it was. The black and white hair was too obvious. There was only one Day-Night clan member who could appear here, one of the 10 arbiters of the Day-Night royal family, Night King Jinwu. Nong Saitian also reacted at this moment, and he looked back. When he saw Blood Looney's miserable state, his mouth fell open. What? Who are you? Who are you? Blood Looney shrieked as he stared at the youth who had suddenly appeared and shattered half of his body with a single punch. The youth had his hands clasped behind his back, and his gaze was arrogant. Fifth Mainland, Night King Jinwu, one of the 10 arbiters. Blood Looney was stunned, and then he laughed bitterly. The Fifth Mainland is still the Fifth Mainland. I never thought that I would die at the hands of a remnant of the Fifth Mainland. Ha ha ha. Night King Jinwu's gaze was calm. Die. He then raised a hand and struck out. It was clearly an ordinary palm strike, but it caused Lu Yin and Nong Saitian's hearts to tremble once more. Every move of Arbiter Jinwu's contained unfathomable might. Blood Looney gritted his teeth so hard that they shattered. With half of his body shattered, he would definitely die, but he did not want to die in such a dubious manner. This person had taken advantage of his injuries to try and take his life, and he did not want to die at this person's hands. Blood lotuses bloomed beneath his feet, and corpse dragons rushed towards Night King Jinwu. Night King Jinwu frowned. What a last-ditch effort. He then struck out with his palm, causing the corpse dragons to scatter. Blood Looney then rushed backwards under the protection of the blood lotuses. Night King Jinwu arrogantly glanced in Lu Yin and Nong Saitian's direction, but he ignored them and chased after Blood Looney. Soon, Blood Looney and Night King Jinwu's figures disappeared. Blood Looney is dead for sure, Nong Saitian muttered. Lu Yin nodded. Yeah, he's dead for sure. Not to mention that he was currently heavily injured. Even if he had met Night King Jinwu at his peak, it was hard to say whether or not he could win. Arbiter Jinwu was tyrannical even among the 10 arbiters, and nobody knew exactly how strong he was. White Knight had been able to fight Blood Looney to the point where both of them were heavily injured, and she had even gained the upper hand. Night King Jinwu could do the same, and he might even be stronger. Sometimes, Lu Yin could not understand how the arbiters could be so powerful, even though the Sixth Mainland's overall strength was far greater than the Fifth Mainland's. The Fifth Mainland also had the Neoverse, which had the Hall of Honor, the Sirius Sect, and the Three Dark Hands. The younger generation nurtured by these powers might not be any weaker than the 10 arbiters. Thus, the Fifth Mainland had far more top-notch powerhouses than the Sixth Mainland, which was incomprehensible. The average strength of the Sixth Mainland's younger generation was definitely greater than the Fifth Mainland's, but from what Lu Yin could see, the Fifth Mainland had more top-notch powerhouses than the Sixth Mainland, which was the exact opposite. It was a very strange situation. He recalled what White Knight had said during her battle with Blood Looney. All of the Sixth Mainland's cultivators were slaves to a fixed cultivation system, and they had no future. Could this be the reason? Or could it be that the Sixth Mainland had a top-notch powerhouse that could crush everything in the younger generation? The Tao Source Three Skies. Lu Yin pondered this. Blood Looney had been able to compete for the position of one of the Tao Source Three Skies 1,000 years ago, which meant that the Tao Source Three Skies might not be that much stronger than the Realmlings. Or could it be that one's strength would experience a qualitative leap after becoming one of the Tao Source Three Skies? While Lu Yin was thinking about this, Nong Saitian grabbed his collar. Nong Saitian glared at him fiercely. "Give me back my hoe." Lu Yin raised a hand. "Here." Nong Saitian snorted and put away the hoe. Lu Yin was puzzled. "This power vessel of yours is really strange. You even have 2 hoes. What, do you have a problem with that? 1 male and 1 female. What's wrong?" Nong Saitian was annoyed. Lu Yin choked. "There was a male and female hoe." Nong Saitian glared at Lu Yin again and then turned to leave. Lu Yin thought about it and then followed him. Nong Saitian stared at him. "Why are you following me?" Lu Yin shrugged. "I don't have anywhere to go. Let's go together." Nong Saitian was furious. "No way. The more people there are, the bigger the target." Lu Yin did not care and continued to follow Nong Saitian. Nong Saitian's hoe was too useful, and it was extremely fast. Even Blood Looney could not catch up to it. Following Nong Saitian would definitely be safe, and at the very least, Lu Yin would be able to escape. However far Nong Saitian walked, Lu Yin followed. Lu Yin wanted to use the hoe to shake this guy off, but when he thought about Nong Saitian's secret technique, he decided against it. "You know a secret technique, right?" Nong Saitian asked Lu Yin. "Take a guess," Lu Yin casually replied. "Nong Saitian, to be able to learn a secret technique, you have to be at least from an all-heavenly imprinter family. Why haven't I seen you before?" Nong Saitian was puzzled. Lu Yin looked around and then casually asked, "Do you know all the people from all heavenly imprinter families?" "Yes," Nong Saitian answered very seriously. "I've memorized it before." Lu Yin was speechless. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 645. You're not one of the Fifth Mainland survivors, are you? Nong Saitian suddenly thought of something and stared at Lu Yin warily. Lu Yin rolled his eyes. "Have you ever seen a survivor of the Fifth Mainland as weak as me?" Nong Saitian rolled his eyes. "That's true. Any survivor of the Fifth Mainland that can appear in the Tao Source sect is at least as strong as a realmling. You're too weak." The two walked for a while, and then Nong Saitian sighed. "Don't follow me. You saw it for yourself. Blood Looney is being chased by the Fifth Mainland survivors, and the entire Tao Source sect isn't safe. I plan to hide until the time limit is up, and then I'll leave. Me too, Lu Yin said. Nong Saitian blinked. Then find a place to hide. Why are you following me? I don't know the way. Nong Saitian growled, I don't know the way either. Don't follow me. It's safer with more people, Lu Yin said again, his tone casual. He had his eyes on the hoe, as it was too useful. Nong Saitian knew Lu Yin's goal, and although he was angry, he had no other choice. He wanted to attack Lu Yin, but the fact that this person had been able to escape from Blood Looney meant that he was not weak. Furthermore, Lu Yin did not seem injured, so Nong Saitian was not confident. The two walked for a while longer, and then they found 3 corpses on the ground. Judging from the direction of the corpses, these 3 had most likely been killed by Night King Jinwu. Nong Saitian felt his scalp go numb, and he whispered, Brother, don't follow me. Can't we just hide on our own? I don't know the way. I told you that I don't know the way either. It's safer with more people. U++. Suddenly, a void crack extended in front of them, and Lu Yin grabbed Nong Saitian to avoid the crack. Nong Saitian was still in shock, and he patted his chest. I was almost killed. Lu Yin patted him on the shoulder. You owe me a life. If I wasn't angered by you, would I have missed the crack? Nong Saitian raged. Lu Yin ignored him and looked into the distance. More and more void cracks extended, and a hurricane swept past. Lu Yin's expression changed. Not good, let's go. He turned around, but he saw that Nong Saitian was already sneaking around. He mounted the hoe and began to slip away. This guy was faster than him, but it didn't matter. He had a secret technique. With a bang, Nong Saitian once again fell into the pit with his face flat on the ground. You bastard, I'm going to kill you. Nong Saitian roared angrily. Suddenly, he felt a tremendous pressure pressing down on him from above. Without even thinking about it, he pulled out a second hoe and jumped onto it, then charged forward. He took a moment to look back and see 2 figures fighting in the air. One of them caused Nong Saitian to tremble. Shangrong. I++. Lu Yin sat on his hoe and looked back as well. He had only sensed 2 powerful forces clashing earlier, but he had no idea who they were. Now that the 2 parties were rapidly approaching each other, he could clearly see that it was White Knight who was fighting against Shangrong. Lu Yin felt a chill run down his spine when he saw Shangrong. He hadn't forgotten about the few cultivators who had disappeared from Heaven's Pit. Shangrong's strength was terrifying. Bang! There was a loud crash as White Knight crashed in Lu Yin's direction. Lu Yin had managed to dodge the attack, but Nong Saitian wasn't as lucky. He was swept up by the shock waves from White Knight's crash, and he fainted before he could even run far with his hoe. Without Nong Saitian, Lu Yin did not know how to use a hoe, so he could only pick it up and run on his own. Without the hoe, his speed was much slower. White Knight charged out, but was sent flying by Shangrong once again. This time, she crashed in Lu Yin's direction. Lu Yin was helpless, and he hurriedly hid. High up in the sky, Shangrong stared down coldly. Is this all that the 5th Mainland's 10 arbiters have? Come out. Underground, White Knight stood up and looked up at Shangrong. I'm just taking advantage of the situation. Dealing with remnants like you is already dirtying my hands, and there's no such thing as fairness. You can't even force me to use my imprint. He then raised a hand that emitted a white light. Incinerate bloodline, Skyless. The moment he finished speaking, the white light in his palm turned into a sphere that gradually rose into the sky. It was as if a white sun had enveloped the world. Following the appearance of the white sun, the mountains and the ground began to disintegrate and disappear. Lu Yin's expression changed. Not good. He had to escape, or he would be disintegrated as well. What kind of attack was this? On the ground, White Knight coughed and lowered her head, as if she had accepted her fate. Shang Rong was cold and arrogant, as he liked this feeling. Killing ordinary cultivators had not piqued his interest, and only experts like this could satisfy him. He liked to look down on everything like a god, and just like this, he could end everything. Suddenly, Shang Rong's expression changed, and he hurriedly dodged to the side, but it was still too late. The spear pierced through his shoulder, causing blood to spill out. Behind him, another White Knight had appeared at some point, and the one on the ground slowly disappeared. Lu Yin saw that this was soul-splitting. Ling Ke could split himself into three, and White Knight could naturally do the same. During his battle with Blood Loony, Ling Ke had only split himself into two and had not used his full strength. He had left this trump card to Shang Rong. Shang Rong's expression darkened, and he waved his hand, causing the white sun to descend and bombard White Knight. At the same time, an imprint appeared behind him. It was a figure completely covered in long black hair, and its face could not be seen. However, it exuded an indescribably terrifying pressure and a sinister aura. This was a celestial imprinter, just like Tsangchung Old Man, who had been imprinted by Blood Loony. A palace appeared around White Knight, and a glorious bell rang out. The sound of the Sky Palace resounded throughout the entire space, and a series of phenomena appeared within the palace. The Lingling clan could combine their 10 innate gifts into one, and the phenomena that appeared within the palace were the 10 innate gifts. This was White Knight's true strength, and it also meant that he was going all out. Boom! The world trembled as a giant crack stretched across the sky like an inverted black mountain range. The clash between Shang Rong and White Knight almost caused Lu Yin to faint. A terrifying pressure swept through the area, destroying the entire space. After a while, the shock waves from the collision finally dissipated. At this moment, everything in front of Lu Yin's eyes had changed. The mountain range that had originally existed had disappeared, and the void was constantly twisting, as if it would break apart at any moment. Lu Yin searched for Shang Rong and White Knight, and he quickly found the two of them standing in an underground crater, staring at each other. Shang Rong's face was flushed, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. There was still a bloody hole in his shoulder that had been pierced by the spear, and blood had seeped into half of his body. Across from him, White Knight was not in a good state either. More than half of his armor had been shattered, and his spear had been broken in two. He had already suffered heavy injuries from his battle with Blood Loony, and now that he had clashed head-on with Shang Rong, his injuries should be even worse than Blood Loony's when he had faced Night King Jinwu. Shang Rong clutched his shoulder and approached White Knight step by step. "You've already reached your limit. I, Shang Rong, will remember you. But today, you will die." White Knight slowly raised his broken spear and pointed it at Shang Rong. "Have you forgotten what the people from the Fifth Mainland are good at?" Shang Rong suddenly paused, and his eyes were filled with bewilderment. According to the historical records of the Sixth Mainland, the people from the Fifth Mainland were the best at hiding their strength and pretending to be weak. These people would always hold back, and this trait made the people from the Sixth Mainland furious, but there was nothing they could do about it. Because of this, countless experts from the Sixth Mainland had died in the final moments of the ancient war. Shang Rong glared at White Knight. "I don't believe that you still have the strength to resist. You can try. At worst, we'll just die together." White Knight's tone was cold. Shang Rong stopped in place, and his eyes flickered. Lu Yin watched on, hesitating over whether or not he should act. There was a fundamental difference in power between him and Shang Rong. White Knight might be able to block that power that could disintegrate everything, but Lu Yin might not be able to. He simply could not understand the nature of that power. Even if Shang Rong was heavily injured, that power would still be enough to destroy him. After a while, Shang Rong seemed to have made up his mind and stepped forward. White Knight's spear flickered with a cold light, but he did not retreat even half a step. Shang Rong stopped and struggled for a while before glaring at White Knight. "I won't take advantage of you today. When you recover, we'll fight again." He then leaped up and left the crater, flying into the distance. Lu Yin relaxed, as he had been scared away. Inside the crater, White Knight still maintained the same posture. After thinking about it, he jumped into the crater and approached White Knight. He wanted to know what was going on in the Interverse. Afraid that White Knight would attack him, he hurriedly said, "I'm from the Fifth Mainland. You know Wendy Yushan, right? My name is Lu Yin." White Knight did not respond. Lu Yin approached him again. "I'm Lu Yin. You should have heard of me." White Knight still did not respond. Lu Yin walked up to him and gave him a light push, causing White Knight to fall to the ground. "So he fainted a long time ago." Lu Yin laughed. An unconscious person had actually scared away Shang Rong. If Shang Rong knew that White Knight had fainted, what would he think? Lu Yin crouched down and looked at White Knight. This was one of the 10 arbiters, and in their universe, the 10 arbiters were supreme existences amongst the younger generation. When Sansi, Night King Jinwu, and Lan Si were all lofty existences. This was the first time that Lu Yin had come into contact with one of the 10 arbiters, and this person could even decide his fate. Lu Yin's emotions were complicated. White Knight was the one who had brought Wendy Yushan to Myriad Swords Peak, and Zhao Yilong had told him that this person had taken good care of Wendy Yushan. No one would believe that this person did not like Wendy Yushan. Wendy Yushan could also be considered Lu Yin's fiancée. Although it was a fake identity, after interacting with her for so long, Lu Yin had to admit that he had some feelings for her. Any normal man would have some feelings for her. Her appearance and temperament were 1 in a million, and even if Wendy Yushan did not have any romantic feelings for him, there was still some familial love between them. If this person was still alive, then he might take Wendy Yushan away from Lu Yin in the future. Lu Yin sighed and smiled bitterly. He grabbed White Knight and took him away. No matter what the future held, this person represented the 5th mainland in the struggle against the 6th mainland, and he had also indirectly saved Lu Yin's life. This favor had to be repaid. A life for a life. "I'll save you this time, so I'll consider the favor of saving me from the cauldron repaid," Lu Yin said. As for Nong Zaiqian, Lu Yin did not look for him, as whether or not he could survive would depend on his own luck. After all, they were still enemies. Mr. Bai and the other 2 were friends, so Lu Yin would save them if possible. As for the others, Lu Yin did not throw the hoe away, as he might be able to use it after some research. Although it was slightly inferior, its speed was quite good. The Daosaur sect was huge, and it was not easy to run into a Realmling or the 10 arbiters. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 646. Lu Yin carried White Knight and walked for half a day before finally finding a place to hide. It was a gap between 2 tall mountains, and there was a river flowing through it. He tossed White Knight onto the ground and sat down. This trip had been very dangerous, as Shang Rong, Blood Luni, White Knight, and Night King Jinwu had all encountered him. Any carelessness and he would have died, but he had been lucky enough to survive. There were still a few days until the deadline, and he would be able to return to the 5th mainland after a few days. But what about the next time? He could not give up on the battle techniques within the cauldron. He clearly had a way to comprehend them, but he had not done so, which was torture for him. He desperately needed powerful battle techniques, but this place had already become the most dangerous battlefield. He looked at White Knight. If even one of the 10 arbiters was in such a miserable state, then White Knight's situation was even worse. He wondered how Wendy Yushan was doing, and he hoped that she was fine. At this moment, he regretted giving his futon to her. No one had expected that the Daosaur sect would become the cruelest battlefield for the younger generation. Lu Yin still did not have the qualifications to join this battlefield. It had been a long time since he had felt so helpless. Ever since his universal armor had been upgraded, he no longer feared even enlighters. Lu Yin looked at White Knight again. This guy couldn't have died, right? He walked over and thought about it for a moment before lifting White Knight's mask to see if he was dead or not. When the mask was removed, a delicate, flawless, and adorable face was revealed. Lu Yin was stunned. Isn't this a woman? He removed the mask and stared blankly at the pale White Knight lying on the ground. White Knight of the 10 arbiters was a woman. Lu Yin had not been too surprised when he saw Knight King Jinwu, but now, he was truly shocked. Who would have thought that one of the 10 arbiters, White Knight, would actually be a woman? It would have been fine if she was a woman, but she was also so delicate and adorable. He had seen many beauties before, whether it was Wendy Yushan, Madame Naylan, Ming Yen, Bai Shui, or the Glasses Miss Child. Some of them were heroic, some were charming, some were pure, and some were cute. Their temperaments matched their names, but the one in front of him was very different. Knights gave people the impression of integrity and reliability, which was a general impression. No one would associate delicate and adorable with a knight, as the contrast was too great. He had heard that White Knight's name was Ling Gong, which did not sound like a woman's name. Lu Yin stared at White Knight's face for a long while, feeling that it was unreal. He couldn't help but raise a hand and move closer to touch her face. He even pinched her lips. It was real. Suddenly, White Knight opened her eyes and stared coldly at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's fingers were still pinching her mouth, and he immediately felt awkward. If someone were to ask Lu Yin what was the most embarrassing situation he had ever faced in his life, he would not hesitate to say that it was when he had pinched White Knight Arbiter's face. In the entire universe, including the 5th mainland and the 6th mainland, who could pinch one of the 10 Arbiters' faces? He was the first and most likely the last. He slowly withdrew his hand and coughed. Would you believe me if I told you that I was just checking on your injuries? White Knight stared at him coldly, her gaze cold. Lu Yin coughed again. I'm from the 5th mainland. You know Wendy Yushan, right? White Knight's icy gaze swept past him as she looked up at the sky. Where are we? The Daosaur sect, Lu Yin blurted out. When he saw White Knight staring at him, he hurriedly said, I don't know the exact location, but it's quite far from where you fought Shang Rong. It's also well hidden, so no one should be able to find it. White Knight propped herself up with one arm and put her mask back on. I need to heal. Don't come near me or touch me. Otherwise, I'll make sure you die an ugly death. She then sat up with great difficulty and fell silent. Lu Yin looked at her and waved his hand before looking away. What healing? She must have fainted again. It would be strange if she didn't faint after suffering such heavy injuries. However, the fact that White Knight was a woman had a huge impact on Lu Yin. Furthermore, she was an adorable and beautiful woman. Although she was a little cold, for some reason, Lu Yin actually felt relieved. Focus on healing. I hope you don't die, Lu Yin said calmly. He then looked into the distance and began to recite the Stonewall scriptures. He did not plan on going out for the next few days, as Night King Jinwu and Shang Rong had both appeared in the area. The 9 cauldron space was probably not safe, so he decided to wait until the next time to explore the internal battle techniques within the cauldrons. After Lu Yin and the others left, more people entered the Daosaur sect's Heaven's Pit one after another. There were also fierce battles over the stone walls, but there were no more experts like Shang Rong. Even Butcher, who could monopolize a stone wall all by himself, did not appear. On this day, a woman stepped into Heaven's Pit's dusky space and slowly walked forward. Every step she took was the same distance, as if she had already measured the distance beforehand. The woman's long black hair reached her waist, and she held a white long sword in her hand. Her appearance was beautiful, and she had a valiant aura that was different from other women. She was even colder and more aloof than Wendy Yushan, but strangely, she wore a pair of large glasses that did not have any lenses. Coupled with her large eyes, she looked rather adorable. Not long after, the woman arrived beside progenitor Chen's palm print and looked at it with a complicated expression. The woman's attire attracted quite a few people's attention, as it was rare for a woman to wear glasses and hold a sword. Furthermore, her aura was not ordinary. Several men exchanged glances and slowly approached her. "Hello, miss. May I get to know you? I'm from the Grand Marshal realm." Before one of the men could finish speaking, a line of blood appeared on his neck. The man felt his strength drain away, and he slowly fell to his knees. His entire body then lay on the ground as his blood dyed the ground red. The other men were shocked. "Third bro, what happened to you?" A white light flashed, and the men all fell to the ground. Their blood pooled together and slowly flowed into the palm print. The woman's gaze was calm as she looked up and leaped up. A few minutes later, she left Heaven's Pit's dusky space and used a pillar of light to head somewhere else. Not long after, another person entered Heaven's Pit and arrived outside the palm print. The scene that greeted them was like hell itself. All of the cultivators who had comprehended the palm print within Heaven's Pit, a total of 28, had died tragically. Not a single one had survived, and the air was filled with the stench of blood. Following the arrival of the 10 arbiters, more than 100 cultivators from the 6th mainland who had entered the Daosaur sect's ruins had been killed or injured. These cultivators had been able to obtain futons, and almost all of them had come from powerful families. Their deaths had angered many of the 6th mainland's powers, and more voices were calling for the Realmlings to enter the Daosaur sect and eliminate the 5th mainland's remnants. The Daosaur sect's ruins had officially become the top battlefield for the younger generation. Even though there had been many casualties, no one requested for the Daosaur's 3 skies to enter, as if the Daosaur's 3 skies no longer belonged to the younger generation. Countless people had long since classified the Daosaur's 3 skies as a different existence that stood above their peers. White Knight was unconscious for 3 days, and she only woke up on the 4th day. When she woke up, she saw Lu Yin leaning against a stone wall and resting with his eyes closed. Without a second thought, she picked up a pebble from the ground and threw it at him. The pebble tore through the void and flew towards Lu Yin's forehead. Lu Yin suddenly opened his eyes and tilted his head. The pebble smashed into the mountain with a thump, causing a huge crack to appear in the wall. Lu Yin was furious. "Are you crazy?" White Knight stared at him coldly. "You should die for touching me." Lu Yin opened his mouth to scold her, but then he recalled the awkward scene from 3 days ago. He pursed his lips. "It was my fault for touching you. I apologize." White Knight's eyes narrowed, and her gaze turned cold. Lu Yin went on guard. "You're not going to attack me again, are you?" He had not forgotten that this person was one of the 10 arbiters, and her strength was on a completely different level. Even if he had a secret technique that could divert attacks, he was not confident that he could escape from one of the 10 arbiters. Fortunately, White Knight did not attack him again. She looked around and then moved slightly. An intense pain spread from her back, and she groaned as beads of sweat dripped down her forehead. Lu Yin looked at her, but he did not say anything. White Knight moved again, but the moment she did, an intense pain spread throughout her body, mostly from her back. She viciously glared at Luine. "Turn around. Don't peek." Luine was puzzled. "What? I told you to turn around." White Knight's tone was stern, and star energy spread from her body. She looked like she was about to go berserk at any moment. Luine hurriedly said, "All right, I'm leaving. You're awake anyway, so whatever happens next has nothing to do with me. You're on your own now." He then turned to leave. "No, you can't leave," White Knight suddenly said. Luine was confused. "Why?" "There's no why. If you can't leave, then you can't leave. This is an order." Luine was amused. "Order? Who can you order?" "Me. I'm not even your subordinate." White Knight looked at him coldly. "I can order anyone who belongs to the 10 Arbiters Council, the Council of Astral Academy, or the Outerverse Youth Council. You're no exception, Luine. You recognized me." Luine was astonished. In order to avoid Night King Jinwu, he had changed his appearance. White Knight coldly replied, "Many people know Wendy, but not many know about her relationship with me. Besides, your appearance hasn't changed much, and you were able to enter this place. It's not hard to guess who you are. Since you recognized me, then you should know about my relationship with Wendy. I saved you because you brought Wendy to Myriad Swords Peak. Now that we're even, I'm leaving," Luine said. "I said that you can't leave. This is an order. No one can order me around." White Knight clenched her fists and glared at him coldly. "If you dare leave, I'll kill you." Luine laughed. "Woman, there should be a limit to how unreasonable you can be. I saved you, but you still want to kill me." White Knight angrily retorted, "Don't call me that." Luine rolled his eyes. "Fine, I won't call you that anymore. I'm leaving, and you can't stop me." Suddenly, a phantom palace appeared all around them, and a glorious bell rang out. Lu Yin's expression changed, and the domain that he had released was instantly suppressed. He felt an intense sense of danger, and he turned around to stare at White Knight. "What are you doing?" "I said that you can't leave," White Knight coldly replied. "What are you trying to do?" Luine frowned. This woman was unreasonable. White Knight's eyes flickered. "Turn your back to me." "What?" Luine was confused. "I told you to turn your back to me. You don't have the right to resist." Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 647. Luine was speechless. He wanted to leave, but he wasn't confident that he could break through the palace's seal. This was a manifestation of White Knight's 10 innate gifts combined into one, and it could even clash with Blood Luni's Blood Lotus, Corpse Dragon, and Shang Rong's White Sun. Even though White Knight was heavily injured, she should have recovered somewhat in the past 3 days, so Luine wasn't confident that he could deal with her. If he'd known earlier, he would have left before she woke up. Why had he waited until now? With his back to the 10 arbiters, Luine was still very apprehensive. He immediately activated his Sirius to prevent himself from being ambushed. White Knight saw that Luine had turned around, but he didn't release his domain. Instead, she exhaled, causing the star energy around her body to boil as she peeled off the armor on her body. The armor on her arms, chest, and head fell off easily, but the armor on her legs and back felt like a layer of skin when she peeled them off. Shang Rong's power lay in disintegration, and that White Sun had caused great damage to her. The skin on her back and thighs had been disintegrated, and parts of her flesh had stuck to her armor. The pain was intense. White Knight grunted and panted heavily as she slowly peeled off the armor on her legs. Lu Yin had a strange expression on his face. What was she doing? Her panting and grunting reminded him of a certain scene. He wanted to turn around, but he didn't dare to. White Knight's pained cries grew louder as she peeled off the armor on her back. She looked up at Lu Yin, but he didn't turn around. She gritted her teeth and used her star energy to peel off the last piece of armor. Fresh blood flowed down her back and onto the ground, dyeing the ground red as it flowed along the river. White Knight waved her hand, and the Scarlet River flowed back onto the shore. Their location could be considered hidden, and no one would be able to find them just because of the blood in the river. At this moment, White Knight only had a mask on her face. The rest of her armor had been completely peeled off, leaving her with only a thin layer of gauze and large patches of torn flesh on her back and legs. She took out some medicinal powder from her armor and sprinkled it on her leg. However, it was ineffective. The moment the medicinal powder came into contact with her flesh, it dissolved. White Knight sighed inwardly. As expected, this was Shang Rong's power. If she did not deal with this power, she would not be able to heal her injury. After her battle with Blood Luni and Shang Rong, she did not have much star energy left in her body, and she could not rely on absorbing the star energy in the air to expel Shang Rong's power. There was only one way to do so, and that was through Lu Yin. He had an abundance of star energy, and he was also a lockbreaker, which was why she had left him behind. Yes, it's done, White Knight said softly. Her voice was weak. Lu Yin impatiently turned around and looked over. What he saw was no longer the awe-inspiring White Knight in her armor, but rather a severely injured and weak girl. Although she still had a mask on her face, it did not hinder her weak beauty. At this moment, White Knight, no, Ling Gong, no, White Knight no longer had her cold aura. Instead, she had the gentleness of a woman. Her blood-stained gauze covered her body, and large patches of wounds were exposed on her snow-white thighs and back. There was even blood flowing from them. Her white feet stepped on the pebbles, and her 5 translucent toes reflected the blood on the ground. It was a dazzling sight, and all of this created an extremely impactful image of a heavily injured beauty. Lu Yin was stunned, as he had never seen such a scene before. If she had taken off her mask, it would have been even more perfect. Take off your mask, Lu Yin subconsciously said. White Knight's gaze turned cold, and she picked up a pebble to throw at him. He tilted his head and dodged it again, coughing awkwardly. Why did you leave me behind? White Knight's expression turned ugly, and she lowered her head weakly. Shang Rong's power still lingers on my wounds. I want you to use your lock-breaking techniques to neutralize it. Lu Yin approached her and smelled the pungent stench of blood. However, there was also a strange fragrance that assailed his nostrils. This woman clearly did not wear perfume or makeup, as this fragrance was her body's fragrance. Lu Yin's first kiss had been with Ming Yan, and he had almost no experience with relationships. Thus, he was often teased by Madame Naylan. Now that he was facing a half-naked woman, his movements could not help but become a little stiff. How exactly should I do it? You're a lockbreaker, yet you're asking me. White Knight angrily rebuked. Being so close to a man, and in such a state at that, left her at a loss. She was angry at herself for failing to live up to expectations, but she was also angry at this man for spouting so much nonsense. Her mind was in a mess, and she did not know what to think. This man's aura made her even more flustered. Ever since she was young, she had always been the pride of the heavens. Not to mention serious injuries, even light injuries were rare. Her strength was destined to be matched by only a few people in her generation. And because those people were wary of each other, they had never fully fought. This was the first time she had been so seriously injured. It was also the first time she had been so close to a man. It was so close that she subconsciously wanted to slap him to death. Lu Yin did not know what White Knight was thinking, or he would not have approached her at all. His current actions were equivalent to walking the line between life and death. For a woman whose thoughts were in a mess, logic was not required, as even she did not know what to do. He squatted down beside White Knight and stared at her thighs. They were so white and tender. White Knight grew anxious. "Hurry up." Lu Yin gravely replied, "This is Shang Rong's power. Even if I can dispel it with my lock-breaking abilities, it won't be that easy. Bear with it." White Knight looked to the side, a strand of hair falling down her face, but she did not reply. Lu Yin thought for a moment, raised his hand, and pressed it against White Knight's thigh. It was cool and smooth to the touch, and White Knight was startled. She slapped at him, but Lu Yin was already prepared. He activated the serious art and easily dodged White Knight's attack. The wind from the palm swept through the void and slammed into the opposite mountain wall, leaving a deep imprint. "Are you crazy? I'm trying to save you." Lu Yin growled. White Knight glared at him. "Don't touch me. How can I save you if I don't touch you? You're trying to unlock me. You're courting death. This is Shang Rong's power. I told you, it's not that easy to unlock." With that secret technique, she can definitely try to enter the top 10 of the top 100 rankings. In the future, she might even have a chance to enter this place. She then looked at Lu Yin strangely. "How did you get your futon?" "Coincidence," Lu Yin answered. White Knight did not pursue the matter. "How's the inner verse?" Lu Yin asked. White Knight was cold and taciturn. "It's been invaded, and war has begun." "What's the details?" Lu Yin pressed. White Knight ignored him. Lu Yin felt helpless. The 10 arbiters were really arrogant. "Where's the invasion site?" "The Starfall Sea." "The Starfall Sea." Lu Yin was stunned. "The Starfall Sea is connected to the 6th mainland," White Knight said again. No matter what Lu Yin asked, she did not say anything about the invasion. As for the information about his friends, it was pointless to ask. His friends were not at White Knight's level. "Right, why did you bring Wendy to Myriad Swords Peak?" Lu Yin was very curious. If White Knight had been a man who liked Wendy, it would have been normal for her to do so. However, she was a woman, so it was strange. "It's none of your business," White Knight coldly replied. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 648. Lu Yin was dissatisfied. "I'll answer whatever you ask me, but you won't answer whatever I ask you. That's too much." White Knight was cold and arrogant. "Did you answer?" "I don't know. It's just a coincidence." "Is that your answer any different from not answering at all?" Lu Yin rolled his eyes. "It's better for women to be cute." There was a thump as a rock smashed into the mountain wall. Lu Yin was furious, and he glared at White Knight. "Woman, don't think that I won't retaliate." "What are you trying to do?" White Knight coldly replied, "Forget everything that happened today, and forget everything about me. Also, I told you not to call me that." Lu Yin snorted. "I'll be crushed to death if I stay with you. Goodbye." "No, never." He then turned to leave. "You're not allowed to leave." "Why?" "That's an order." Lu Yin was so angry that he laughed. "I told you that no one can order me around." I can order anyone who belongs to the 10 Arbiters' Council, the Council of Astral Academy, or the Outerverse Youth Council. You are no exception, White Knight said indifferently. Lu Yin's face twitched. Why did these words sound so familiar? She must have said them before. In the end, Lu Yin was unable to leave. In White Knight's words, if a realmling came, then he could be considered a good scapegoat and could be used to buy some time. Lu Yin wanted to resist, but he thought about it and decided against it. He didn't dare to do so, as that palace could directly crush him. Even if he used the Use Secret Art and the Dream Finger, he would only be able to unleash a single attack at most. However, that would be an all-out attack. They were not mortal enemies, and they could be considered comrades, so there was no need for him to risk his life. This place was so secretive that he planned to wait until the time was right before leaving. He would never interact with this woman again, which was a little unreasonable. On the Xinwu continent, ever since Ming Zhaoshu had replaced Ming Zhaotian as the emperor, things had not been going well for him. He was constantly busy with government affairs, and he had to think of ways to help his own people ascend the throne. He had to deal with Ming Zhaotian's people, and there were occasional rebellions in various places. Coupled with the fact that the continent's commoners already hated the outsiders, the Xinwu continent was in chaos. Ming Zhaoshu had long since thought of this. The solution was simple: completely merge with the outer realm and shift the conflict. During this period of time, he had suffered a total of 126 assassination attempts. Although they were all like moths to a flame, it still showed that many people wanted to kill him. Especially in the past few days, there had been rebellious armies raising the flag of the former Crown Prince Ming Hao. Ming Hao was already dead, and these people were obviously fake. But fake was fake, and ordinary people did not know about it, so it attracted a large number of people to join. The Xinwu Empire's army continued to suppress the rebellion. In Shanghai City, the Reverend King's residence had already been expanded. Before the Mingdu Imperial Palace was restored, this place would be the core of the entire Xinwu Empire. In the study of the Reverend King's residence, Ming Zhaoshu put down some memorials and rubbed his aching head. There was a pile of memorials on the table, all of which were reports on the rebel armies in various regions. Even the isolated islands overseas refused to acknowledge his rule and wanted to divide their territories. Right now, Ming Zhaoshu urgently needed help from the outside world. The best way to resolve the internal conflicts was to form the Great Eastern Alliance. Soon. Ming Yan had already packed up and was ready to leave for the Great Yu Empire. As long as they formed a complete alliance with the Great Yu Empire and brought in some technological products from the universe, they would be able to effectively alleviate the rebellion. The cultural impact was far more invasive than a violent regime. Suddenly, Ming Zhaoshu spat out a mouthful of blood that stained the table and the floor. This blood had come out of nowhere, and even he did not know why. What's going on? Ming Zhaoshu clutched his chest. There was nothing wrong with his body, and he had not been injured. There were no signs of poisoning either, so why had he spat out blood? Someone, summon an imperial physician. Ming Zhaoshu shouted. Not long after, an old man entered the study. Your subject greets your majesty. Take my pulse, Ming Zhaoshu said. The blood in the study had already been cleaned, and aside from the smell of blood in the air, there was nothing else out of the ordinary. The imperial physician raised his hand, but his pupils shrank the moment he saw Ming Zhaoshu. Why, your majesty, what happened to you? Ming Zhaoshu's heart sank when he saw the imperial physician's frightened expression. He looked at the mirror, but what appeared in it was not the majestic and high-spirited emperor of the Xinwu Empire. Instead, it was an old man with white hair and withered skin. Ming Zhaoshu could vaguely tell that it was Ming Zhaoshu himself. Ming Zhaoshu's expression changed. How can this be? How can this be? The imperial physician trembled in fear and stood in place, not daring to move. Ming Xiaoshu looked at himself in the mirror in disbelief. How had he become like this? This is fake, fake. He casually shattered the mirror and took out another one. It still looked the same, but he had changed. In just a short moment, he had become an old man with one foot in the grave. Your Majesty, please allow me to take a look at you, the imperial physician said in fear. Ming Xiaoshu sat in his chair and clenched his fists, still in disbelief. The imperial physician approached Ming Xiaoshu in fear and placed a hand on his wrist. He frowned, and after a while, he said, "How can this be? Strange, strange. What's wrong?" Ming Xiaoshu asked in a low voice. Your Majesty, your body is fine, but your life force is constantly slipping away. It's as if something is stealing your life force, the imperial physician said. Ming Xiaoshu's eyes narrowed. Are you saying that I've been poisoned? The imperial physician nodded. It should be. This subject has never heard of such a poison. It can steal life force without harming the body. How can such a poison exist? Ming Xiaoshu lowered his head so that the imperial physician could not see the madness in his eyes. Is there any way to treat it? The imperial physician replied, with the conditions of the empire, we can only use some medicine that can replenish life force to delay the loss of life force. Your Majesty, please ask the outsiders to think of a way. Perhaps they can treat it. Ming Xiaoshu grunted. I understand. You may leave. The imperial physician sighed. This subject will take his leave. He then walked out of the room. Handle government affairs. But I've never come into contact with that before, and I don't have any thoughts about it. Ming Xiaoshu was in a bad mood, and he frowned. There's no need to say anything else. Come to my study in the morning. He then left, leaving behind a confused Ming Yan. Within a valley in the ruins of the Daosor sect, White Knight rested for an entire day before opening her eyes. Lu Yin calculated that there were still 2 or 3 days before he had to leave. Let's go. White Knight stood up and moved her body. Although she was still in pain, she had recovered quite a bit, and her strength was gradually recovering as well. Lu Yin was puzzled. Where? To the place where I descend, White Knight replied coldly. Lu Yin did not understand. What place where you descend? If I tell you to go, then go. Follow me. Go out. There's probably chaos outside right now, and as soon as we leave, we might run into one of the 10 arbiters or a realmling. You won't be able to protect yourself against anyone. With you here. You think too highly of me. I'm saying that you can help me buy some time to escape, White Knight said coldly. Lu Yin was speechless. If you want to go, then go. In any case, I don't want to leave. I'm planning to stay here until my time is up. White Knight frowned and looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin glared back at her, unwilling to be outdone. He had already made up his mind not to leave, and he would have to wait for a period of time the next time he came. This was probably the most intense period of fighting. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 649. White Knight retracted her gaze, lifted her foot, and stomped on the ground, causing ripples to spread out. Lu Yin's brows rose, as he had a bad premonition. The next moment, the valleys on both sides crumbled, and a huge explosion shook the space around them. What are you doing? Lu Yin grew anxious. White Knight coldly replied, leave it up to you. She then leaped up and flew off in a certain direction. Luine had no choice but to follow her. Such a huge commotion might attract powerhouses, as the Sixth Mainland definitely had experts who could rival the top 10 of the top 100 rankings besides the Realmlings. Those people would most likely participate in this battle, and it would be easy to bump into them. If they did, then it would be troublesome. This woman was certain that Luine would not dare to stay behind. "What did you mean by the place you can descend?" Luine asked. The Daosaur sect's futon is not limited to the outside of the sect. The Mountain Sea is an independent entity, and as long as you pass the test, you can descend at the Mountain Sea, White Knight replied. Mountain Sea. Luine found the name familiar, as if someone had mentioned it before. White Knight did not explain, and she simply led Luine in a certain direction. Outside the valley ruins, in another direction, Nong Saitian was so scared that his heart was about to jump out of his chest. He had been lucky enough to escape a calamity and had almost died at Shang Rong's hands. He had been buried in the ground for a few days, and when he had finally awoken, he had found a very secluded valley to hide in for a few days until the time limit was up. However, he had not expected that the valley would collapse just as he had approached it. That flash of star energy had caused his heart to tremble, and he had fled on his hoe. He stroked his hoe angrily, as that bastard had actually stolen his other hoe. Bastard, bastard. During the few days that White Knight had been unconscious, a few more battles had occurred in the Daosaur sect. The Blood Homage Realm's Realmling, Nan Yanfei, had encountered one of the Fifth Mainland's 10 undying birds. The battle had ended in a draw, and both sides had avoided each other. The Bloodburn Realm's Realmling, DFA, had encountered a blind man from the Fifth Mainland's 10 arbiters. He had been heavily injured and forced to flee, but that blind man had slaughtered no less than 36 mainland cultivators. The War Martial Realm's Realmling, a tool master from a forging family, had encountered one of the 10 arbiters, Wang Xingkai. The battle had been earth-shattering, and no one knew the final outcome, and no one had seen the two's figures. Besides the battle between the Realmlings and the 10 arbiters, many descendants of cosmic imprinter families had also appeared in the Sixth Mainland, as well as powerhouses like Butcher, who was second only to the Realmlings. The battle in the Daosaur sect's ruins was becoming more and more intense, and there were rumors that the secret progenitor realm's Realmlings were about to enter. If these Realmlings were unable to suppress the 10 arbiters, then the various great families might even invite the Daosaur's 3 skies over. In the scripture pavilion, Autumn Frost Qing opened his eyes and looked at Yan Shaojing. The last time Yan Shaojing entered the scripture pavilion, she seemed to have gained some insights. This time, she still had to go to the scripture pavilion. To Autumn Frost Qing, it would be beneficial for him if Yan Shaojing could comprehend something. After all, this woman definitely belonged to him. However, the time was almost up, and Yan Shaojing still hadn't comprehended anything. He was a little disappointed. He raised his head and looked around. There were no less than 100 cultivators gathered in the Sutra Depository. Most of these people were not originally in the Sutra Depository, but because there was too much killing in the outside world, they had no choice but to hide in the Sutra Depository, causing the number of people in the Sutra Depository to increase. The Sutra Depository was not a good place to fight, as the fluctuations of star energy could easily cause the ancient runes to mutate. Thus, as long as one hid in the Sutra Depository, they would be safe. When he thought about the war in the outside world, Autumn Frost Qing felt a little apprehensive. Another world imprinter's descendant had died just the day before, and Autumn Frost Qing had only heard about it from others. The descendant had died at the hands of a blind 10 arbiter without even being able to resist. Autumn Frost Qing knew that his strength was about the same as that person's, and if he had been present at that time, then he probably would not have survived either. He decided to avoid coming to the Daosaur sect as much as possible during this period of time. Otherwise, if one of the 10 arbiters foolishly gambled on the Futon Plaza, then everything would be over. Suddenly, another person appeared on the ancient rune that Autumn Frost Ching was in, and it was a young man. Autumn Frost Ching instinctively wanted to attack, but this person was too close to him. Wait, too close. How could he not have noticed him at such a close distance? It was only when he was close enough that he realized that something was wrong. Sorry for disturbing you. The young man smiled at Autumn Frost Ching and then leapt out of the scripture pavilion. Autumn Frost Ching nodded but did not say anything. He watched as the young man walked out of the scripture pavilion, and then he looked towards the depths of the pavilion. That young man had walked out from there. The deeper one went into the scripture pavilion, the more ancient runes one would encounter, and the greater the danger. Very few people were able to safely walk out of the scripture pavilion's depths, but that person had managed to do so. This was because there had been no one in front of him, which could only mean that that person had been in the depths of the scripture pavilion. An unfamiliar powerhouse had been able to enter the scripture pavilion and had approached Autumn Frost Ching without him noticing. This person's strength was second only to a realmling, and that person might have the strength of a realmling. Autumn Frost Ching had seen the appearances of the 3 progenitors and the 9 realms, but he had not seen such a person. This meant that that person was very likely one of the 5th mainland's 10 arbiters. When he thought about this, Autumn Frost Ching felt a chill run down his spine. He had actually brushed shoulders with one of the 5th mainland's 10 arbiters, and he had even been so close to that person. Brother Autumn Frost, what's wrong? Not too far away, Yan Xiaojing gently looked at Autumn Frost Ching and asked with concern. Autumn Frost Ching forced out a smile. It's nothing. Xiaojing, did you comprehend it? Yan Xiaojing shook her head. I'm sorry, Brother Autumn Frost. I've wasted your time. Autumn Frost Ching rejoiced, as if she had truly comprehended it, that Arbiter would have definitely attacked her. It's fine. If it didn't work this time, then we'll try again next time. Yan Xiaojing pursed her lips and then nodded. She smiled. Brother Autumn Frost, you're the best. Autumn Frost Ching smiled. He was a little anxious, and he hoped that time would pass quickly so that they could leave. White Knight led him through 3 pillars of light, and they did not encounter anyone along the way. Finally, they arrived at the foot of a faintly discernible mountain. The peak of the mountain in front of them could not be seen, and it was surrounded by fog that would appear and disappear from time to time. He turned around and looked behind him. Beyond the pillars of light was an ocean, and the sound of crashing waves filled his ears. This was the mountains and seas. Lu Yin recalled that Mr. Bai had mentioned the 9 mountains and 8 seas before, and this should be one of them. According to Mr. Bai, only progenitors could split open the mountains and open the seas. The 9 mountains and 8 seas represented 9 progenitors, and they represented the Daosaur sect's greatest inheritance grounds. Lu Yin naturally did not believe that the Daosaur sect had 9 progenitors, as they would not have been defeated by the 6th mainland otherwise. However, there should still be 1 or 2, and within this mountain, there might really be a progenitor's inheritance. White Knight walked in front. Lu Yin hurried to catch up. I heard that the mountains and seas have a progenitor's inheritance. Are you that confident in bringing me here? Anyone can come, and it doesn't matter if I bring you or not. With your strength, you don't have the ability to snatch the inheritance from me, White Knight said bluntly. Lu Yin was unconvinced. That's true for now, but that might not be the case in the future. White Knight stopped and looked at Lu Yin. She seriously said, when the time comes, I'll kill you. Lu Yin did not speak, as he could tell that this woman was serious. After all, this involved a top-notch inheritance. 7th bro, is there really a progenitor's inheritance here? I don't believe that it's that easy to see it. Even to this day, no one knows where progenitor Wushang's inheritance is, and just one look at progenitor Wushang's hide makes me dizzy, the monkey said. Indeed, progenitor Wushang's inheritance was more reliable, but this was the ancient Daosaur sect, so there might really be a progenitor's inheritance here. There was a cracking sound as the bones on the ground were crushed. The Daosaur sect had experienced an ancient war, and there were bones everywhere. However, these bones had not been corroded by the passage of time, which proved that these people had all been powerhouses when they had been alive. Lu Yin was very curious about how many powerhouses the Daosaur sect had been at its peak, and how glorious it had been. It was impossible to see how large the mountain was, or how tall it was. Even with his vision as a cultivator, he could not see it. In any case, it was like a heavenly pillar that supported this space. The closer Lu Yin got, the clearer he could see it. He did not know how high it was above his head, but there were several pieces of land floating in the sky. Because he did not know how high they were, he could not determine their sizes, and the land above them was hidden by fog. The most spectacular sight in front of him was a crack that split the entire mountain in two, and it looked like a thin line of the sky. White Knight suddenly stopped and pointed at the sky. "Do you see that piece of land?" Lu Yin looked up and followed the direction that White Knight was pointing. "Are you talking about the land closest to the mountain? Fly up. There's also a futon plaza there. As long as you can enter it, you can directly go there the next time you appear," White Knight said. "You descended here." Lu Yin was astonished. "Fly up. If you can't, I'll kill you," White Knight said indifferently. "Why must I descend here? That's an order. You don't have the right to order me around. Everything belongs to the 10 Arbiters Council, the Council of Astral Academy, and the Outerverse Youth Council." All right, I got it. I've already said it 3 times. Aren't you tired?" Lu Yin was speechless as he interrupted her. Lu Yin could clearly sense that she was a little annoyed at being interrupted, and he really wanted to know what kind of expression was on her cute little face under the mask. Lu Yin rubbed his nose and looked up at the pieces of land. "From your tone, it sounds like it won't be easy to ascend to that land. I'm not confident." He then leaped up and flew into the sky. White Knight's eyes flickered. She had brought this person here because it would be very difficult for her to obtain a progenitor's inheritance on her own, so she needed a helper. She was not at ease with the other 10 arbiters, but she had Wendy Yushan as a link to this person. Furthermore, this person had experienced life and death situations before, so she was barely at ease. She only hoped that this person would be able to ascend to the land. During the battle with Blood Looney, this person had been able to resist the spiritual force suppression, so he should be able to ascend. The progenitor realm represented the pinnacle of cultivation, and to everyone, the word progenitor was equivalent to the heavens. Progenitors could change the heavens, and they themselves represented the heavens. Regardless of whether the rumors in the Daosaur sect's 9 mountains and 8 seas were true, this mountain in front of Lu Yin was a progenitor's training ground that had been established by a progenitor. Ascending to the heavens was equivalent to ascending to the heavens, and ascending to the heavens meant that one would have to face the heaven suppression. Lu Yin could feel this suppression at this moment, and the higher he flew, the greater the pressure. This was a suppression on one's spiritual force and even one's physical body, as well as a suppression on one's entire life force. To be honest, Lu Yin was not unfamiliar with this kind of suppression, as he had experienced it more than once. The one that had left the deepest impression on him was when he had climbed the mountain in the space with the Golden Ocean. He had also climbed a mountain, and he had met Mr. Mu at that time, who had allowed him to transform his physical body as a Lemeter and become an unequaled Lemeter. This time, he was facing the suppression of the heavens. If he had been able to continue ascending like this in ancient times, then he might have been able to see a progenitor who represented the heavens. But now, all he could see was empty land. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Lee's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 650. White Knight's confidence in Lu Yin stemmed from the fact that Lu Yin had withstood the pressure from the Palace Phantom and the Blood Lotus. In reality, Lu Yin could indeed reach that piece of land. Even though he was very close to the land and his spiritual force was about to collapse, he had still managed to reach that piece of land by reciting the Stonewall Scriptures. The land was vast and empty, with an area roughly equivalent to 10 sandios. He panted heavily, and his hands and feet felt numb. Looking down from the ground, he saw a boundless mountain range and a boundless ocean in the distance. This space was very similar to the space with the Golden Sea. They both had mountains and seas. The only difference was the color of the sea. White Knight's eyes flashed when she saw Lu Yin step onto the ground. She leapt up in a much more relaxed manner than Lu Yin and quickly reached the surface. "You're more useful than I thought," White Knight said calmly. "Actually, it's fine if you don't say anything," Lu Yin grumbled. White Knight looked at the ground seriously and narrowed her eyes. Lu Yin looked over, and his expression changed. "Someone's been here." There were 3 different sets of footprints on the ground. His, White Knight's, and someone else's. "This space is easy to find. There's nothing to be surprised about," White Knight said calmly. Lu Yin frowned. Wasn't he surprised? Ever since he had obtained the Stonewall Scriptures, he had frequently recited them, and his spiritual force had long since surpassed his peers by leaps and bounds. He had even surpassed the average hunter. There were many people in the younger generation who surpassed him in terms of strength, such as the top 10 of the top 100 rankings or the 6th Mainland's experts who were second only to the Riemlings. However, when it came to spiritual force resistance, Lu Yin dared to compete with even the 10 arbiters. Even so, he still had to memorize the Stonewall Scriptures in order to reach this continent. If anyone else wanted to reach this continent, they would definitely be at the level of the 10 arbiters or Riemlings. With the appearance of such an expert, it would be a lie to say that he was not worried. Lu Yin released his domain and gradually enveloped the entire continent, but aside from himself and White Knight, there was no one else present. "There's no need to look for him. He's gone," White Knight said. "Aren't you worried about running into a realmling? If you run into them, just kill them." Lu Yin was speechless. "You sure are confident. How many more days until you arrive?" White Knight asked. Lu Yin shook his head. "I don't know. This is my first time here." White Knight looked at him. "I don't believe you." "Then I can't do anything about it," Lu Yin casually replied. White Knight turned around. "You've been here for at least 25 days. How long have you been here?" "About 20 days, Lu Yin replied. "There are still a few days left, so it's best if you stay here and don't go out. Otherwise, no one will be able to save you if you die. Also..." She paused and stared at him. "Do you want to obtain a progenitor's inheritance?" "No." Lu Yin's reply was so straightforward that White Knight thought she had misheard him. "What did you say?" "You don't." "Yes, I don't." "Not at all." Lu Yin was very certain. White Knight was silent. The words she wanted to say were all disrupted. She did not know what to say for a moment. Lu Yin snickered inwardly. This brat wanted to use a progenitor's inheritance to tempt him, but it was likely that she would not be able to obtain the progenitor's inheritance on her own. This also proved that it was very dangerous, and he did not want to become a scapegoat for this brat to obtain the inheritance. White Knight was a little annoyed, and she glared at Lu Yin. Who wouldn't want to obtain a progenitor's inheritance? This was illogical. The ultimate goal of a cultivator was the ancestor realm. Now that the ancestor realm inheritance was right in front of his eyes, this fellow was actually not moved. That shouldn't be the case. Only progenitors in the Daosaur sect can split mountains and open seas. There really is a progenitor's inheritance here, White Knight said indifferently. Lu Yin casually strolled around the continent and leisurely replied, "It has nothing to do with me. In any case, I don't want any progenitor's inheritance. I'm cultivating, and I don't want to walk the path of others." White Knight frowned, as these words were very imposing, but what did they have to do with a progenitor's inheritance? A progenitor's inheritance includes battle techniques, secret techniques, and power vessels. "I don't want it," Lu Yin replied. White Knight fell silent once more, as she did not know what to say. She simply stopped talking and leaped towards another continent. "It's best if you don't go out and seek death." Seventh bro, that woman was so angry that she left. "You don't play by the rules. Who in the 5th and 6th mainlands can resist the temptation of a progenitor's inheritance? Many people still charge, and even if they know that there is no chance of survival." Your reply was so straightforward that I'm guessing that she's already doubting her own life. Ah. The monkey cackled. Lu Yin smiled. "I have a clear understanding of myself. Let alone a progenitor's inheritance, even an emissary's inheritance would be too risky for the current me. I'll take it slow, and there's no need to seek death." "That's right, that's what I admire about you." The monkey was delighted, as he felt that Lu Yin had become enlightened and would no longer seek death. Lu Yin could give up on a progenitor's inheritance because it was too far away, but he could not give up on the 9 cauldrons battle techniques. He could clearly comprehend them, and this made his heart itch. He would wait for a while longer, and when the battles were no longer as intense as they were now, he would go out. Over the next few days, Lu Yin remained on the continent. He was very curious about that mountain, but he did not go there. Even White Knight, one of the 10 arbiters, had teamed up with him, and he did not want to die alone. 3 days later, the scenery changed, and when he opened his eyes again, he saw a secret room in King Zishan's palace. He was finally back, and he felt much more at ease after returning to King Zishan's palace. He did not plan on going to the Daosaur sect's ruins for the next 2 months, as the battles would probably slow down during that time. That would be the time for him to go to the 9 cauldron space to comprehend the battle techniques, so he could not rush it. After returning, Lu Yin immediately went to the princess residence to look for Wendy Yushan, as he was afraid that something had happened to her in the Daosaur sect's ruins. Fortunately, Wendy Yushan had returned a long time ago. "I stayed in the Daosaur sect for 9 days, Wendy Yushan said. Lu Yin was stunned. "Only 9 days?" Wendy Yushan nodded and then asked curiously, "How long did you stay?" 23 days, Lu Yin replied. Wendy Yushan fell into deep thought, as this gap was quite large. Lu Yin found it inconceivable, as even the fatty had been able to stay for about 15 days. Furthermore, they had said that a normal person could stay for about 15 days, so why had Wendy Yushan only been able to stay for 9 days? The length of one's stay depended on the connection between their spiritual force and their futon. Could it be that the fatty's spiritual force surpassed Wendy Yushan's? With Wendy Yushan's current strength, even without the Yu's secret art, she could easily enter the top 25 of the top 100 rankings, which far surpassed the fatty's. However, was her spiritual force lower than the average level of the 6th mainland's cultivators? Perhaps it had something to do with the 6th mainland's cultivation methods, as Lu Yin remembered that they did not care much about domains or battle force. Instead, they focused on imprints and bloodlines, which was the fundamental difference between the 5th mainland and the 6th mainland's cultivation methods. How was it in the Daosaur sect? Did you encounter any danger? Lu Yin asked. Wendy Yushan solemnly replied, "I met someone, a realmling." A realmling? Lu Yin was stunned. Are you alright? Wendy Yushan shook her head. That person claimed to be a realmling from the War Marshal realm. He came from an aristocratic family of blacksmiths, and he was a tool wielder. He was very powerful, and I couldn't even hold my sword properly against him. And then? Lu Yin hurriedly asked. Wendy Yushan saw the concern in Lu Yin's eyes, and her heart warmed. Don't worry, he didn't do anything to me. He even took me to the scripture pavilion, but I left when my time was up. Lu Yin relaxed. That's good. Remember, don't go to the Daosaur sect during this time. That place has already become a battlefield. Wendy Yushan nodded. I heard about it while I was in the scripture pavilion. The 10 arbiters and the realmlings have appeared, so I can't go to the Daosaur sect. You can't go there either. Lu Yin smiled. I know. Right, did something happen to you? Wendy Yushan asked curiously. Lu Yin did not tell her about his encounter with White Knight, as he was afraid that Wendy Yushan would want to enter the Daosaur sect to look for White Knight. He only briefly explained the situation in Heaven's Pit and the 9 Cauldron space. The length of time one can stay in the Daosaur sect should be related to one's spiritual force. Do you have any methods to strengthen it? Lu Yin asked. Wendy Yushan shook her head. There are very few descriptions of spiritual force in the universe, and it seems to have been intentionally hidden. The Day-Night clan is the best at this. Lu Yin asked, then forget about it. Do you have enough resources? Wendy Yushan nodded. Yes. Not long after, Lu Yin left the princess's residence. He had a method to strengthen spiritual force, and that was the Stonewall Scriptures. However, he could not even memorize the entire scriptures, let alone teach them to Wendy Yushan. It seemed that he would have to have a chat with the Day-Night clan. There were many inheritances and opportunities within the Daosaur sect, and he hoped that Wendy Yushan could obtain them as well. After being together for so long, Wendy Yushan had treated him as her only family member, and she had even handed the Great Yu Empire to him. How could he not treat her as family? When he returned to King Zishan's palace, Enya was already waiting for him. Greetings, Your Highness. How are things going on the Shinwu continent? Lu Yin asked with an expectant gaze. Enya took out a letter and handed it to Lu Yin. This is a letter from the Shinwu Emperor, Ming Zhaoshu, to Your Highness. Lu Yin frowned, opened the letter, and read it. His expression changed. Ming Zhaoshu had been poisoned. And he did not have long to live. In the letter, Ming Zhaoshu requested that Lu Yin help him find a cure. Ming Yan could not leave the Shinwu continent before she fully recovered, as this was to prevent the Shinwu Empire from being left without a successor. He had not expected such an accident to occur. Did our envoy in the Shinwu Empire see Ming Zhaoshu? Lu Yin asked. Enya replied, yes, but only once. Lu Yin muttered to himself. Ming Zhaoshu had to be cured, or else Ming Yan would become the Shinwu Empire's Shinwu Empress, which would be troublesome. He could not allow the Shinwu Empress to work in the Great Yu Empire, which would make it difficult for them to meet in the future. According to Ming Zhaoshu's letter, there were no symptoms of the poison, and it only caused his life force to rapidly drain away. Lu Yin had Enya leave and summoned the Great Yu Empire's imperial physician. Life force drain. Your Highness, there are countless poisons in the universe, but I have never seen a poison that can so tyrannically drain one's life force without warning, and I have no way to treat it, the imperial physician respectfully reported. Lu Yin waved a hand to dismiss the physician, and he immediately contacted the bespectacled Mist-Child. A poison that can directly drain one's life force. Where can I find it? The bespectacled Mist-Child's eyes lit up. Lu Yin asked, let me ask you, is there any way to cure this poison? The die's 3 pips could only upgrade a material, not create one out of nothing. Lu Yin put the billowing star away and then took out a few other natural treasures that could replenish life force. He used up some star essence to upgrade them to the point where they could avoid danger. This was the only thing he could do, as it would be useless unless he found a more valuable natural treasure. It was a pity that Bushtree Planet had many natural treasures, but he couldn't bring them out. He could only use them on that planet. After upgrading his natural treasures, he still had 70 or so days left in this space. Lu Yin took out a large amount of star essence and started absorbing it while activating the serious art. By the time he left the time's top space, he had already activated 36 stars, which meant that his star energy absorption rate had increased by 4 times compared to when he had only activated 9 stars. Previously, he had needed 100 years to complete a cycle, but now, he only needed 25 years. However, this was not the end. His current serious art allowed him to activate 99 stars, which was 11 times faster than before. It would take him less than 10 years to complete a cycle, which slightly surpassed some ordinary explorers. He was satisfied for now. Lu Yin summoned Enya and had her personally bring the cosmic ring containing the natural treasures to Shenwu continent to Ming Zhaoshu. He also wanted her to check on Ming Zhaoshu's situation. After Enya left, Lu Yin took out the hoe, which he had brought with him when he left the Daosaur sect. Although it did not look good, it was very useful, and Lu Yin wanted to see if he could control it. 2 days later, in the Reverend King's residence on Shenwu continent, Ming Yan was absent-mindedly looking at the memorial in her hands in her study. Ming Zhaoshu's sharp gaze swept over, causing Ming Yan to panic and drop the memorial. "I'm sorry, Father," Ming Yan apologized softly and picked up the memorial. Ming Zhaoshu's gaze softened, and he looked a little apologetic. He sighed. "Yan, do you hate dealing with government affairs?" Ming Yan lowered her head and did not reply. Although there were cases of women in power, they were extremely rare. Generally speaking, very few women were willing to deal with such matters, and Ming Yan was no exception. She had a gentle personality, and even in peaceful times, she would not be a qualified ruler, let alone now that the Shenwu continent was in chaos. Ming Zhaoshu handed the memorial to her. "Take a look at how to deal with it." Ming Yan looked at it. Kong Island's rebellion has been suppressed, and the family of the rebel leader has been detained. Your subject requests that Your Majesty execute all 320 members of the rebel family. This is a memorial submitted by Kong Island's military. How do you think we should deal with it? Ming Zhaoshu asked Ming Yan softly. Ming Yan pursed her lips. The rebellion stems from the people's distrust of the empire. Killing will only increase the conflict, and it cannot be stopped. State your decision, Ming Zhaoshu said. Ming Yan thought for a moment. Execute the rebel leader, and detain the rest until release. Ming Zhaoshu slammed his hand on the desk with a thump. Detain. Only execute the leader. Do you know what kind of situation the empire is facing right now? Do you know what this leader has done? He found someone to impersonate Ming Hao and tried to capture me. This person is extremely ambitious, and he obtained the support of his entire family's resources to rebel against the empire. You actually want to execute only one person and release the entire family. Ming Yan lowered her head, her eyes red. I don't know. If you don't know, then ask and investigate. Some things can't be seen from the memorial, and if you don't know how to deal with it, Ming Zhaoshu said sternly. He took the memorial and made a symbol. The meaning of this symbol was simple, agree. This symbol determined the fate of all 320 members of the rebel leader's family. Take a look at this. Ming Zhaoshu threw another memorial to Ming Yan. Ming Yan took it nervously. Liu deputy colluded with the Bank of Wuyun to embezzle military funds. The embezzlement amount is 1,000 martial crystals. What do you see? Ming Xiaoshu asked. Ming Yan whispered, this deputy embezzled military funds. He deserves to be killed. Ming Xiaoshu shook his head. Did you notice the amount? Ming Yan nodded. 1,000 martial crystals. Is that a lot? Ming Xiaoshu asked. Not much, but embezzling military funds is a heinous crime. Ming Yan whispered back. Thank you for your support, brothers. Update at 3 p.m. Thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 652. Seeing Ming Yan lower her head, Ming Xiaoshu said in a low voice, Lu Province was originally one of the main continents that suppressed the rebellion of the Reverend Kingdom's 12 continents. This deputy had once spoken to the previous emperor and had a very good relationship with the previous crown prince, Ming Hao. Now that I have ascended to the throne, he was afraid that I would punish him later, so he purposely exposed his crime of embezzling military funds. He wasn't really asking for punishment, but rather wanted to give me something to use against him so that I could execute him at any time. There's nothing to worry about when it comes to someone who can be executed at any time. That's also why the amount isn't large. Otherwise, even I wouldn't be able to protect him if the amount was too large. Do you understand? Ming Yan suddenly looked up at Ming Xiaoshu, her eyes red. Father, I don't understand why you're forcing me to learn all this. I don't want to deal with government affairs, and I don't want to come into contact with these things. Why must you force me? Ming Xiaoshu clenched his fists, his eyes filled with unwillingness. You're still young, and you have the ability to give birth to another son for him to succeed the throne. I don't want to participate in government affairs, so please let me go. I want to go to the Great Yu Empire, Ming Yan pleaded softly, her tears dripping onto the ground. She had had enough over the past few days, and she had experienced a level of pressure that she had never experienced before. The situation just now happened every day, and she really didn't know how to deal with it, nor did she want to know. Her thoughts were pure, and she only wanted to go to the Great Yu Empire to see that person. The past few days of suppression had made her miss that person very much, and she missed his embrace. Ming Xiaoshu didn't say anything, as no one could understand his unwillingness. If possible, he also wanted his daughter to live a carefree life. He also wanted to enjoy the fruits of his victory. He had endured for so many years, not even daring to have a son, just for this day, but now things had turned out this way. You can leave for now, Ming Xiaoshu said in a low voice. Ming Yan stood up, bowed to Ming Xiaoshu, and then left the study. Not long after, Tang Xi's voice rang out, Your Majesty, Envoy Enya from the Great Yu Empire requests an audience. Ming Xiaoshu's eyes lit up. Invite her in. In the guest hall of the Reverend King's residence, Enya saw Ming Xiaoshu and slowly bowed. Enya greets King Shenwu. Ming Xiaoshu smiled. Miss Enya, please have a seat. Enya took out Lu Yin's letter and handed it to Ming Xiaoshu, along with a cosmic ring. His Highness, please take a look. Ming Xiaoshu eagerly opened the letter. Enya kept looking at Ming Xiaoshu and felt that it was a little strange. This person gave her the feeling that he was very weak, which shouldn't be the case. It was rumored that Ming Xiaoshu was an innate genius who had comprehended a force field. As a cruiser, he had been able to contend against the hunter Ming Zhaotian. After patiently waiting for so many years, he had succeeded in one fell swoop, so he should be in high spirits. However, at this moment, Ming Xiaoshu gave off the feeling that he had aged. His Highness had repeatedly instructed him to observe Ming Xiaoshu. Could it be that there was something wrong with Ming Xiaoshu's body? Ming Xiaoshu put down the letter and glanced at his cosmic ring expectantly. He then looked at Enya and said, "The royal regent has already listed what he wants to say in the letter. Miss Enya, I will have someone take you away to rest. If there's anything else, we can discuss it tomorrow. How about it?" Enya nodded and stood up. "If that's the case, I'll seek an audience with His Majesty tomorrow." Ming Xiaoshu impatiently asked Tang Si to take Enya away. He then returned to his private room, took out the billowing star from his cosmic ring, and held it tightly. It really does have a mind of its own. It can actually escape. He then swallowed the billowing star. A normal billowing star had been able to completely heal Undying Yushan's injuries. Thus, from his perspective, a billowing star that had been upgraded to the point where it could avoid danger should have been able to cure Ming Xiaoshu's poison. However, it had still failed in the end. Ming Xiaoshu looked at himself in the mirror. After recovering his original appearance, he had not dared to look at his old face. Now, after absorbing the billowing star, although he looked younger, he was still old. Furthermore, he could feel that his life force was still flowing away. The billowing star could only replenish a portion of his life force, but it was not enough to detoxify him. Who had poisoned him? Why had such a tyrannical poison been used on him? Ming Xiaoshu roared in grief and indignation. He took out other natural treasures and swallowed them all. His appearance recovered slightly, but he could not stop his life force from flowing away. There was a loud boom as Ming Xiaoshu's rage shattered the ground, causing all of Shanghai city to shake. Tang Si and the others were so frightened that they hurriedly rushed into the private room. "I'm fine. I'm just cultivating," Ming Xiaoshu said in a low voice. Only then did Tang Si and the others feel reassured and leave. Ming Xiaoshu was very intelligent, but it was precisely because of this intelligence that he could see many things clearly. For example, Lu Yin. He was certain that Lu Yin wanted to cure him, and as long as he existed, Ming Yan would be able to go to the Great Yu Empire with peace of mind. The Xinwu Empire was a stable corner of the Great Eastern Alliance. Under such circumstances, Lu Yin could not cure Ming Xiaoshu's poison. Even with Lu Yin's current status and ability in the Outerverse, he could not cure Ming Xiaoshu's poison. This meant that Ming Xiaoshu was done for unless the person who had poisoned him appeared. However, Ming Xiaoshu had no clue who the culprit was. He guessed that it might be the Neo-Human Alliance, and he even considered agreeing to any conditions as long as the Neo-Human Alliance was willing to cure him. However, no one from the Neo-Human Alliance had appeared yet. Through the outsiders, Ming Xiaoshu understood the goals of this organization and how vicious they were. He also understood the universe's attitude towards this organization. No matter which path he took, he would not have a good ending. Ming Xiaoshu stayed in the secret room for 2 whole days, and he did not even attend the meeting with Enya. On the 3rd day, he called Ming Yan over from his study. "You've always wanted to know why Father forced you. Today, Father will tell you." Ming Xiaoshu then returned to his original appearance. "I can't accompany you," Ming Xiaoshu said in a low voice. Ming Yan's fingers clutched Ming Xiaoshu's sleeves, and she lowered her head as her body trembled. In the Great Yu Empire, the imperial court meeting had ended, and only Luiying Zishan remained behind. "Your Highness, Darkstar Gorge's Duke Jadestone wishes to speak with you," Luiying Zishan said respectfully. "Duke Jadestone? Is he the one who betrayed Darkstar Gorge and caused it to suffer such heavy losses? Even Puyu's parents died?" Luiying asked. Luiying Zishan replied, "That's him. The Empire wants to pull Adonis Weave into the Great Eastern Alliance, and Darkstar Gorge is Adonis Weave's strongest power. This person is the key to opening Darkstar Gorge. What does he want to talk to me about?" Lu Yin was curious. Lu Yingzishan replied, he says that he has information that he wants to use in exchange for his freedom. Freedom. He doesn't want to help us convince Darkstar Gorge. Lu Yin was dissatisfied. Lu Yingzishan did not answer. Enya had drawn up the Great Eastern Alliance's treaty and had used mafioso planet secrets to coerce the various powers into helping her. She had only been the one who had drawn up the treaty, and the ones who had actually carried it out were the 13 Imperial squadrons. For example, the 5th Imperial Squadron had been responsible for dealing with the Six-Fingered Tribe in Lars Weave, while the 13th Imperial Squadron had been responsible for dealing with Adonis Weave. Alright, let's talk, Lu Yin said casually. Lu Yin believed that Granny Chan had not plotted against him for the sake of the Great Yu Empire, but rather for the so-called dignity of an enlighter. These people would not allow a puny Lemeter to challenge an enlighter's dignity, and they would not allow a Lemeter to have the power to threaten them. Thus, they had not hesitated to act. It was no wonder why Granny Chan had refused to accompany him to Shuda Planet. But this was also good, as there was no need for him to have any misgivings. Vast Earth Weave was located to the east of Dark Mist Weave and Grand Top Weave. In the eastern weaves, Vast Earth Weave could be considered the strongest since it had given birth to 2 enlighters. One was Elderzhua, who had been born on an ordinary planet and had never received any guidance from a famous teacher. However, his cultivation path had been exceptionally smooth, and he had managed to reach the enlighter realm. Some time ago, he had been summoned to Iron Blood Weave, and he was currently participating in the construction of Iron Blood Weave with Night Queen Choyu and the others. The other was Vast Earth Weave's leader, Elder Meng Qing of the Vast Earth Sect. With 2 enlighters, the Vast Earth Sect had once dominated the Eastern Weaves 1,000 years ago. Even Adonis Weave and Dark Mist Weave had been suppressed by the Vast Earth Sect. Unfortunately, ever since Meng Qing had gone into seclusion, Vast Earth Weave had become much more low-key. Now, Elderzhua had been summoned to Iron Blood Weave, which meant that Vast Earth Weave did not have a single enlighter. This was the biggest headache for the Vast Earth Sect Master, Meng Tianlong. They were facing the pressure of the Great Yu Empire, or to put it bluntly, Lu Yin. The Great Yu Empire had proposed the formation of the Great Eastern Alliance, and the Vast Earth Sect had been discussing it for many days, but there had been no conclusion. The Vast Earth Sect had also contacted Elderzhua, who was currently in Iron Blood Weave, but they had not received a reply. Now, the Vast Earth Sect was on the verge of falling apart because of this matter. Cheng Yen, why are you so protective of the Great Yu Empire? Are you plotting something with them? An elder shouted. Cheng Yen angrily rebuked, Hua, I just don't want to be bullied by the Innerverse anymore. Who hasn't been bullied by the Astral River Arc before? Even a puny cultivator on the Arc dares to make things difficult for you and me. I don't want to experience that kind of humiliation again. The Innerverse and Outerverse have already been separated. Sooner or later, we'll be connected again. You've definitely been bribed by the Great Yu Empire. What proof do you have? If I've been bribed by the Great Yu Empire, then may the heavens strike me down. Alright, stop arguing. Meng Tianlong frowned and looked at the elders in front of him. Lars Weave's Six-Fingered Tribe and Dark Mist Weave's Shinwu Continent have both joined the Great Eastern Alliance. Have you all seen the alliance agreement? Cheng Yan loudly replied, Sect Master, I've seen it before. The alliance agreement is beneficial to all the powers that have joined the alliance. The Great Yu Empire's royal regent, Lu Yin, also wishes for the Outerverse to unite. This isn't just his idea, but also the Hall of Honors. When the Hall of Honor was mentioned, everyone fell silent. They could deny Lu Yin, but they didn't dare to deny the Hall of Honor. It was the ruler of the human domain, an invisible behemoth that ruled over all living beings. The Hall of Honor had summoned even an enlighter like Elder Joie to Iron Blood Weave, which showed how influential the Hall of Honor was. Luin is Luin, and the Hall of Honor is the Hall of Honor. Luin, since when can you represent the Hall of Honor? A voice rang out, and everyone turned to look behind Elder Hua. Qing Yan slammed the table. How dare you? Who allowed you to speak? How impudent! Elder Hua, that's one of your people. Elder Hua did not turn around, but the person standing behind him smirked and looked up. His appearance changed along with his hair, which had originally been short and black, becoming black and white. Everyone was shocked when they saw the black and white hair. The Day-Night Clan. The person beamed at the crowd. Everyone, when has the Interverse ever bullied you? I'm Young Day-Night, and I'm from the Day-Night Clan. Qing Yan and the rest looked at Young Day-Night in shock. The sudden arrival of a Day-Night Clan member was unexpected, and it gave them a bad premonition. Meng Tianlong's face darkened as he stared at Elder Hua. Give me an explanation. Elder Hua did not speak, so Young Day-Night continued, Sect Master, there's no need to blame Elder Hua. Someone wants to harm the Vast Earth Sect, and Elder Hua just wants to eradicate the evil. My Day-Night Clan is willing to help. He then spread out his hands. Everyone can take a look at your gadgets. There's something you're interested in. Everyone looked at their gadgets, puzzled. Qing Yan looked over, and his expression changed. He leaped out, but Young Day-Night had already expected this. He punched out, and black and white intersected. A terrifying tremor caused the Vast Earth Sect to rumble. A strange fluctuation swept across the area, and Qing Yan's eyes went slack as he fell to the ground. Young Day-Night walked over to Qing Yan's side and stepped on his body. He then looked at Meng Tianlong. Sect Master Meng, I won't trouble you with how to deal with this. Meng Tianlong's face was gloomy. Young Day-Night had sent them a message about how Qing Yan had killed his eldest son, Meng Guang. The information was exactly the same as what Lu Yin had received from Mafioso Planet. Qing Yan's back was in intense pain, and his mind was in a mess. He had been severely injured by Young Day-Night's punch. Everyone else was bewildered by this scene. Meng Tianlong walked over to Qing Yan and squatted down, staring at him coldly. No wonder the entire sect couldn't find out about little Guang's death. You were the one who was covering up the truth. Qing Yan's mouth was bleeding, and he looked at Meng Tianlong pleadingly. I didn't, Sect Master. I was framed. Young Day-Night sneered. Since you were framed, why were you in such a hurry to escape? Why did you agree to work for the Great Yu Empire? Qing Yan was furious, and he glared at Young Day-Night viciously. Nonsense. I didn't contact the Great Yu Empire at all. We'll find out once we investigate. Elder Qing, you're still a hunter, and you should be able to oversee a region. There's no need to throw away your dignity before you die, Young Day-Night said disdainfully. Meng Tianlong pressed a hand against Qing Yan's back, and with a thump, Qing Yan howled in pain as all of his meridians were shattered. Take him away and lock him up. Elder Angio sighed, not because of Qing Yan, but because of the exchange just now. Qing Yan was an elder of the Vast Earth Sect and had a power level of 150,000. Many of the tribe members believed that Luke Seamus had betrayed the Great Yu Empire, and he had even handed over the inheritance of the tribe's sacrificial grounds to Lu Yin. This was something that the Six-Fingered tribe could not accept. Fortunately, Bok Seamus had been in power for many years and had some prestige, so he was able to temporarily suppress this matter. Otherwise, not only would the alliance have collapsed, but it might have even caused a war. By the time Lu Yin received the news, it was already too late, and he could not deal with it in time. Although he was furious, it was not visible on his face. The Sun family had given him a huge gift, and he would remember it. However, this was not the greatest gift that the Sun family had given Lu Yin. The next day, Lu Yin saw Elder Lohar's image appear on a screen in front of him, and he knew that the biggest problem had arrived. He had used the Hall of Honor's name to form the Great Eastern Alliance, and if no one revealed this to the public, Elder Lohar would not care too much about it. After all, forming the Great Eastern Alliance would benefit the Outerverse. However, if someone exposed this matter, then it would not be easy to deal with. The Hall of Honor's name was not something that could be casually used, and this was the Sun family's greatest weapon against Lu Yin. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 655. Greetings, Elder Lohar. Lu Yin's tone was respectful. Elder Lohar looked at Lu Yin and sighed. I've met countless youths, but of all of them, you're the most courageous. You made an enemy of the Day-Night clan, killed an enlighter, contributed to Iron Blood Weave, and traveled among the various great powers. Any one of these things is enough to shake the innerverse and outerverse, and I admire you. Thank you, Elder, Lu Yin hurriedly replied. Because of your contributions, I've even given you some pointers and felt sorry for you. However, admiration is one thing. There are some things you've done that have crossed the line. Elder Lohar's face sank. Lu Yin fell silent and did not speak. The Hall of Honor is the supreme ruler of the human domain. Even if you haven't been to the Neoverse, you should understand the meaning of these 4 symbols. With your 6 honor points, it's understandable for you to occasionally borrow their name. However, using the Hall of Honor's name to establish the Great Eastern Alliance is a little presumptuous. It's understandable for youths to be a little impulsive, but there should be a bottom line. Elder Lohar's tone was stern as he stared at Lu Yin. When he heard Elder Lohar's reprimand, Lu Yin was not afraid. Instead, he relaxed a little, as being reprimanded meant that there was still room for negotiation. Elder is right. This junior won't dare to do it again, Lu Yin respectfully replied. Elder Lohar grunted. Someone came to me and complained about you. Actually, this isn't a big deal, but since someone brought it up, you should be punished. The Hall of Honor dominates the human domain not only because of their strength, but also because of their fairness. Do you understand? This junior understands, Lu Yin replied. Using the Hall of Honor's name to establish the Great Eastern Alliance is a great crime. However, since you've made great contributions to Iron Blood Weave and the original intention of establishing the Great Eastern Alliance was to help the Outerverse resist the Astral Beast domain, the punishment will be light. 2 honor points will be deducted as a warning. Do you accept this? Elder Lohar asked solemnly. Lu Yin bowed. This junior understands. Thank you for your light punishment, Elder. Lu Yin could still accept the deduction of just 2 honor points, as he knew that this was indeed a light punishment. Anyone could tell that the Great Eastern Alliance was established to help the Outerverse resist foreign enemies, but it was also established for Lu Yin's own personal benefit. However, Elder Lohar had avoided this point and emphasized that Lu Yin had established the Great Eastern Alliance for the sake of the Outerverse resistance against the Astral Beast domain. This matter ends here. However, there's another matter that you handled too carelessly. Elder Lohar's tone changed, and Lu Yin's eyelids twitched. Not good, there's still a backup plan. The Sun family has more than one complaint. Suddenly, Lu Yin thought of something and his face paled. I've heard that there's a place in the dark mist we've called Shenwu Continent, and the ruler of that place is colluding with the Neo-Human Alliance. You're the one who's handling this matter, right? Elder Lohar's tone was cold, and it was completely different from before. This time, the Neo-Human Alliance was involved. The Hall of Honor knew more about the three Dark Hands than anyone else. Because of this, whenever the three Dark Hands were involved, the problem would be more serious. The Sun family's greatest backup plan against Luin was here. Luin hurriedly said, "Elder, the one who colluded with the Neo-Human Alliance was the Shinwu Empire's previous Shinwu Emperor, Ming Zhaotian. This junior has already eliminated Ming Zhaotian, and I've also eliminated the Neo-Human Alliance on Shinwu continent." Eliminated? What arrogance! Elder Lohar barked. Any place where a Neo-Human Alliance corpse king that's stronger than an explorer appears must be completely eliminated. Planets and continents are no exception. What do you think the Neo-Human Alliance is? They represent darkness, and endless darkness. Even I don't dare to say that I can eliminate all of the Neo-Human Alliance's remnants in a place, let alone you. Elder, there were many experts from other powers who acted with this junior, including the Day-Night clan. Those people can testify that the Neo-Human Alliance has already disappeared from Shinwu continent, Luin said anxiously. Elder Lohar snorted. Luin, I'll overlook your selfishness toward Shinwu continent on account of your extreme innate gift and your contributions to Ironblood Weave. You handled this matter very carelessly, and Shinwu continent must be completely wiped out. I will personally take action, and none of the living beings will be able to survive. This is the safest method. As for you, remember this lesson. In the future, any place where a Neo-Human Alliance corpse king that's stronger than an explorer appears must be completely wiped out. If there's a next time, I'll deduct all of your honor points. That's all. Elder Lohar was about to end the call. Lu Yin's face paled. Wipe out Shinwu continent. That was an entire continent with hundreds of millions of humans. If they all died, not a single one would survive. Ming Yan would also die. No, absolutely not. Luin suddenly looked up. Hold on, Elder. Elder Lohar stared at Luin with a dignified gaze. You want to defy the Hall of Honor's orders? Luin let out a long breath and smiled bitterly. Defying the Hall of Honor was the Sun family's plan. They knew that Luin had a relationship with Ming Yan, and it was very likely that Luin would prevent Elder Lohar from wiping out Shinwu continent. Thus, they had exposed this matter one after another. The Sun family's people were very smart. But no matter how smart they would never have thought that Luin would not dare to go against the Hall of Honor. Would he be punished for going against the Hall of Honor? Not necessarily. Elder, have you heard of the Daosaur sect? Luin slowly asked as he looked at Elder Lohar. When he heard the words, Daosaur sect, Elder Lohar's expression changed. Where did you hear that from? I didn't hear it. Luin then took out his futon. My master gave this to me. When Elder Lohar saw the futon, he could not hide the shock in his eyes. A futon. You actually have a futon. Who's your master? Luin put the futon away. Master told me not to reveal his name. Elder Lohar looked at Luin in bewilderment, and his brows furrowed as he pondered. Luin did not say anything, and he simply waited. Kid, do you still remember what I told you back in Ironblood Weave? Elder Lohar asked. Luin nodded. Elder, you told me not to use any external forces. Not that. I once said that if the innerverse and outerverse were not separated, I could help you fight for a spot. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Elder, are you talking about a spot to enter the Daosaur sect's ruins? Elder Lohar nodded. At present, only the 10 arbiters from the fifth mainland can enter the Daosaur Sex ruins, and the requirement to use a futon to enter the Daosaur Sex ruins is for youths with a skeletal age of less than 40 years. Some of the 10 arbiters are about to surpass the age limit, and Elder wants to help me fight for a spot. Elder Lohar was shocked. You know quite a bit. What else do you know? Have you already been to the Daosaur sect? Have you come into contact with anyone? Lu Yin looked at Elder Lohar. I've been there twice, and I've come into contact with people from the sixth mainland. I know about imprints, bloodlines, and the 3 progenitors. Elder Lohar sighed. It seems like you really do know everything. Elder, does the 10 Arbiters' great authority have anything to do with entering the Daosaur Sex ruins? Lu Yin asked. Elder Lohar looked at Lu Yin with a meaningful gaze. What are you trying to say? Lu Yin hurriedly bowed. I'm just curious. Elder Lohar thought about it for a long time before nodding. Kid, you're smart, really smart. However, there are some things that the Hall of Honor has a bottom line. Even if you have a way to enter the Daosaur sect, you cannot cross this bottom line. The Neo-Human Alliance is the bottom line. Junior can guarantee that nothing will happen to Shinwu continent. You don't even know the extent of the disaster that the Neo-Human Alliance can bring to the human domain. Junior understands, and I hope that Elder can give me a chance to resolve this issue with Shinwu continent. If I can't, then it won't be too late for Elder to take action. Shinwu continent has been sealed off by the 5 sealing planets, and Senior should know that I have the ability to see through the dangers of source boxes. The 5 sealing planets use source boxes to seal off Shinwu continent, and this method is something that even multiple enlighters cannot break through. Even if there are remnants of the Neo-Human Alliance on Shinwu continent, they will not be able to break through the 5 sealing planets. Senior, please be at ease, Lu Yin said respectfully. Elder Lohar frowned at Lu Yin. Why are you so concerned about Shinwu continent? Lu Yin did not answer, and he only bowed deeply. Elder Lohar sighed. All right, I can give you a chance. For now, I won't touch Shinwu continent, but I will send someone to monitor it closely. If I discover that the situation is out of control, I will personally take action. At that time, don't blame me for being ruthless. Lu Yin was delighted. Thank you, Elder. Elder Lohar grunted and sized Lu Yin up. He then praised, Kid, what do you think of the 6th mainland's cultivators? Lu Yin was about to say that their average power level was very high, but then he suddenly recalled what White Knight had said to Blood Looney in the cauldron. Junior encountered no less than 106 mainland's cultivators in the Daosaur Sex ruins, and the weakest one was able to unleash an imprint, but his power level was comparable to an expert on the top 100 rankings. Their average power level far surpasses that of our 5th mainlands. However, their cultivation system is too rigid, and it's as if they want to become stronger for the sake of becoming stronger. It has nothing to do with cultivation, and the path of cultivation is filled with unknown variables. It's like fighting against the heavens. On the other hand, they have always walked the path of their predecessors and even borrowed their strength. They might become very strong in the future, but their path is becoming narrower and narrower, and there is less of a possibility. Well said. Elder Lohar was delighted, and he looked at Lu Yin with an unprecedented admiration. I never thought that you would be able to see this point at such a young age. Not bad at all. I was worried that you would be attracted to the 6th mainland's cultivation system and suffer a setback, but since you can see it so clearly, I don't need to say more, huh? Lu Yin's lips curled up. Thank you for your praise, Elder. Kid, work hard on your cultivation. Your innate talent is top-notch, and you have foresight. You are intelligent, and you also have many opportunities. In the future, your achievements will definitely not be any lower than the 10 arbiters. I have high hopes for you, Elder Lohar praised. Lu Yin hurriedly agreed. Right, if you encounter the 10 arbiters in the Dao Source Sect's ruins, ask about the situation in the Interverse. Elder Lohar suddenly changed the topic, but then he muttered to himself, but you might not be able to meet them. Not to mention that they have already come into contact with their own inheritances, they might not even have the time to enter the Dao Source Sect. Sigh. Lu Yin did not mention that the Dao Source Sect's ruins had already become a battlefield, as he was worried that Elder Lohar would force him to participate and become cannon fodder for the 10 arbiters. Thank you. The Mountain Breeze thank you all for your support. Third update, thank you. She was very clear on what 11 honor points meant, and even enlighters like her did not have 11 honor points. How had that brat obtained them? What had he done? Inheritance was the most important thing in a civilization. The Dao Source Sect originated from ancient times, and it had the Fifth Mainland's greatest inheritance. To the Fifth Mainland, the Dao Source Sect was more important than anything else. Anyone who could come into contact with the Dao Source Sect would be the Fifth Mainland's favorite. This was the case for the 10 arbiters, which was why they had been able to pass down their authority to the younger generation. Lu Yin was the same, and his position in the Hall of Honor's heart had already surpassed that of the Enlighters and even Elder Lohar himself. What? 11 honor points. In a courtyard filled with birds chirping and flowers blooming, Sun Qinya stared at the screen in front of him in astonishment. Night Queen Qiuyu was on the screen. That's right. Elder Lohar raised his honor points to 11, Night Queen Qiuyu coldly replied. Why? Sun Qinya could not understand. Night Queen Qiuyu frowned. I want to know as well. Alright, let's set aside what we've already decided on. That's all. With that, she decisively ended the call. Sun Qinya punched the ground and shattered the courtyard. His eyes were filled with deep confusion and bewilderment. How had Lu Yin obtained 11 honor points? He had clearly planned everything out, including disrupting the Great Eastern Alliance's plans and using Shenwu Continent as bait to cause a rift between Lu Yin and Elder Lohar. Then, it would be the best time for them to make their move. How had Lu Yin done it? Sun Qinya racked his brains, but he could not think of anyone who could skip the presiding judge's approval and directly obtain 11 honor points. Even Elder Lohar himself might not have 11 honor points, so how had Lu Yin done it? Could he be the presiding judge's son? Uncle, what's wrong? A group of people rushed into the courtyard and hurriedly asked when they saw the ruined courtyard. Sun Qinya gloomily replied, announce some unimportant secrets. Uncle, haven't we already contacted Elder Lohar to punish Lu Yin? Why do we have to announce these secrets? Just do as I say. Why are you spouting so much nonsense? Yes, Uncle. The Great Yu Empire's court assembly was considered rather amateurish to most people. There were cabinet meetings every day, but even a court assembly once a month was considered a lot. Lu Yin felt a little awkward when faced with the expectant gazes of all the ministers. This was because Garop had been the first to suggest that Lu Yin attend court every day. It's impossible for me to attend court every day, but I'll try my best to attend as many as possible. Garop sighed. Your Highness, the outside world has many criticisms against our Great Yu Empire, and the court assembly is the most serious. How can the ruler of an empire not attend court? Lu Yin waved a hand. Alright, let's talk about this later. The main topic of today's court assembly is the Great Eastern Alliance. He scanned the ministers and then solemnly said, the Great Eastern Alliance is an alliance of interests led by my Great Yu Empire. Its purpose is to share resources and fight against foreign enemies together. Regardless of whether it's the economy, politics, the people's livelihood, technology, or minerals, the benefits of an alliance in the Eastern weaves far exceed that of an independent weave. Today, I officially announce that the Great Eastern Alliance has been officially established under the call of the Hall of Honor. Many of the ministers were shocked during the court assembly, and Hilana was the first to speak. Your Highness, are you saying that the Hall of Honor supports the Great Eastern Alliance? Lu Yin's lips curled up. Of course. I just sent a letter to an elder of the Hall of Honor. The Great Eastern Alliance is working together to fight against foreign enemies. Why wouldn't they support it? Garop and the others looked at each other in confusion. Although they had not interfered with the establishment of the Great Eastern Alliance, they still knew some inside information. The Great Eastern Alliance had only occasionally borrowed the name of the Hall of Honor, and it was more like a fox exploiting the tiger's might. Now, it was actually being openly announced. Hilana, officially notify the various countries and powers in the surrounding weaves that, under the guidance of the Hall of Honor, the Great U Empire has established the Great Eastern Alliance with the purpose of fighting against the astral beast domain and helping the human domain. Have them join as soon as possible so that we can share our resources, Lu Yin announced loudly. Hilana hurriedly acknowledged. During this court assembly, many of the ministers were in a state of confusion. Garop, Gavin, and Hilana stayed behind to inquire about the Hall of Honor, but Lu Yin sent them away with only one sentence. From today onwards, I can represent the Hall of Honor. If the inner verse and outer verse had not been separated, then Lu Yin would not have dared to do so. However, things were different now. Elder Lohar's attitude towards him had made him fully aware of his own value, and his 11 honor points were proof that the establishment of the Great Eastern Alliance was far from reaching the level where it would cross the Hall of Honor's bottom line. As long as he did not collude with the foreign domain or the three dark hands, then he could represent the Hall of Honor. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 657. After the court meeting ended, Phantom Thorn appeared in King Zishan's palace and handed over his first results since he trained the 2nd Imperial Squadron. The Sun family spread a total of 21 secrets, Phantom Thorn said in a low voice. Lu Yin calmly looked at the screen. Leave. Find out where the Sun family is. Understood. Phantom Spike left. 21 secrets seemed like a lot, but they weren't actually that important. They wouldn't affect the formation of the Great Eastern Alliance, and they were far from enough to expose Qing Yan's secret. This proved that the Sun family didn't dare to go too far with him. However, they still spread these secrets. There was only one possibility, and that was that they wanted to use this method to threaten him in order to achieve some kind of goal. Lu Yin didn't think too much about it and tapped on the contact number that Madame Mylan had given him. The old man from the Sun family had hung up without hesitation the first time he had contacted Lu Yin. This time, the old man's image appeared on the screen again, but he didn't hang up. Instead, he just looked at Lu Yin calmly. So you're Sun Qinya, Lu Yin said bluntly. On the screen, Sun Qinya nodded and slowly said, That's right, I'm Sun Qinya. Long time no see, Lu Yin. You've seen me before. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Sun Qinya smiled faintly. I was also there during the battle on planet Pyrolite, but I didn't stand out. I've made a fool of myself in front of King Lu. I don't like to waste my breath. Tell me what you want, Lu Yin said coldly. Sun Qinya's eyes flickered. Your Highness is a straightforward person, so I won't beat around the bush. In the Sea King's Dome, a junior from my family once wanted to buy a gun, but it was snatched away by your Highness. Is that true? Lu Yin's eyes flashed. He had originally thought that the Sun family's actions against him were related to Sun Meiren. After all, Sun Meiren was the only person who had a grudge with the Sun family. However, why had the Sun family mentioned that gun? Could it be related to the killing of the Enlighter? That wasn't right. He remembered that after the gun shattered, a piece of paper fell out. There were words on it that he didn't recognize. Monkey had translated it, and it was a person's name. That's right. It's just an ordinary spear. Did the Sun family target me because of that spear? Lu Yin asked. As long as your highness hands over that spear, my Sun family guarantees that we won't reveal the rest of the secret, nor will we cause trouble for your highness, Sun Qinya said. Lu Yin sneered. Sun Qinya, I think that you've misunderstood. Everyone knows that I used a gun to kill Enlighters. You can't be thinking that it's that gun, right? Of course not. That gun only has the power level of a cruiser at most, so how could it possibly deal with an Enlighter? Our Sun family isn't that stupid. Besides, many people in Iron Blood Weaves saw that your gun had already shattered, Sun Qinya said. Is a gun that's at most comparable to a cruiser's worth of power enough for your Sun family to deal with me by hook or by crook? You've even asked Elder Lohar to help you. Lu Yin's tone was cold, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. There are some things that cannot be measured by price. One of my Sun family's ancestors perished in the astral wilderness, and that gun is the only thing he left behind. To the Sun family, that gun is a sacred relic, so I hope that you can understand. I can guarantee that as long as you return the gun, the Sun family will not cause you any more trouble. In fact, we can even send some resources to the Great Yu Empire as compensation, Sun Qinya said. Lu Yin thought about it for a moment. Alright, it's just a gun. I was originally planning to give it to a junior as a gift, but since your Sun family wants it so badly, then there's no harm in giving it to you. Remember what you said, and send resources to the Great Yu Empire. Sun Qinya was delighted. Of course. Rest assured, Your Highness. Time and place. Your Highness, you only need to send someone to deliver the gun to Shenwu Continent Space Station, and someone from the Sun family will take care of it. There's something I need to remind you, Your Highness. Our Sun family's engineering techniques are extremely profound, so please don't send anyone to follow us. Otherwise, if anything happens, it won't look good for either of us. Lu Yin ended the call. Someone, make me a gun using polarium essence as quickly as possible. That gun had already shattered, and there was no way for him to repair it. He could only forge a new one. The Sun family did not want the gun, but rather the item inside it. He took out the piece of paper and looked at the words that he did not recognize. Monkey, take a look and translate a few more. Seventh bro, there are only 2 people I can translate. I already told you that one is Wen Zhaoqing, and the other is Zhang Yi. I don't recognize the rest, the monkey said helplessly. He realized that he had not fought in a long time, and he had even become a civilian. Lu Yin made a copy of the words and then sent the paper to the 12th Imperial Squadron's Technology Department. At that moment, Ban Jiu was making a gun for him. The gun's technological content was very low, and the value of the gun itself was not even as high as polarium essence. Ban Jiu found it strange that Lu Yin would use such precious polarium essence to make a gun, but he did not ask any questions. Stuff this paper into the gun, Lu Yin said. All right. How long will it take? It's just a gun. Half an hour. If it wasn't made of polarium essence, then I could make hundreds of thousands of them in a few minutes, Ban Jiu said. Half an hour later, Lu Yin held a brand new gun and tested its power. Even though it was made of polarium essence and the bullets were also made of polarium essence, the gun's destructive power was still not at the level of an explorer's, let alone a cruiser's. However, Lu Yin did not expect the gun to reach the level of a cruiser. With Polarium Essence's endurance, he could use his dyes enhanced to increase the gun's destructive power to the level of a cruiser's. It was not possible to make a gun that powerful, so even if it was a fake, the Sun family should not be able to tell. But even if they did, what they wanted was that paper. Besides, Lu Yin did not plan on letting the Sun family off. This time, he would personally find Sun Qinya and exterminate the entire Sun family. No matter how powerful the Sun family's mechanical techniques were, they could not conceal the rune lines. Now that he thought about it, rune lines could be seen on the fifth mainland, but not in the Daosor sect's ruins. Lu Yin was very curious about the nature of these rune lines. A few days later, Lu Yin rolled his die again. His luck was pretty good, and he rolled enhance for the third time. He spent some star essence to increase the gun's destructive power to that of a cruiser's. He then had Huaqing Shan take the gun to Shenwu Continent while he followed behind. There were Day-Night clan members in Shenwu Continent space station, and the Day-Night clan had a good relationship with the Sun family. At this moment, a junior from the Sun family was chatting with Madame Mylan with a smile on his face. It was obvious that the atmosphere was very good. "Madam, someone from the Great Yu Empire has arrived," a Day-Night clan member reported. Madame Mylan looked across, and the Sun family member's expression changed as a trace of fear appeared in his eyes. Anyone who had heard of Lu Yin's reputation would be afraid, as he was someone who had even killed a few Enlighters. The Sun family was now standing against Lu Yin, so it would be strange if they were not afraid. "Who is it?" the Sun family member hurriedly asked. The Day-Night clan member replied, "The captain of the 5th Imperial Squadron, Huaqing Shan." When they heard that it was not Lu Yin, the Sun family member relaxed. "Lead the way." He then turned to Madame Mylan and said, "Thank you for your hospitality over the past 2 days. I will take care of some matters and will leave shortly. Please do as you wish." Madame Mylan smiled as she watched the Sun family member leave. Within the space station, the Sun family member met with Huaqing Shan. Huaqing Shan did not speak to him and simply tossed the gun over. The Sun family member caught it. "Uncle asked me to pass on a message." "Thank you, King Lu. His Highness asked you not to forget your promise," Huaqing Shan said. The Sun family member smiled and tossed a cosmic ring to Huaqing Shan. "Take the resources inside as a token of our apology to the Great Yu Empire." Huaqing Shan put it away. The Sun family member did not linger and immediately left. Huaqing Shan calmly watched as the Sun family disappeared. Madame Mylan walked out from behind him and asked curiously, "Aren't you going to chase after them?" "Why should I?" Huaqing Shan's tone was indifferent. He glanced at Madame Mylan but did not leave. Madame Mylan's lips curled upwards. Based on her understanding of Lu Yin, the Sun family would not have a good ending. On the other side, the Sun family member left as quickly as he could, occasionally glancing behind him. Sun Qinya's guess was that Lu Yin would not let them go, but there was indeed no one chasing after them. Regardless, they still needed to disguise themselves. The Sun family member leaped off the spacecraft and allowed it to fly towards its designated destination. He then hit on a meteorite and slowly headed in a certain direction. After hiding for 2 days, the Sun family member finally arrived at a very ordinary planet in the dark mist weave. "I'm back, uncle." The man arrived at a manor near the sea and saw Sun Qinya. Sun Qinya hurriedly asked, "Did you do as I said?" "Don't worry, uncle. I did as you said, and I made sure that no one was following us." Sun Qinya nodded and took the gun. After taking a closer look, his expression changed. "No, it's fake." The man was shocked. "Fake? How can that be? Every hit from this gun is comparable to a cruiser's." Sun Qinya's gaze turned vicious. "Although I don't know where Lu Yin found this fake gun, it's not what we want." He then exerted some force, causing the gun to slowly crack and finally shatter. A piece of paper fell out, and Sun Chinya's expression changed. He opened the paper and looked at it before lowering his head in thought. The man looked at the paper that had fallen out of the gun with a puzzled expression. Suddenly, Sun Chinya's gadget beeped. He opened it and his expression changed. "Lu Yin is here." The man was shocked. At that moment, there was a loud explosion in the sky, and Lu Yin appeared in his universal armor. No matter how the Sun family members tried to disguise themselves, they could not hide their rune lines unless they disappeared from Lu Yin's sight. Lu Yin looked down at Sun Chinya, who was glaring at him. When he saw the paper in the man's hand, he said coldly, "I didn't expect you to be so close." "Lu Yin, you went back on your word." The man from the Sun family shouted, unable to hide the fear in his eyes. Sun Chinya took a step forward and stared at Lu Yin. "You used a fake to fool me. Lu Yin, hand over the real thing, or I can guarantee that this matter will be much more troublesome than you can imagine. Your great Yu empire might even be destroyed because of this. You still dare to threaten me at this point? Forget about the Sun family, even if the Day-Night clan joined forces, it wouldn't matter. The innerverse and outerverse have already been separated. You should think about how to survive first." Lu Yin raised a hand and pressed down. Sun Chinya looked up, his face pale. "Lu Yin, I'll say it one last time. Hand over the real thing, or everyone related to you will die. Even if you have the power to resist an enlighter, it will be useless." Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 658. There was a boom, and the seaside manor disappeared. The blind monk rushed over with his shovel and viciously swung it at Sun Chinya. Sun Chinya raised his hand and slapped out. He was a peak hunter, but the blind monk had yet to reach that level. He was suppressed by Sun Chinya's star energy and forced back 1,000 meters. At that moment, a cold, flickering white light streaked past, leaving behind a trail of blood. Sun Chinya retreated and gritted his teeth as he stared in front of him, where Phantom Sting had appeared. 2 hunters had attacked. Sun Chinya was the only hunter in the Sun family, and the rest were only cruisers. "Lu Yin, are you really not going to hand it over?" Sun Chinya roared. Lu Yin frowned. Something was wrong. That piece of paper was more important than he had imagined. Sun Chinya had not been thinking about running away in the face of danger, but rather threatening Lu Yin. This was very strange, and Lu Yin had a feeling that Sun Chinya was not bragging. The gun is fake, but the thing inside is real. Sun Chinya continuously dodged the blind monk and Phantom Sting's attacks, and his body was covered in wounds. When he heard Lu Yin's words, he gripped the paper tightly and his face turned cold. "You must hand over the real gun." Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. "You really think I can't kill you?" He then charged forward. Sun Chinya roared, "You're courting death, Lu Yin. Don't blame me for this." Sun Chinya then pulled something out of his cosmic ring, causing the surrounding star energy to solidify and transform into chains that pushed back the blind monk, Phantom Thorn, and Lu Yin. The next moment, Sun Chinya vanished. Lu Yin immediately looked around, and his heart sank. He could not find Sun Chinya's rune lines. He had escaped. "Capture everyone from the Sun family," Lu Yin barked. Not long after, everyone from the Sun family on the planet was captured. There were more than 70 people in total, 3 cruisers, 15 explorers, and the rest were all emitters. Lu Yin asked them about Sun Chinya's whereabouts, but none of them knew anything. He had no choice but to bring them all back to the Great Yu Empire for interrogation. This matter was a little strange, and it might cause trouble in the future, but Lu Yin did not care too much. The Sun family could not compare to the Day-Night clan, and since the Innerverse and Outerverse had been separated, Sun Qinya would at most be able to find an enlighter to help. Even if he found a powerhouse with a power level of over 300,000, Lu Yin still had Elder Lohar and Mr. Mu. Lu Yin's whereabouts, Sun Qinya's whereabouts. Lu Yin contacted the bespectacled Miss Child and had Mafioso Planet search for Sun Qinya's whereabouts. After dealing with the Sun family, Lu Yin did not immediately return to the Great Yu Empire. Instead, he went to Shenwu Continent Space Station. Anya had sent the improved herbs to Ming Zhaoshu, but there had been no reply. He wanted to see it for himself. At Shenwu Continent Space Station, Madame Mylan met with Lu Yin. If I'm not wrong, the Sun family is finished. Lu Yin smiled. I still have to thank you for telling me about the Sun family. You don't have to be so polite, student Lu. Elder Qiuyu has already sent word that the Day-Night clan will not be your enemy. We hope that you won't make things difficult for us, Madame Mylan said with a smile. Lu Yin laughed. Who in the entire universe would dare to make things difficult for the Day-Night clan? But there's something that I need your help with. Please speak, Madame Mylan said. Sun Qinya escaped. I want to ask Madame to help me find out where he is, Lu Yin said. Madame Mylan smiled and nodded. All right, I'll mobilize the Day-Night clan's resources in the Outerverse to help student Lu investigate. However, what benefits will I get? What do you want? Lu Yin asked. Madame Mylan thought about it. Nothing at the moment, but if I can help you find Sun Qinya's whereabouts, then I'll think about it. Lu Yin smiled and nodded. He then entered Shenwu Continent with Hua Qingshan's help. Shenwu Empire, Shanghai City, Reverend King's study. Ming Zhaoshu looked into a mirror and touched his forehead before casually tossing the mirror away. He had aged once again. The natural treasures that had replenished his life force had allowed him to last a year, but now it seemed that he would only last half a year at most. In other words, he would die in half a year. Ming Zhaoshu clenched his fists, but then relaxed them. He had already accepted his fate. Father, I'm here, Ming Yan's voice rang out from outside the study. Ming Zhaoshu said in a low voice, come in. Half a day later, Ming Yan walked out of the study, looking exhausted. Ever since she had found out that Ming Zhaoshu did not have much time left, she had been working hard to deal with government affairs so as not to disappoint him. As for the torment and pain in her heart, she could only silently endure it. She could only return to her room and cry once in a while to relieve her pain. It was during these times that she missed Lu Yin even more. She really wanted to find someone to rely on. Princess, please have your meal. A maid brought in the food and placed it on the table in the room. Ming Yan waved a hand to dismiss her. She was not in the mood to eat, and she stared blankly at the sky through the window. Her gaze then landed on a memorial on the dressing table. She really hated such things, but she had no choice but to deal with them. She picked up the memorial and opened it. Suddenly, a hand appeared in front of her and took the memorial away. Eat first. Ming Yan's body trembled, and she looked to the side where a familiar figure had appeared. Lu Yin put down the memorial and placed his hand on Ming Yan's cheek. He gently said, "It hasn't been that long, but you've lost so much weight." Ming Yan's eyes were red as she stared blankly at Lu Yin. Clear tears streamed down her face as she threw herself into his embrace and sobbed softly. It was as if she was venting all of the grievances, helplessness, and despair that she had felt during this period. Lu Yin hugged Ming Yan's soft body and did not say anything. He just held her like that. Soon, Ming Yan fell asleep. She slept very peacefully. Lu Yin placed her on the bed and kissed her forehead. He then walked out of the room and went directly to Ming Xiaoshu's study. When Tang Si saw Lu Yin, he immediately bowed. Lu Yin pushed open the door and walked in. Ming Xiaoshu stared at him. "I guessed that you would come." Lu Yin closed the door and saw that there was a chair beside the desk. "It seems like those medicinal herbs were useless." Ming Xiaoshu smiled bitterly, as if he was mocking himself. After so many years of painstaking effort, he didn't even dare to have a son. Once he gained power, he forced my brother and the crown prince to their deaths. But in the end, the Xinwu Empire doesn't even have a successor. Little Seven, don't you think it's funny? Ha ha ha. Lu Yin calmly looked at Ming Xiaoshu. Ming Xiaotian's heirs are all dead. Ming Xiaoshu closed his eyes and fell silent. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. This person was ruthless enough to slaughter all of the heirs of the Xinwu Empire. Ming Xiaoshu had wanted to give birth to a son, but his life had been cut short. This could be considered retribution. Yan is not suitable to inherit the Xinwu Empire, Lu Yin said. Ming Xiaoshu opened his eyes. So what? She's the only successor of the Xinwu Empire. Aside from her, there's no one else. She must inherit the empire. I don't care about a mere Xinwu Empire. I hope that she can choose the life that she wants and not be destroyed by some so-called empire. Wendy Yushan handed the Great Yu Empire to me, so why can't you hand the Xinwu Empire to someone else? Lu Yin sternly retorted, as Ming Yan's current state made his heart ache. Ming Xiaoshu stood up. This is the Xinwu continent, not the universe. Even though the universe's culture has impacted us recently, it's impossible for people to change their minds too quickly. The Xinwu Empire must be inherited by someone from the Ming family, or the world will fall into chaos. That's just your selfish excuse, Lu Yin said coldly. No matter what, Yan is my daughter and the only successor of the Xinwu Empire. She must bear this heavy responsibility, Ming Xiaoshu said firmly. Lu Yin's eyes flashed as he met Ming Xiaoshu's gaze. Handing the Xinwu Empire to me is the same, Lu Yin said. Ming Xiaoshu's finger twitched. You want to steal the Xinwu Empire? Yes, and so what? Lu Yin's tone was frosty. Ming Xiaoshu laughed in a carefree manner. If you had done this before establishing the Great Eastern Alliance, then you could have done this. Even if the Xinwu continent fell into chaos, it would have nothing to do with you, and you wouldn't care. Unfortunately, the Xinwu Empire has already joined the Great Eastern Alliance. If you steal the Xinwu Empire now, who would dare to join the Great Eastern Alliance? Little Seven, you're overthinking things. For Yan Er's sake, I can adjust my strategy, Lu Yin said indifferently. Ming Xiaoshu shook his head, not angered by Lu Yin's words. Instead, he felt a trace of gratitude. I understand your feelings for Yan and I'm very gratified that you're willing to give up the Great Eastern Alliance for her. However, inheriting the Xinwu Empire is her mission. If you steal the Xinwu Empire and cause the continent to fall into chaos, will she forgive you? Given her kindness, do you think that she'll agree? Lu Yin was helpless, as he could not answer. Little Seven, it's up to man to plan, but it's up to the heavens to succeed. Many people say that man can conquer the heavens, but that's just another choice given by the heavens. The heavens like to joke around, and we can't do anything about it. I've obtained everything, but now I'm facing death. You can steal everything, but you can't steal my heart. The more you steal, the more likely Yan will be disappointed in you, and even herself. Lu Yin looked at Ming Xiaoshu. How much longer can you live? A trace of pain flashed through Ming Xiaoshu's eyes. Half a year at most. Lu Yin's emotions were complicated, as he truly did not want Ming Yan to take on this so-called responsibility. He only wanted her to live happily and carefreely, and that was enough for him. However, everyone had different thoughts. Ming Xiaoshu had lived for a long time, and he could see further into the future. The best choice was for Ming Yan to marry Lu Yin as the Xinwu Empress. Otherwise, she would be nothing more than a vase that would eventually be abandoned. When two people were together, it was love, but to maintain this love, they had to work hard together. Love had a very short shelf life. This was what it meant to be an appropriate match. Ming Xiaoshu would rather Ming Yan bear the pain of inheriting the empire than allow her to bear the pain of love in the future. He could not say these words to Lu Yin. Regardless of whether it was Lu Yin or Ming Yan, they had too little experience in relationships and had too little experience in life. Even if he said these words, they would not understand. Lu Yin left the study, as he did not know how to convince Ming Xiaoshu. Ming Xiaoshu's determination was unshakable, and he wanted to talk to Ming Yan. If Ming Yan did not want to inherit the Xinwu Empire, then Lu Yin would act. No matter what Ming Xiaoshu said, he would take over everything. Ming Yan slept for an entire day, and Lu Yin stayed by her side to watch over her. When Ming Yan opened her eyes and saw Lu Yin, her heart melted. The unfamiliarity from before disappeared, and she once again felt that kind of connection. When he saw that Ming Yan had woken up, Lu Yin hurriedly brought over a bowl of porridge and helped her up. "Open your mouth." Ming Yan's face flushed red, and she whispered, "Brother Lu, I'll eat by myself." "No, you slept for so long and you didn't eat anything. You don't have any strength. I'll feed you. Come, be good and open your mouth." "Okay." Lu Yin had no choice but to stay in the Reverend King's household with Ming Yan for 2 days before leaving with Enya under Ming Xiaoshu's constant urging. Ming Xiaoshu did not have much time left, and he needed to use the remaining time to teach Ming Yan how to handle government affairs and how to control the court. "Are you unhappy, Your Highness?" Enya asked as she looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin shook his head. "Send more people to stay in the Xinwu Empire." It was impossible for Ming Yan to inherit the Xinwu Empire within half a year, but Ming Yan had insisted on it, so Lu Yin would not stop her. However, if Ming Xiaoshu died in half a year, the Xinwu Empire would definitely be in trouble. At that time, he would have to make a trip back to the Xinwu Empire, and it would be better to have his own people around to hear the news. Right now, he was most worried about Ming Xiaoshu's poison. "Enya, you should go back first. Won't Your Highness come with us?" Enya asked. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold, as he had no intention of leaving. He had not found the person who had poisoned Ming Xiaoshu, and only the heavens knew if that person had poisoned Ming Yan as well. Lu Yin had to find this person, as this was his main goal in coming to the Xinwu continent. He would not feel at ease leaving such a person by Ming Yan's side. First was Cheong Island. Lu Yin soared into the sky and looked around Shanghai City. There were rune lines everywhere, but they were all normal. There were quite a few rune lines that were at the cruiser realm, and they belonged to Ming Xiaoshu as well as a few others. Next was Flowing Light City, which was located to the north of Shanghai City. With Lu Yin's speed and range of vision, it only took him a day to scan the entire Cheong Island. Next was Ming Island. In this manner, Lu Yin started from Cheong Island and looked at each island one by one. He would not have known if he had not looked, but after looking, he discovered that there were quite a few experts hidden on the Xinwu continent. Most of these experts had been left behind by the various powers of the innerverse and outerverse to make it easier for them to communicate with the trial takers. For example, Grandine Mavis and the Mavis family controlled the Bank of Wuyun. Yu Xianzi and Xiaohua, and even the Day-Night clan all had hidden forces on the Shenwu continent. Lu Yin made a note of these names. If Ming Yan truly wanted to inherit the Shenwu Empire, then this list might be useful. 10 days later, Lu Yin did not know where he was, but he was quite far from Cheong Island. He should be in the north of the Shenwu Empire. Below him was a battlefield. Before coming here, Lu Yin had already known that Ming Zhaoshu had succeeded the throne and cooperated with the outsiders. Many people were dissatisfied with this, and there had been no less than 100 assassination attempts. Many rebels had even used Ming Hao's name to rebel. Lu Yin had not been interested in such matters, but this battlefield had an inexplicable amount of rune lines that were at the level of a hunter. If there really was a hunter on this battlefield, then there would be no need for a battle at all. They were not corpse kings that could gain innate gifts by eating crystals, but rather ordinary zombies. The door to one of the laboratories was opened, and the scene inside looked like hell. The ground was covered in blood, and a giant zombie was squatting in a corner, roaring. There's another one. These giant corpse kings can grow larger and stronger by absorbing blood, but they can't gain intelligence. But that doesn't matter, as long as I have intelligence. Ha 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 ha. The maniacal laughter caused the place to become even colder. The person who had been laughing was a short old man with a sallow complexion and extremely ugly features. His hair was standing on end. Suddenly, a large shadow enveloped him, and the short old man's pupils shrank. He abruptly turned around and saw Lu Yin's figure. "You, how did you chase after me?" The short old man was shocked. Lu Yin did not waste any time with idle chatter. He immediately took out a pike and stabbed out, causing a spiritual force attack to sweep out in all directions. Even though the short old man had the power of a hunter, his brain was still injured by the powerful spiritual force attack, and he fainted for a moment. It was at that moment that the pike stabbed into him, but it was blocked by something and did not pierce through. Lu Yin was stunned. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 660. You're courting death. The short old man's mind was clear, but his expression was sinister. You're courting death. He suddenly retreated, and the door to the laboratory slammed shut, isolating him from Lu Yin. The next moment, the laboratory shook as a black stream of air emerged from all directions, filling the entire underground area in the blink of an eye and sealing off all escape routes. Lu Yin frowned and pressed his pike against the door. He suddenly exerted some force, causing the door to crack open. There was a loud explosion as the door completely shattered. There was a loud roar as the zombie charged out and rammed into Lu Yin. Lu Yin dodged with secret sidestep, and the zombie charged into the black stream of air. Its roar came to an abrupt end, and its entire body twitched before completely vanishing. Lu Yin's scalp went numb, and he leapt into the laboratory, only to be greeted by the short old man's berserk attacks. The short old man had put on his metal coat, and Lu Yin dodged with secret sidestep. The void split open where he had been standing, and the entire forest was pierced through. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. The short old man was only a cruiser, and his hunter rune lines came from his metal coat, which could defend against a hunter's attacks. Kiki, I didn't think that such an interesting test subject would show up. Stay here and accompany my little babies. The short old man laughed maniacally as his body rammed into Lu Yin. Lu Yin's eyes widened, and his force field tree appeared. Its branches immediately bound the short old man. 30 stacks, 100-fold shockwave palm. Dozens of explosions shook the ground and caused the void to crack. The powerful palm force sent the short old man flying into the black stream of air outside the laboratory. The metal coat cracked open, and the black stream of air flowed through the cracks. The short old man's mournful wails could be heard. He had never expected that Lu Yin would be able to injure a hunter as an explorer. A metal coat that could withstand a hunter's attack was not bad, but there were differences in strength, and Lu Yin's attack had just surpassed that. The wails quickly disappeared. Lu Yin stared outside the laboratory. What exactly was this black stream of air? It could not spread out, or else Shenwu continent would be finished. Just as Lu Yin was thinking of a plan, the black stream of air seemed to have a mind of its own as it surged towards the small old man's metal coat. It did not seem to be spreading, but rather, absorbing. What appeared in front of Lu Yin's eyes was a monster that exuded a black aura, and its rune lines had multiplied by several times. Kiki, since I dared to create death energy, why would I be afraid of it? Stay here. The short old man's entire body was emitting a black gas, and even his facial features couldn't be seen. He was like a cloud of smoke as he viciously charged at Lu Yin. He didn't seem to know any battle techniques and could only use such primitive attacks. Lu Yin dodged and stared at the short old man. Did you just say death chi? Hee, little brat, have you heard of death aura as well? The short old man laughed strangely and charged at Lu Yin again. Lu Yin dodged again. The specter race's death energy. You're quite knowledgeable. Even within the Neo-Human Alliance, there are many people who don't know about the specter race, but an outsider like you actually knows about them. This makes me even more interested in you. Right, I remember now. You're the one who brought people to destroy Mingdu and destroyed the Neo-Human Alliance's largest experimental base on the Shenwu continent. You seem to be quite famous. Lu Yin dodged with secret sidestep, and the two of them moved underground, one chasing and the other dodging. It was quite a comical sight. Don't even think about escaping. You won't be able to. Stay here, or else I'll go to Shanghai City and capture that little girl. The short old man laughed strangely. Lu Yin's gaze turned sharp. You were the one who poisoned Ming Zhaoshu. Kiki, that's right. Why? With your strength, it wouldn't have been difficult to kill him. Why poison him? It's just an experiment. I'm not interested in anything else other than my treasures. The data on Ming Zhaoshu's poisoning is precious experimental data. Don't worry, once he's dead, that little girl will be next. None of them will be able to escape. They're all my experimental data and my treasures. Kiki. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold as he stared at the short old man. He circulated the serious art around his body, and the short old man charged at him. Every movement was clearly seen, but Lu Yin didn't act rashly. Instead, he dodged to the side with secret sidestep and raised a hand to press down on the short old man. Just as his hand was about to touch the black gas, he suddenly pulled back and retreated 100 meters. What you're creating isn't death energy, Lu Yin said in a low voice. The short old man sneered. What do you know? This is death energy. Lu Yin raised his head. If it was death energy, there was no way he wouldn't recognize it. When he had fought with Faceless in front of the Sea King's trident, he had sensed death energy. He could sense it, and he could even suppress it. Faceless was a member of the Spectre clan, and Lu Yin had guessed that it was because he had suppressed Faceless death energy that Faceless had treated him with respect and even obeyed his orders. Regardless of whether Lu Yin's guess was right or wrong, it was true that he could sense death energy. However, the black gas in front of him didn't give him that familiar feeling. It looked like death energy, but it definitely wasn't. It might just be a type of poisonous gas. This isn't death energy, Lu Yin repeated. The short old man was enraged. It's death energy. It's death energy. I can create death energy. This is death energy. As he spoke, he looked a little crazy as he viciously charged at Luin. Whether or not this was death energy was something that Luin would know with a single test. Luin had once merged with a Spectre clan member's body, and he knew how terrifying death energy was. This was also the reason why he hadn't put on his universal armor to face this attack head-on. He couldn't guarantee that his universal armor would be able to withstand death energy, and he had been intimidated by it. But now that he was sure that this wasn't death energy, there was nothing to be afraid of. Luin raised his spear and took advantage of the short old man's charge to boost his 7-lined battle force. He thrust the spear forward, and it flew out of his hand and ruthlessly pierced into the short old man's body. The old man was pinned to the wall, and the defensive items that had blocked the spear's attack were instantly shattered. The short old man howled in anguish, and this time, he was truly howling as fresh blood flowed down the wall. The black gas actually flowed into the short old man's body through his bleeding wound, and an even more mournful howl rang out. The short old man only lasted for 10 seconds before he turned into nothingness just like the zombie. Where he had been standing, the black gas fused with his blood and transformed into black blood that corroded the ground. Luin looked at the puddle of black blood on the ground and used his star energy to create flames that burned the black blood into nothingness. Sure enough, it wasn't death energy, as it wasn't that easy to get rid of. Luin retrieved his spear and the short old man's body vanished, leaving behind only a pile of clothes on the ground. The black gas did not cause any damage to the clothes at all, which was quite strange. Aside from the pile of clothes, there was also a stone tablet and a bottle. Luin picked them up and looked at them. The stone tablet was very thin, and it was similar to a book. The pages could be flipped, and each page recorded some data from an experiment. Optimal kill count for the giant zombie, 2,395 zombies. Analysis of the composition of death energy. There were many pages on the stone tablet, and each one was very thin. Most of the information recorded was incomprehensible, but there was one page that caught Lu Yin's attention because he saw Ming Xiaoshu's name. Experimental subject Ming Xiaoshu, cruiser realm power level, comprehended a force field, comparable to a hunter. Poison death number 91, estimated to last for at most a month. This page recorded Ming Xiaoshu's daily changes, from his diet to his mood, to the speed at which he handled government affairs, and so on. Below each change was the short old man's analysis. Luin read through the entire page and felt an inexplicable chill. Ming Xiaoshu was like an experimental subject that was being observed, but he was completely unaware of it. How was the short old man observing him? Distance did not mean much to powerhouses like them, and it did not take them long to cross the entire Shenwu continent, so time was not an issue. However, Ming Xiaoshu had comprehended a force field, and yet he was being observed in such a manner. If he could do that, then what about Ming Yin? Also, what was this poison called death number 91? Luin thought of the bottle on the ground and looked at it. Could it be this? There was a drop of colorless liquid in the bottle, so it was very likely that this was the poison. His domain swept through the underground and dealt with the zombies in the other laboratories. Luin then buried the underground space and walked out. As soon as he emerged, he saw an explorer's rune lines rapidly approaching him. It was a middle-aged woman, and Luin found her familiar. He suddenly recalled that she was one of Ming Xiaoshu's maids. He suddenly understood why the short old man had been able to monitor Ming Xiaoshu's every move. So this was the reason. The middle-aged woman arrived at the top of the underground space and skillfully found the tunnel that led to the underground space. However, as soon as she entered, she retreated with a pale face and leaped up to leave. "Since you're here, then stay," a calm voice rang out. Luin moved and flicked his finger, causing a gust of wind to shatter the woman's knee and knock her to the ground. She looked at Luin, who was sitting on a tree and looking at her indifferently. "It's you." Lu Yin jumped down from the tree and walked to her side. "So you're the one who poisoned Ming Zhaoshu, and you're also the one who sent news of his situation here." The woman was terrified, and her face went pale. I didn't want to. That monster poisoned me, and if I didn't do as I was told, I would have been eaten by other monsters. I beg you, please don't kill me and don't tell His Majesty. I beg you." "Aside from poisoning Ming Zhaoshu and sending news here regularly, what else were you ordered to do?" Lu Yin asked. The middle-aged woman hurriedly replied, "Nothing else. He only told me to monitor His Majesty and nothing else." Lu Yin took out a bottle. "Is this the poison he asked you to use?" The woman looked at the bottle with deep fear in her eyes. "Yes, this is it." Lu Yin nodded and slapped her, causing her to fall to the ground and die. Lu Yin had found the cause and solved the problem, but there was no cure for Ming Zhaoshu's poison. The last page had specifically mentioned a poison called Death Poison number 91, and the short old man had no way to cure it himself. That was why he had poisoned Ming Zhaoshu. He wanted to use Ming Zhaoshu's experimental data to create an antidote. At the same time, as long as Ming Zhaoshu died, Shenwu continent would descend into chaos, and war would break out everywhere. This would also allow the old man to obtain more experimental subjects and blood to feed the giant corpse king. The short old man's plan was very good, and he had killed 2 birds with 1 stone. Lu Yin was glad that he had found the old man, as even if Ming Yan had succeeded the throne, she would have suffered the same fate as Ming Zhaoshu. Lu Yin now deeply understood why the entire universe viewed the Neo-Human Alliance as a great enemy, and why they would be destroyed if they encountered them. This organization possessed the deepest darkness and was devoid of humanity. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 661. Had the Neo-Human Alliance on Shenwu continent been wiped clean? Lu Yin did not know. No, he had to check again. Lu Yin spent another 10 days traveling around Shenwu continent, including the isolated islands in the ocean. He destroyed 3 Neo-Human Alliance strongholds before finally returning to Shanghai City to have a long talk with Ming Zhaoshu. Only then did he leave Shenwu continent. He had done everything that could be done, and Shenwu continent should be wiped clean. Even so, he had Ming Zhaoshu rearrange Ming Yan's meals and living arrangements just in case. Before leaving, he did not meet with Ming Yan. Ming Yan's gaze was much more resolute than before, which was a good thing, and he did not want to disturb her. Half a year later, when Ming Zhaoshu died, Lu Yin would return. It had been more than 20 days since he had left the Daosaur sect's ruins, and he should be able to enter again. However, Lu Yin had not made up his mind yet, as he did not know if the battle there was still as intense as before. The battle between the 10 arbiters and the Realmlings was not something that he could interfere with, so he wanted to wait a little longer. When Lu Yin returned to King Zishan's palace, Case reported, "Someone called Ding Xing has been waiting for your highness for a few days now. Would you like to meet him?" Ding Xing. Lu Yin thought about it. Right, it was someone from North Castle Weave's Great Sword Dynasty, and he wanted Lu Yin to help him chase away the people from the Beast Tamer's flow zone and restore the Great Sword Dynasty. As for the reward, it was the Great Sword Dynasty's treasures. North Castle Weave was close to the astral wilderness, and there were still many powers searching for pyrolite. If Lu Yin rashly interfered with North Castle Weave, it would easily cause these powers to become wary and retaliate. The most important thing right now was to establish the Great Eastern Alliance, and Lu Yin did not want any accidents to happen before the alliance was formed. Let him return. When the time comes, I'll help him, Lu Yin said. Yes, Your Highness. Lu Yin had been very tired during this period of time, and he only recovered after resting for a day after returning to King Zishan's palace. He took out the cosmic ring that the Sun family had given to Hu Qingshan, and there were actually 10,000 star essence inside. The Sun family had shown some sincerity, and it seemed that they had really wanted to use this sum of money to resolve their grudges with Lu Yin. They had been too naive. However, that old fox Sun Qinya had slipped away, and Lu Yin hoped that Mafioso Planet or the Day-Night clan would be able to find him. The Sun family's goal had always been that gun. Sun Qinya had used all sorts of methods to get rid of Lu Yin, and he had even exposed the Vast Earth sect's Qing Yan from the very beginning to prevent the Vast Earth sect from joining the Great Eastern Alliance. If everything had gone smoothly, Lu Yin would have been punished by the Hall of Honor, and the Great Eastern Alliance would have been destroyed. Unfortunately, the Sun family's efforts had all been for naught, and they had suffered heavy casualties. To this day, no one from the Sun family could be found in the Outerverse. Right now, no one was more worried than the Vast Earth sect. Without Qing Yan's connection to the Great Yu Empire, the Vast Earth sect had no idea what the Great Yu Empire was planning. I suggest that we take the initiative to contact the Great Yu Empire, Elder Angio said as he looked at Meng Tianlong. The other elders agreed, as they were all afraid that Lu Yin would come directly. He was a tyrannical person, and even the Day-Night clan did not dare to provoke him. The Innerverse powers had a deterrent effect on the Outerverse, but that did not apply to Lu Yin. In many people's eyes, Lu Yin was even more terrifying than some of the Innerverse powers. Meng Tianlong muttered to himself for a moment. If you want to contact the Great Yu Empire, then you'll have to consider whether or not to join the Great Eastern Alliance. Everyone fell silent. At this moment, someone reported, someone from Darkstar Gorge has come to visit. Meng Tianlong and the rest were stunned, but they were soon overjoyed. They had been sending people to the outside world to inquire about the Great Eastern Alliance, and now, they had finally received a response. If Lu Yin saw the person from Darkstar Gorge, he would definitely be familiar with him. It was one of the 5 hunters who had tried to assassinate him during his trip to the Six-Fingered Tribe. My Darkstar Gorge will definitely not join this so-called Great Eastern Alliance. Although it's called an alliance, it's actually just an alliance that will provide resources to the Great Yu Empire and help them unify the Eastern Weaves, the hunter from Darkstar Gorge, Xia Pu, said resolutely. Meng Tianlong asked, unify the Eastern Weaves. Is Lu Yin really that ambitious? Xia Pu sneered. Of course. He even dares to kill Enlighters, so what else does he not dare to do? If we allow him to successfully form an alliance, then we will all become his subordinates. Sect Master Meng, you don't want someone to point fingers at you, right? These words struck a chord with Meng Tianlong. As the sect master of the Vast Earth sect, he was in charge of an entire weave, and his authority was paramount. A single word from him could decide the life and death of countless people. He could allow someone to soar into the heavens or fall into a bottomless abyss. Those who had never enjoyed such power would never understand it, but once they had, they would become addicted to it and would never let go. He couldn't accept the fact that someone was pointing at him and whispering behind his back for no apparent reason. What does Darkstar Gorge plan to do? Meng Tianlong asked. Xia Pu smiled. We've already contacted Even Ground Palace, the Tri-Banner Federation, and the other major powers. The Great Yu Empire wants to take action against us one by one and force us to join some Great Eastern Alliance. We'll form an anti-Great Alliance, and there won't be any agreements. We just need to work together to resist the Great Yu Empire. We don't believe that with so many powers working together, Lu Yin will be able to kill us one by one. Even if he does manage to kill us all, the Hall of Honor won't just stand by and watch. Meng Tianlong's eyes lit up. You've really contacted them? Of course. In a few days, we'll have a meeting to discuss how to deal with the Great Yu Empire. Does Sect Master Meng want to join us? Zhao Pu asked. Meng Tianlong immediately agreed. Zhao Pu left, and Meng Tianlong was filled with anticipation. With so many powers working together, the so-called Great Eastern Alliance would definitely be unable to be formed, and the Great Yu Empire would also be ostracized. So what if Lu Yin was strong? Just as Zhao Pu had said, Lu Yin could kill as many people as he wanted. Although the universe adhered to the Dark Forest law, humans were creatures with a bottom line. It was impossible for one person to be so heartless as to kill so many people. Even if Lu Yin was truly that heartless, the Hall of Honor would not allow it. Humans were humans because they had a bottom line, and this bottom line was determined by the number of people that they could kill. Far away in the Great Yu Empire, Lu Yin quickly learned of this matter, and his expression turned ugly. Enya felt troubled. If so many powers really work together, then the Great Eastern Alliance will definitely not be formed. We can't rely on our iron fist to suppress everyone. Even if the alliance is temporarily formed, it will be very difficult for us to consolidate our resources in the future. This is not our original intention. We hope that the various powers will be willing to join the alliance and take the initiative to consolidate their resources, not force them, Huan Sha said. Lu Yin rapped a finger on the table. Tell me, are these outerverse powers wolves or sheep? Enya and Huan Sha looked at each other in confusion. What do you mean, Your Highness? Lu Yin's lips curled up. When faced with innerverse powers like the Day-Night clan and the Sun family, they would easily submit. Without Darkstar Gorge's alliance, they would still submit to me. In essence, they are sheep. But they've already formed an alliance, Enya said. But I'd like to see how strong this alliance is. Lu Yin smiled. What do you plan to do, Your Highness? Enya asked. Lu Yin stood up and walked out. He looked at the sky. Darkstar Gorge is actually sheep as well, but their hatred for me runs too deep. I was the one who forced them to turn into a wolf, and now that a wolf is leading a flock of sheep against me, I'll slaughter that wolf. Your Highness wants to take care of Darkstar Gorge. Enya was shocked. Lu Yin's tone was indifferent. I have to make an example out of them. Otherwise, the outerverse powers will think that I'm benevolent and won't dare to act against them. Your Highness, the various powers have already formed an alliance. If we rashly attack Darkstar Gorge, the other powers might take action in order to protect themselves, Huan Sha reminded him. Lu Yin smiled. I'm not doing this because they formed an alliance against me. I'm doing this because of the Hall of Honor's orders. Enya and Huan Sha did not understand. As long as one did not betray the human domain or do anything unforgivable, why would the Hall of Honor attack a power? After chasing away Enya and Huan Sha, Lu Yin activated his gadget, and Elder Lohar's image appeared on his screen. Junior greets Elder. Lu Yin bowed respectfully. Elder Lohar was in a good mood when he saw Lu Yin. Kid, you've suddenly contacted me. You must have something to ask of me. Lu Yin smiled. How did Elder know? Elder Lohar laughed. Although the innerverse and outerverse have been separated, my Hall of Honor has not become blind. Kid, let me tell you something. If you want to form the Great Eastern Alliance, I won't interfere. Even if you occasionally use the Hall of Honor's name, I won't interfere. But if you want the Hall of Honor to help you, that's impossible. Lu Yin rubbed his nose. Junior has never underestimated the Hall of Honor's power. I understand Elder's warning, but this time, I'm not contacting Elder to ask for help. I'm contacting Elder to make a report. Report? Elder Lohar was puzzled. Report who? Junior is reporting that Darkstar Gorge is colluding with the Neo-Human Alliance, Lu Yin said solemnly. Elder Lohar was shocked. Darkstar Gorge is colluding with the Neo-Human Alliance. Kid, let me warn you. Even if your current status is special, you can't cross the Hall of Honor's bottom line. Wantonly making false accusations in an attempt to use the Hall of Honor to eliminate your enemy. This is a very serious crime, and once it's confirmed, I might take away your futon. Lu Yin solemnly replied, Junior is definitely not making false accusations against Darkstar Gorge. Outerverse Youth Council Counselor Puyu has people from the Neo-Human Alliance by his side. Back then, Arbiter Wen also went to Darkstar Gorge to investigate, and he told me not to spread the news. He's also confirmed that Darkstar Gorge is colluding with the Neo-Human Alliance. The only reason he hasn't acted yet is because he wants to find more people who are colluding with the Neo-Human Alliance. Elder, you can send someone to investigate. Elder Lohar's expression turned solemn. All right. If this is true, then you've made a contribution. Elder, Puyu is currently at the Outerverse Council's headquarters, East San Dios. Since I'm on my way there, I'll find the Neo-Human Alliance's Corpse King and request the Hall of Honor's confirmation, Lu Yin said. Elder Lohar thought about it. All right, but I'll warn you again. Don't try to make false accusations. The Hall of Honor has its own methods of investigating the truth. If you try to use the Hall of Honor, then I'll personally take away your futon, deduct all of your honor points, and imprison you. Junior understands, Lu Yin respectfully replied. The screen turned off, and Lu Yin sighed. He would have to use Vulture in the end. When Sansi hadn't acted back then, but the Hall of Honor wouldn't let him go. It was a pity. He had originally wanted Puyu to restrain Lu Xiaoga at East San Dios, but it seemed like that wouldn't work. Since that was the case, then he might as well get rid of Vulture as well. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 662. The current San Dios was no longer as glorious as it had been in the past. Back when the 10 Arbiters had supported it, the Outerverse Youth Council had been able to judge and rule over the younger generation of the various weaves. It had even been able to influence the decisions of the various powers. However, ever since the Innerverse and Outerverse had been separated, no one cared about the Outerverse Youth Council anymore. Back then, Puyu had lured Wendy Yushan to San Dios in order to steal the secret technique and deal with Lu Yin. However, his excuse had been the same as the problems that San Dios had encountered back then. I heard that Darkstar Gorge is colluding with the various powers to deal with the Great Yu Empire. Puyu sat in the tower and looked down, seemingly thinking about something. Lu Xiaoga's voice rang out from behind him. Puyu did not turn around. He simply replied, this time, all of our methods are out in the open. I won't give you a chance to inform Lu Yin. Lu Xiaoga did not mind Puyu's mockery, and he stood beside him. How do you think Lu Yin will deal with you? Puyu frowned. Colluding with the various powers has nothing to do with me. It's an internal decision made by Darkstar Gorge, and I don't have the authority to make any decisions. Why would he want to deal with me? I don't know. It's just my intuition. Lu Xiaoga shrugged. Puyu looked at Lu Xiaoga. You're very annoying. Lu Xiaoga blinked. Is that so? But some people say that I'm a very nice and kind person. Puyu's eyes narrowed, and his gaze turned icy. If not for the Day-Night clan, I would have already killed you. You'd better not appear in front of me. I'm afraid that I won't be able to hold myself back one day. At that moment, Vulture arrived and respectfully said to Puyu, My lord, we can leave now. Lu Xiaoga was shocked. You're leaving. Puyu did not say anything and simply turned to leave. Leaving is the right thing to do. Based on my understanding of Lu Yin, you might be a breakthrough. It's best to stay away from him, Lu Xiaoge said. Puyu turned around and stared at Lu Xiaoge. Are you trying to make me stay? No, I'm sincerely advising you to leave, Lu Xiaoge said seriously. Puyu's eyes flashed, but he did not say anything else and simply left. Lu Xiaoge's eyes flickered as he watched Puyu's back. The spacecraft took off, and Lu Xiaoge heaved a sigh of relief. This was good. As long as Puyu was still alive, he would be fine. But if Puyu had died, then based on his understanding of Lu Yin, Lu Xiaoge would have been in trouble as well. Lu Yin would not have left San Dios to Lu Xiaoge alone. However, at the next moment, Lu Xiaoge looked at the figure in the sky and sighed. It was still too late. Puyu and Vulture sat in their spacecraft and were about to leave when a figure appeared in front of them and blocked their path. Puyu stared at Lu Yin, who was still standing high in the sky, and shouted, "Continue." He then exited the spacecraft. Go away, Lu Yin. The spacecraft rumbled as it soared into the sky once more. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Where are you going in such a hurry, Counselor Puyu? That's none of your business. Get out of my way, Puyu said coldly as he stood in front of the spacecraft. The spacecraft turned around and flew into outer space. Puyu was furious when Lu Yin suddenly attacked. Lu Yin, you've gone too far. Puyu's body completely metallized, and his seven-lined battle force appeared without hesitation. He swatted at Lu Yin, but Lu Yin casually waved his hand, causing Puyu's energy to reverse and crash into the spacecraft, shattering half of it. Everyone inside the spacecraft fell out. Lu Yin's figure flashed past Puyu as he grabbed Vulture with one hand. Puyu roared and charged at Lu Yin, his arm transforming into a metal blade as he slashed out. Lu Yin slowly descended beside the crater and coldly looked at Puyu. Pfft! Puyu spat out another mouthful of blood as he glared at Lu Yin. What right do you have to attack me? Lu Yin, you're courting death. The 10 Arbiters will not let you off. Dark Star Gorge, the vast Earth sect, and all the other powers that oppose the Great Eastern Alliance will not let you off. Your Great Eastern Alliance is nothing but a joke. Lu Yin looked around and saw Yu Xianzi. Her face paled, and she lowered her head. She saw An Xiaohua, who nodded respectfully. Lu Yin saw a Fan, who bowed respectfully. Lu Yin saw many people, and finally, his gaze landed on the tower, where he met Lu Xiaoge's gaze. Lu Xiaoge pulled out a glass of red wine from somewhere and offered it to Lu Yin from a distance. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, and a cold glint flashed through them. He then shifted his gaze to Vulture. It's been many years since we parted. That battle is still fresh in my mind, Lu Yin said calmly. Vulture lowered his head and remained silent. Puyu frowned. What are you trying to do, Lu Yin? Lu Yin walked over to Vulture and grabbed him by the hair. Don't you know? The person who's been following you all this time is from the Neo-Human Alliance. Everyone was shocked when they heard this, and they all stared at Vulture. Puyu barked, Don't spout nonsense, Lu Yin. You're trying to slander me. You can see for yourself whether or not I'm slandering you. Lu Yin grabbed Vulture and lifted his head. What everyone saw was a pair of cold, emotionless eyes that were completely devoid of blood. His sinister aura sent chills down everyone's spines. Puyu stared at Vulture in disbelief, as he had never seen such a gaze before. He was very familiar with this person who he viewed as a trusted aide. So, you didn't kill me all those years ago because you were waiting for this day, Vulture said slowly. His tone was completely different from when he had spoken to Puyu. When he had spoken to Puyu, he had acted like a normal person, and his tone had been filled with respect and humility. However, at this moment, his voice was shaky and hoarse, as if he had just learned how to speak. This was a corpse king from the Neo-Human Alliance. At this moment, Vulture's eyes had turned into scarlet vertical slits. An extreme chill crept up his arm, and black ice completely froze Luin. There was a thump as Vulture turned around and kicked the frozen Luin away. His scarlet eyes swept over everyone before finally landing on Puyu. What a pity. You're just a pawn. Puyu's eyes narrowed. A corpse king. There was a thump as the ice shattered. Luin grabbed at Vulture, but Vulture's outer clothes were torn apart, revealing his sturdy muscles. He turned around and punched at Luin. Luin had never underestimated Vulture. Back when they had fought over the giant emperor's third eye, Vulture had clashed head-on with Lu Yin's physical body. Vulture's physical body was extremely strong, and corpse kings had the ability to consume crystals to strengthen their innate gifts. Just now, Vulture's black ice had caused Lu Yin to feel apprehensive. There was a thump as a violent shockwave swept through all of San Dios. Vulture was sent flying back 100 meters by Lu Yin's palm, and his legs sank deep into the ground. Lu Yin's palm was also frozen. There was a whoosh as Vulture charged forward again. He raised both hands, and a black stream of ice covered the sky. It was as if he wanted to freeze all of San Dios. The sky over San Dios turned dark. Lu Yin frowned and shifted all 3 grains of fate sand. His eyes widened, and his body suddenly vanished. He appeared in front of Vulture as quickly as he could and punched Vulture's abdomen, piercing through his body. Then, he punched out again and knocked Vulture's head off his body. The black stream of ice disappeared, and everyone trembled as they looked at the battlefield. Vulture was already dead, and even a corpse king would not be able to survive after its head had been knocked off. Lu Yin clenched his fists. This Vulture had not been very strong. If not for Lu Yin's innate gift of ice, he would not have needed to use so much strength to deal with Vulture. He would not even have been able to transform into a corpse king. Of all the Neo-Human Alliance experts that Lu Yin had encountered, none of them had been able to fight against him without being able to transform into a corpse king. Although the 3 dark hands were not included in the top 100 rankings, Lu Yin was certain that his current strength was at the peak of the 3 dark hands. He was only an explorer. Puyu's face could no longer be described as pale. Vulture was a member of the Neo-Human Alliance, and this person had been by Puyu's side for a long time. Even if Puyu tried to defend himself, he would not be able to do so, especially since Puyu was well aware of the Hall of Honor's methods. At this moment, his entire body turned cold. You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.